Yoshlarimiz, poytaxtimiz mehmonlari, qolaversa tibbiyotimizning mana shunday vakillari. Barchangizni bugun mana shu markazda ko'rib turganimizdan bag'oyatda mamnunmiz. Bolalarda onkologik va onkogematologik kasalliklar diagnostikasining yangi ufqlari ilmiy amaliy konferensiyasiga xush kelibsiz. Доброе утро, дорогие друзья, уважаемые.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, we are very glad to meet you in this beautiful, comfortable center. Welcome to Scientific and Practical Conference. The topic is New Horizons in the Diagnosis of Oncological and Oncohematological Diseases in Children.
Sog'liqni saqlash onkologik kasalliklarni oldini olish bilan bog'liq bo'lgan muhim ma'ruzalarni ham tinglashga muvaffaq bo'lasiz. Va ayni damda barchangizni e'tiboringizni konferensiyaning ochilish marosimidagi so'zga chiquvchilarni taklif qilishdan avval e'tiboringizni monitorga qaratmoqchiman. Итак, дорогие друзья.
So, dear friends, right now, let us watch our screen.
Oyi, men qo'rqib ketyapman.
Bolajonim, sen albatta tuzalib ketasan. Men doim sen bilanman.
Ukollardan qo'rqyapman.
To'xta. Qayerga qochyapsan? To'xta. Og'rimaydi, qo'rqma, qo'rqma.
Saratonni erta aniqlaganimiz yaxshi bo'ldi. Salom bolakay. Sen cho'chima.
Men yashashni xohlayman.
Sen albatta yashaysan. Men senga ishonaman.
Hayot uchun rahmat.
Azizlar, ko'rib turganingizdek, rolik birozgina g'amgin, ammo jamiyatimizdagi bor muammo va bu muammoni hal qilishga bel bog'lagan barcha mutaxassislar bugun mana shu yerda jam bo'lganlar. Anjumandan ko'zlangan asosiy maqsad ham shu: shifokorlarning tajriba almashishi, yangi yondashuv va texnologiyalarni o'rganish, bolalar saratoni tashxisi va davolash usullarini takomillashtirish ishlarini mana shu yerda 2 kun davomida muhokama qilishdan iboratdir. Azizlar, endi esa mamnuniyat bilan bugungi konferensiyani ochib berish uchun so'z O'zbekiston Respublikasi Sog'liqni saqlash vaziri Asilbek Anvarovich Xudoyarovga. Marhamat.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar.
Good day, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. I'm very happy to see you all here today. We have gathered with all the specialists of oncologists and oncohematologists, and here today I'm very grateful for meeting today because the conference is very valuable today regarding the oncohematology sphere, related to oncohematology sphere. And our respected, honored president, he initiated this initiatives in order to support oncohematology, and also the First Lady of Uzbekistan, Ms. Raj, she's supporting this initiatives to support oncohematology, and I think this is the first step, and I think this is a very good thing that we can reach a very good result. And if you allow me, due to the fact that we have foreign guests here, I will speak in Russian. Dear colleagues, dear participants of the conference, dear ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Ministry of Health and on my own behalf, I am congratulating you with the starting of the work of the scientific practical conference regarding the new horizons of the diagnostic of oncological and hematological diseases in children. Today, this is very important, the most important sphere in medicine. We all understand the early diagnostics as well as innovative methods of treatment and complex rehabilitation plays of utmost importance in order to improve the quality of life of our small patients. And this is the minimum program, but we also have the maximum program. Lately, in our country, we are conducting certain works in order to develop the oncohematological aid and service for children. There were certain degree drafts were prepared, and currently our professionals they are preparing the national strategy against the cancer, which is planned for 2030, and recently, very soon, we will provide this draft of this document, big document. By the support of our government, certain solutions are taken in order to improve the pediatric sphere and oncohematology sphere. Every day we are working on this in order to improve, so our population will feel comfortable and they will have certain very good environment. So, based on that, they will have general better services provided by the medical use staff, and certain material technical bases are also updated, and certain innovations are implemented, and palliative care is also developing in order to support oncohematological children. And the main problem is now we need to focus on development of the primary healthcare service, and we need to develop the main algorithms on the early detection of certain diseases should be implemented. We need to start the training. We need to start training our colleagues who are working in the very difficult area. This is the primary healthcare sector. Due to the fact that we have issues with the early detection, that's why we still have issues, and that's why we still have high lethality cases. And within this the draft, we also developed the screening programs as well as the monitoring of the patient's condition. In addition to that, we are providing with these patients with the modern medicines, and of course we pay attention to the international collaboration as well as the exchange of knowledge, which will allow us to learn and study. Uzbek people, we are not afraid of competition. We just want to learn from the people who are better in that, in order to learn from them and develop it in our country. And it will be good if we can also attract the foreign expertise to Uzbekistan and also adapt it within the conditions of Uzbekistan. And taking this all into account, I would ask to applaud our guests who, even with their very tight schedule, they could find time in order to participate in this conference. That's why I want everyone to applaud them. Uzbekistan is within the sense of the list of the countries based on the heads of the based on the information provided for us by the head of the WHO on the works conducted in order to fight combat against the cancer, and in this regard we are providing certain works in order to support the oncological pediatric oncology in our sphere in order to improve the treatment and etc. In addition to that, Uzbekistan is chosen as a country in a global platform in order to provide the access to the medicines to treat the cancer. From 2021, the WHO and Medical Center St. Jude, they created the platform, which is confirmed in order to provide non-stop provisioning of the high class of medications for the children from Uzbekistan, which is based on the international modern standards of providing the treatment. In addition to that, we work with many pharmaceutical companies, not only for the import of these medications. Uzbekistan is considered as an open country, and by the support of the president in Uzbekistan, we created very good investment climate here. That's why many people, they want to work here, and our main dream is to have this oncological medications manufacturing to be localized in Uzbekistan. We want to be the representative country in among Central Asian countries to have high technological manufacturing the capacities being here in our country. There are many pharmaceutical companies, and now we are conducting the negotiations, and we hope that the accessibility of these medicines for our children will be good. But in addition to that, we still require the support and consultations of our foreign friends about which medicine is the best one and in which direction we should have to work in oncohematology sphere. There is a very big competition. Everyone will they will try to sell their own medicine, but we will be working based on the evidence-based medicine in order to have the good results, long-term results. Dear participants of the conference, I hope that today within this work you will discuss all the relevant issues related to the diagnostics and treatment of the oncohematology, and we hope that we will collaborate to improve the scientific base, research base. And I wish you all the best, and I wish you all the new openings within the scientific world in oncohematology, and I hope that the success will always follow you. Thank you so much. Mr. Asad Alvanovich, we want to thank you for these wonderful words. And in reality, it is very important to make an early diagnosis in children who with oncohematological diseases. And of course, we need to discuss all these points, and we need to raise the awareness among the population, and that's why we will ask mass media to share and raise the awareness. And dear friends, and now I would like to ask to the floor to the director of the Scientific Research Center of the Pediatric Oncology, Hematology and Immunology, Ms. Pilatova Jamila Shagaratovna.
Good morning, dear friends, dear colleagues, dear friends. I would like to greet you on our scientific and practical conference, New Horizons in the Diagnosis of Oncological and Oncohematological Diseases in Children. And it is International Day with Fighting the Cancer. And these days, February 14 and 15, are very special for all medical community. And it's not just dates in the calendar, it is a reminder about children cancer is not the end. If we have enough knowledge, technologies, support from the government, and before that, if we have the desire in our hearts to save lives. Today, children oncology and oncohematology is really developing in Uzbekistan very fast with the support of the government, with the big attention paid by the President of Republic of Uzbekistan, the Minister of Health, and the support of international organizations and communities and all medical co-workers. Our country's oncology and hematology for children are really going to the new next level, and the government is creating all environment where our specialists can work on the higher level. They can exchange experience with the leading international centers to build capacity and to exchange the best practices. And this is a very important thing, and we are very proud that our government is doing everything it can to save children's life, to strengthen national health. To fight children's cancer, it's not only about medicine, it's a difficult mode for hospital, for medical workers, for the government, and it is a challenge which requires not only giving all efforts, but giving everything we have. Because today in the buildings of hospital, we are fighting for their lives, because we see desperation in the eyes of the parents. We see the pain of children struggling, and we cannot let them down. We cannot stop. We cannot give up. We have to go and move forward. We have to really be more effective in treatment to more survival rate. I would like to share my deep gratitude to our local and foreigner colleagues, scientists and doctors who do not look at themselves, but they really constantly struggling to save lives. Thank you for your professionalism. Thank you for everything you do, and thank you for humanity. Let this conference be one step to the victory over children cancer. Let every report, every discussion will bring new knowledge, new ideas, new opportunities to save these little lives. In the name of the science, in the name of the health, in the name of our future generation. Thank you very much. I would like to share a very small presentation, and it's about what we plan. Today we face the please hold on. Please. Today we face the crucial task of establishing an effective, modern and sustainable system for combating childhood cancer in the Republic of Uzbekistan. Pediatric oncology and hematology are challenges not only for the medical community, but for society as a whole. Each diagnosed case is the fate of a child and their family, which means it is our responsibility. In recent years, our country has been implementing a large-scale healthcare reform aimed at developing specialist oncological and hematological care. This is not just modernization of individual institutions, but a systematic approach that encompasses diagnostics, treatment, medication provision, personal training, and family support. Decisions made at the state level have enabled the formation of national strategy based on advanced international practices. This is especially important because the incidence rate remains high, and timely diagnosis, along with access to modern treatment methods, are key factors for survival. Oncological and hematological diseases in children require a special approach. Unlike in adults, cancer in children most often develops rapidly, and every day of delay reduces the likelihood of successful outcome. Therefore, one of the top priorities is minimizing the time from the first symptoms to the diagnosis and from diagnosis to the start of treatment. The implementation of standardized clinical protocols, the expansion of diagnostic center networks, and the provision of trained specialists steps are needed on the ground to change the current situation. Early diagnosis not only increases the chances of recovery, it determines the child's fate. One of the most significant achievements was the establishment of the Autonomous Center for pediatric oncology, hematology, and immunology, which made it possible to focus resources exclusively on treating children. The separation of pediatric and adult oncology is a fundamentally important step, as oncological and hematological diseases in children have different mechanism of development, require different treatment protocols, and demand a special approach to rehabilitation. The separation of pediatric oncology into independent field has enabled the implementation of specialized standards tailored specifically to the unique characteristics of a child's body. This is a key to improving the quality of treatment. Recognition from the international medical community is an important indicator. It confirms the correctness of the ongoing reforms. Uzbekistan inclusion in the WHO Global Initiative is not just a prestigious participation, but an opportunity to integrate into the global system for combating childhood cancer. The partnership grants us access to the best global practices, special training programs, modern treatment protocols, and diagnostic methods. The main goal is to reach the level of developed countries where the survival rate of children with oncological and hematological diseases is 80% or higher. According to the set objectives, by 2030, the survival rate of children with oncological and hematological diseases in Uzbekistan should increase from 17% to 60% or higher. They are not just numbers. Behind every percentage point are saved lives. Ensuring access to medication is another critically important issue. Modern anti-cancer drugs are highly effective, but also very expensive, making them inaccessible without government support. The inclusion of our country among the pilot nations of the global platform for access medicines has made it possible to ensure uninterrupted supplies of essential medications to 16 key medical institutions in our country. More than 5,000 children annually are guaranteed to receive the necessary treatment. It is important to understand that medicine is not just a component of therapy, but the foundation of successful treatment. Without high-quality pharmaceutical support, it is impossible to achieve consistently high survival rates. It is necessary to focus on the latest advancements and strategic initiatives that have become a significant milestone in the development of pediatric oncology, hematology, and immunology in the Republic of Uzbekistan. The state recognizes that cancer treatment is not only about medication therapy, but also comprehensive support for patients and their families. That is why a fund has been established as a center to improve the health of children with oncological, hematological, and orphan diseases. The fund operates without the status of legal entity. This allows it to be a flexible tool in addressing pressing issues. The creation of a national registry of donors' bone marrow and stem cells in a historic achievement to our country. Bone marrow transplantation is the only chance for survival. Starting from July 1, 2024, patients aged 18 to 21 can continue receiving treatment in pediatric oncology centers. Adolescent oncology differs from adult oncology, and treatment in special pediatric centers significantly increases the effectiveness of therapy. Continuing therapy in familial conditions improves treatment adherence and reduces the risk of relapse. Thus, the state ensures continuity of therapy, which significantly increases the chances of full recovery. The analysis of disease incidence by region show that the main burden falls on the city of Tashkent and the Tashkent region, where the highest number of oncological and hematological cases have been identified. High rates have also been recorded in the Kashkadarya, Samarkand, and Fergana regions. These data highlight the need to develop specialized centers in the region so that children do not lose precious time waiting for consultations or hospitalization. Human resource policy is one of the key components of the strategy. High-tech equipment and modern medications are important, but without qualified specialists, they will not have the maximum effect. Our country is focusing on training professionals. Doctors undergo international advanced training programs. Incentive mechanisms are being developed to reduce staff turnover. International cooperation is being stringent, allowing for the implementation of advanced treatment methods. Without a strong medical school, it is impossible to achieve systematic improvements in pediatric oncology and hematology. Our goal is to create a system where a child's place of residence doesn't determine their chances of recovery. To improve accessibility and treatment effectiveness, a clear patient routing system is being implemented. This system eliminates delays and ensures that the child is directed straight to the center where they receive the best possible treatment. Thanks to the implemented model, family doctors and outpatient clinics will be able to quickly refer patients to the next level of diagnostics. Interregional Children's Clinic will provide in-depth examinations. Interregional specialist centers will take the treatment of complex cases. The Central Oncological and Hematological Center in Tashkent will serve as the coordination center for the most complex patients. After the main course of therapy, children will be able to receive rehabilitation and supportive treatment closer to home. This structure will help reduce the time from the initial consultation to the start of treatment, which is a critically important factor for success. Digitalization is the future in medicine. The implementation of electronic medical records into monitoring system and a unified database allow for real-time tracking of patients' conditions, analysis of treatment effectiveness, and coordination of doctors' work. The digital platform will enable the creation of a unified oncology register, ensuring complete data transparency, the ability to respond quickly in complex clinical cases, and automated control over the availability of medications and medical services. Thus, digital technologies are becoming a tool for improving the efficiency of the entire oncogematology care system for children. The reform of pediatric oncohematology is not just about improving individual processes, but about creating a fundamentally new healthcare system. We cannot afford to stop because every last minute is a missed opportunity to save a child's life. By creating a system in which every child, regardless of diagnosis, gets a chance for the future, we are laying a strong foundation for the nation's health.
Immunologiyasi
In reality, that Scientific Research Center of Pediatric Hematology, Oncology and Immunology, Jamila, as she mentioned, as the director of Jamila Shagaratun, as she mentioned, there is not only statistical information, of course, behind the statistics lies the big work conducted by two specialists, as well as the task that their group should have to conduct and follow. And that's why we want to thank the director as well as the whole management team of this center for their work. We know that the work of the specialist is very important and unique, and that's why we want to thank deeply from our heart, and we wish you all the best to you. And dear friends, we will continue. It was mentioned that awareness raising is an important factor in working related to the diagnostics of pediatric oncology, and by the help of the specialists, foreign specialists within this sphere, and their consultation and support is very important. That's why I want to pay attention the importance of the guest of our the conference today, the director of the Pediatric Center Oncology Hematology from Russian Federation, academician of the Russian Academy of Science, Mr. Rumyantsev Alexander Grigorievich. I would like you to pay attention to the screen. He has his video message reported.
Dear colleagues, today in the International Classification of Diseases, MKB11 includes 4 groups of diseases. These are brain tumors, tumors of the hematopoietic and lymphoid system, malignant neoplasms of organs and tissues, and benign tumors. It should be noted that pediatric oncology is present here at all levels. Moreover, it constitutes the majority of patients with tumors of the hematopoietic and lymphoid tissue. These include leukemias, lymphomas, lymphomatosis, histiocytosis, and other disorders specifically affecting the blood system. 25% are tumors of the central nervous system, and 25% are tumors of various organs and tissues, typically solid tumors that develop from the embryonic tissue remnants in a child. It should be noted that the main principles of organizing medical care in pediatric oncology and oncohematology focus on early detection and diagnosis of oncological diseases, as well as specialized consultations that require diagnostics and treatment planning. This primarily includes a comprehensive examination with mandatory pathomorphological confirmation of the diagnosis. It includes the mandatory development of clinical guidelines, medical economic standards, selection of treatment protocols, and most importantly, the formation of a multidisciplinary team of doctors, which includes oncologists, surgeons, radiologists, and other specialists involved in the patient treatment. The third aspect is a very important and fundamental. This is a drug treatment, combined surgical intervention, radionuclide therapy, combined treatment methods. In other words, this includes empirical and targeted chemotherapy, special conditions for supportive care, immunotherapy, hematopoietic stem cell transplantation, and cell therapy. These are treatment methods that are already in use for children today, but haven't yet been fully developed for adults. When it comes to cancer treatment, it is very important, the first and foremost, to have a well-organized medical facility, which should include an inpatient unit and day hospital, which would allow patients who are staying at home to come in for specific stages for treatment. Additionally, the organization of rehabilitation is essential. This includes the first and second stages, as well as outpatient treatment in clinics and at home. A very important issue is monitoring and follow-up care. A child diagnosed with an oncological or oncogenetic disease is monitored for at least 5 years if there is no recurrence. If recurrence occurs, then each post-recurrence treatment also requires monitoring for 5 years. This means long-term monitoring of patients, during which the family, child, and the patient must be present in the doctor's office to address technical issues. This also includes support for families, as well as education and training for children and parents, which we have implemented not only in Russia but also in Uzbekistan. This involves preschool and school education for children in medical institutions, the establishment of hospital schools, the implementation of the so-called Russian projects, which we are all well aware of in CIS countries. It should be noted that the patient routing rules for those with oncological and medical hematological diseases require a legislative framework. In Russia, this is governed by the law on the protection of citizens' health in the Russian Federation, which outlines state control and mandates the use of clinical guidelines and medical care standards, including the authorization for the use of label drugs in children, meaning medications not used according to the official instruction, because clinical trials of oncological drugs in children are not conducted for ethical reasons. This also applies to special legislative frameworks for monitoring and long-term dispensary drug provision. It should be noted that the orders of the Ministry of Health, which establish the procedure for providing medical care and regulate the provision of genetic diagnostics, medications, and technologicals, must be mandatory for children with orphan diseases. Clinical guidelines developed by the professional medical community and approved by the Scientific and Practical Council of the Russian Ministry of Health are available on the ministry's website, as well as on the website of our Society of Pediatric Hematologists and Oncologists. They can be fully utilized, including in Uzbekistan, as they are publicly accessible and available. It should be noted that one of the key steps in the patient routing process for oncological and oncohematological diseases is the initial consultation and diagnosis diagnosis. This typically involves a pediatrician or a general practitioner whom parents visit at their local clinic. At the first signs of symptoms, the doctor assesses the child's condition and refers them for initial examination. The initial diagnosis must necessarily be conducted at the clinic or a district hospital. This includes methods such as blood tests, biochemical blood analysis, ultrasound examination, and X-ray examination if needed. In cases where abnormalities are found in the blood test or detected by the doctor, if there are abnormalities in organs and systems suggesting a hematological or oncological disease, the pediatrician refers the patient to a pediatric hematologist oncologist who confirms the diagnosis. Then they prepare the necessary documents or a document package for hospitalization. The patient is sent to the nearest regional center for a detailed examination where a final diagnosis is established, including pathological studies. At this stage, a medical board is involved in the treatment program. In software treatment such as council consists of several specialists participating in the treatment. For example, in the case of brain tumor, up to 8 specialists may be involved, including not only oncologists but also neurosurgeon, neurologist, maxillofacial surgeon, rehabilitation specialists, radiologists, and radiation therapists, and others. It should be noted that in the Russia Federation, highly specialized treatment is concentrated in federal centers for pediatric hematology and oncology. There are several such centers. One of them is a central facility, our center, the National Center for Pediatric Hematology and Oncology, widely known as the Dmitry Rogachev Center. The same situation exists in Uzbekistan, where the National Center for Pediatric Hematology, Oncology, and Immunology is also present. This is a central institution that addresses all issues, including surgical interventions and high-tech treatments such as a bone marrow transplantation, nuclear medicine, and more. In other words, this center takes the lead. It oversees all centers located in the federal subjects using various methods, primarily telecommunication connections. For example, the optimal routing and organization of medical care for a child with acute leukemia. Parents notice symptoms such as fatigue, paleness, bruising, and frequent infections, and they turn to a pediatrician. If the pediatrician detects abnormalities during the child's examination, most often in the blood test, and observes abnormal indicators, they refer the child to a hematologist. A consultation with an oncologist and hematologist is conducted using specialized tests. This includes a detailed blood test and a bone marrow function analysis to confirm the diagnosis. And if such a diagnosis is confirmed, the child is referred to an oncologist center where a morphological diagnosis is established, and the necessary tests such as CT scans, MRI biopsy, and genetic tests are conducted. Then special treatment begins, including chemotherapy, radiation therapy, and immunotherapy. It is very important that the multi-center team is formed here, which includes oncologists, hematologists, surgeons, radiologists, psychologists, and others. In this situation, courses of chemotherapy and radiotherapy are planned. In our practice, patients with lymphoblastic leukemia receive a unified standardized protocol developed in Russia, which is now also used in Uzbekistan. This is the protocol MB90 2015. It includes a whole range of drugs, a total of 8. And most importantly, the outcome results in approximately 80 to 85% recovery for these patients. Therefore, we carry out all of this in coordinated and systematic manner to ensure that patients receive a unified standardized treatment. This is the Moscow-Berlin protocol, which we implement here. You can see that event-free survival exceeds 80% and overall survival is over 90%. And this issue concerns a vast number of patients who have undergone this therapy. In total, under the latest protocol alone, we have nearly 8,000 patients. Overall, this protocol group has experience with approximately 17,000 patients. In cases where a child in the first year of life has congenital leukemia, one of the protocol variants is used, this called MLL baby, which provides approximately 80% survival for children with congenital leukemia. In cases where there is an opportunity to use chemoimmunotherapy, today's recommendation concerns a new treatment philosophy aimed at eliminating regional glucose in children. This is a blinatumomab map, which is used in combination with therapy. Our current 3-year observations on the effectiveness of the therapy, chemoimmunotherapy, show that the patient survival with chemoimmunotherapy reaches 95%. Recovery in these patients is, of course, a giant leap in the field of patient treatment. And naturally, the National Medical Center, named after Dmitry Rogachev, widely utilizes transplantation, which should be a mandatory component of a combination therapy. For patients with various types of hematologic diseases, in particular transplantations from haploidentical donors, that is from biological parents, yields better results even compared to unrelated transplants when performed correctly. These technologies have been developed by us and we are ready to share them, including with our colleagues in Uzbekistan. And lastly, over the past 5 years, the Dmitry Rogachev Center has been using gene-targeted therapy, the so-called CAR-T therapy. This is a breakthrough approach in tumor treatment, and it applies to those patients, the 10-15%, who have unsatisfactory treatment outcomes with the chemotherapy. For these patients, CAR-T therapy, gene-targeted therapy, that modifies T-cell receptors to attack tumor cells achieves an average recovery rate of approximately 60% among those who previously had no chance of recovery. It is important to know that CAR-T therapy is not a panacea. It is one of the conditions for treatment. Since it is a combined approach, after the patient undergoes CAR-T therapy, they experience depletion, a reduction in cells in B-cell tumors in the human body. When minimal residual disease, MRD test, is detected through testing, in such cases, a bone marrow transplant must be performed to ensure long-term remission. This is now a mandatory step after conducting the test, cardiotherapy. Using this position as an example, I would like to say that this also applies to other diseases. It is very important that we have developed and we have now proposed documents related to the long-term monitoring of individuals who have undergone oncological diseases. This includes the regularity of medical checkups, monitoring of treatment side effects, endocrinological control, psychological support, social adaptation, education for parents and children, and individualized approach to patient treatment, and such in order for the medical supervision of children who have recovered from cancer. We have now handed it over to our colleagues in Uzbekistan for its adaptation to the conditions of the Uzbek state. Thank you for your attention.
Dear colleagues, of course, you had certain conclusions out of this presentation, and we will continue our presentation, dear guests. And now the floor is given to the General Director of the center, which is named after Dmitry Rogachev. We will give the floor to Mr. Grachev. Nikolai Sergeyevich. Good day. If you allow me, I will congratulate you with the holiday, I'm congratulating you with the meeting and conducting this conference. It's not that easy to give a speech here, but it's an honor for me to be here at the plenary session. And first of all, I want to thank Ms. Jamila Shagaratovna for conducting this event, for inviting the Russian delegation, and we are very happy for that, and that's why we want to say thank you so much. We are honored to be here. And of course, I want to thank all the hematologists, oncologists, and all the classical specialists here from this country. We have here Mirza Yarovich. He is the founder of the oncologist the school here, as well as the hematologist, the therapist, as well as oncologist. Thank you for the work you do. Within the framework of this meeting, I would like to say certain organizational points regarding the work of the oncohematological service of the Russian Federation. Based on the publication, we cannot be, of course, be separated from the international society and the pediatric oncology. This is the burden which lying on every human being, and every day that we are fighting, combating against the cancer, we should be very. We have all the cards of this. We fight, and this is the publication of the Lancet Oncological division of this Lancet journal, and we understand that the amount of that children from 0 to 14-year-old will reach up to 11 million children based on the data 2020-2050, and half of it will be only diagnosed, and we understand that 6.1 million of these children will be not diagnosed during their life. And here I saw the slides which were before, and I changed the plan of my presentation. What is the reveal rate of the? It doesn't mean that the amount of children with oncological disease has changed, and we just the early detection is is conducted better now in this country. Unfortunately, certain diagnosis is not made on time. We need to understand that objectively all the investment as well as the social economic investments, they are absolutely needed, especially economically. We understand that it's relevant. We understand that every dollar that we spend for the pediatric oncology, we receive $3 of benefit when our patient is healthy again and comes back to the social life. And that's why we are providing the new life for the child, which will be socially adapted. And certain publications are talking about that. And we talk about the usage of the radiotherapy as well as the other one in surgery. It's based on, again, on the economical development of the country. We can see that the developing countries with which has low income, low middle income, upper middle income, and high income, they have different data about the chemotherapy, but radiotherapy is also depends on the resources of the country which is existing within certain country in order to fight against that disease. And in addition to that, we need to understand that development of the systemic personified target therapy by the prognosis will not only decrease but also improve the quality of life, and decrease of lethality, improve the quality of life. And when we talk about the epidemiology of the disease, there are different causes, neuroblastomas and etc. Here, currently in Russian Federation, within the fight with pediatric cancer, we talk about that the beds, they are located in 10 federal centers, and out of 110 clinical objects of facilities of the Russian Federation. Here we can see that more than 3,500 oncological hematological beds are existing for children, and 450 doctors, pediatric oncologists as well as oncohematologists, they are existing. You know that we have certain restructurization, and we are changing the specialization of the oncologists, the pediatric oncologists as well as pediatric oncosurgeons. And now we can see the amount of the surgically treated patients, and also the children under the observation. There are more than 30,000 children who are under the observation. In order to control, we are conducting the registry of every region of our country. This is a very complex a survey, and it should be actualized every year and updated, and within the center they are updating this information, and they need to have, it needs to be integrated with all the database. Based on this registry, we can control somehow the processes and the revealing and detection of the cancer. In 2025, we want to improve the version of this survey, and in addition to that, we conduct a benchmark, and this is the electronic system which might be curated in online format, so we can receive information about the pharmaceutical provisioning and etc. So this is the what is developing in the structure within the healthcare ministry of our country, and our minister, he is supporting this initiative and this work. We are conducting this work under his leadership on the creation of the electronic systems as well as the passports of the service of pediatric hematology and oncology. In 2025, we are ready to launch the third version of it, which will allow us to control the diseases, the diagnostics, the treatment volume, and it will affect strictly the result. That means the survival rate. That's why we have the perspectives in this. The accumulated results by this center is considered to be the National Pediatric Center of Pediatric Oncology, Hematology, Immunology under the name of Durgachev. And this is the short background. Maybe you know about this information. We have different epochs, and next year we will celebrate 35 years in 91st, the first decree was signed on creation of this center. That's why we will celebrate 35 years, and we will call you to join us to celebrate. And currently, we have 5 Institute of Immunology, Institute of Pediatric Surgery, Molecular Experimental Treatment, as well as the other center is also considered to be the part of our complex, because we need to conduct the complex approach to treat those cancers in children, and it will include the rehabilitation as well as the early detection and etc. Of course, we mentioned the important aspect. This is the transplantation of the bone marrow. Yesterday, we were happy to be a visitor within the pediatric center of pediatric oncology and hematology, and we saw how these procedures are conducted here. And Mr. Academician, he mentioned, our colleague mentioned that without transplantation of bone marrow transplantation, we cannot go through the stage to provide a combined treatment for the certain diseases, oncological disease. And see here, this is the information about the autologous as well as oncogenic growth of the diseases. And here, we can see the cell therapy methods also included, and I will talk about it separately. I should have to say that transplantation of the identical donors, when they are they can be conducted based on the improvement methods to clean the transplant, is considered to be a very economically feasible as well as a good model in order to conduct this bone marrow transplantation, and it has a very low risk of complications, like less than 5%. It is conducted widely. Conducting the mapping cell therapy starting from 2018. This is a wonderful alternative. This is the new vector of development. This is the new and you know that this is a this is the new therapy method, and we conducted this therapy for more than 200 patients for the last few years, and more than 60% of them, they have long-term survival rate. And that's why when we talk about the treatment approach, bone marrow transplantation is important, and our center is conducting that. And currently, the Russian Federation is conducting the bone marrow transplantation in many centers, such as Gorbachev and other centers as well, and then, as well as within the facilities of the Russian Federation. And this kind of centers are opened in Ufa, Kazan, Rostov, and etc. And we are trying to solve this issue within the mass scale of the country, to cover the whole country. This is the MAP cell procedures starting from 2018 within the center of Rogachev. Radiation therapy is conducted within our center. In 2024, 382 children conducted went through the radiotherapy due to the fact that radiotherapy is conducted in many courses, and that's why we need to understand that combined therapy is very important. And that's why it should be under the curation and supervision of the pediatrician oncologists, and it should be reported. Surgical treatment types. This is a very good developing direction, and we also understand that pediatric surgery, oncosurgery is developing based on the adult one, and we conducted close to 3,000 surgeries per year, most of them based on the high technology directions, but it's in our center, but not every region can conduct this kind of high-tech surgeries. We understand that they can do the biopsy and etc., biopsy taken and etc., but operation surgeries on different like pancreas as well as the other systems, it should be concentrated within the national federal centers. And also we have the same system in our country. We have two beautiful departments of oncosurgery, and they will conduct the accumulation of the whole work. Here is the example of our achievement within the face resection surgeries and the plant surgeries as well, and we are currently developing the individual growing prosthesis, and we patented two new findings, and within the Russian Federation it is related not only to the face sphere but also the movement apparatus, as well as all this precision medicine is conducted systematically in our country. We are conducting the organ-saving surgery, so whenever we are talking about removal of the different malignancy within the jaw, we try to save this jaw part as well as the aesthetic view. We want to keep the aesthetic view in jaw sarcoma, and it's very important within the pubertal period. And we have more than close to 100 patients like that who are undergoing this kind of surgeries. And this is not only achievement. I'm showing the work of the growing prosthesis which were developed by us, and the surgery of the skull base, and we are working on this, and currently we can do many surgeries based on the skull base endoscopically without a big resections made, and we have more than 50 cases per year. We need to concentrate the big capacity of the country. I think you can do it same within your center because you have the pediatric population where you can develop certain methodology and use it. And before we use transfacial different resections, but now it's different. There are different videos provided for that in order to close the defects of the skull base by different tissues. This is how it is done nowadays by the scheme provided within this video. 3D reconstruction of the liver malignancies is quite common, and many surgeries are conducted laparoscopically, and we are actively including within the international program with our international colleagues, and it will minimize the blood loss within the surgery, and it is a very good surgery. In addition to that, we conduct a combined surgery with cardiosurgeons when the malignancy enters the heart, and we are conducting at the same time simultaneous plastic surgery with removal of this malignancy and restarting the heart work again, function again. And we are also trying to save the vessels as well, and we are conducting it in our center. This is our achievement of our center, and we have close to 5 surgeries like this per year. And the prosthesis. Currently, we understand this is one of the main methods to treat the malignancies of the articular apparatus, and this is the. Currently, in December, we made the growing in the prosthesis, and now we developed the system of adding this in the prosthesis through the funding provided, which is called the fund of Dabra, Fond Dabra, and those kind of Surgeries are conducted by two centers named under Brogachov and Blokhin, which is allowing us to conduct many cases. And last year we conducted 93 of them, and I think this amount of surgeries are conducted in OncoCentral, other one, and it will improve the quality of treatment and the low complications of the surgery, because our brigade, our team, has a very good specialty in that. In addition to that, we are conducting the individual E3D PK. This is new direction for us, and we are actively using it now. Same like stereotactic surgery. This is also implementation of the last years, and we start to use the stereotactic frames, and we could find the very difficult localized tumors. I will not stop on the different aspects. There are very interesting methods which are locally implemented now, but I will not stop on this whole point. But by summarizing my presentation, I should have to say that a new method should be used in every region, and the new stages should be conducted, of course, in every region. But the high-tech surgery should be in the cell product should be used in the big centers, like in the Republic of Uzbekistan and Russian Federation, because we all go together, because the trends is towards the safety of the patient, as well as the fast recovery and using the all induced methods of therapy. And we understand that in pediatric oncohematology should be like that, and I was trying to explain it in a easy scheme. And as academicians said, this is a protocol. We need to follow protocol, and that's why we need to observe these patients. We need to provide rehabilitation program for them, and in addition to that, we need to rehabilitate them socially, physiologically, and physically. And this all information is conducted, presented, and this all is done in order to help survival rate of the patients, but for the best of the patient. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much, Mr. Nikolai Sergeyevich, for the wonderful presentation, dear guests. Now we give the next topic is here, the relevant problems and issues, and the floor is given to the head of the department from the medical center named after Pirogov, Polivichenko Elena Vladimirovna. The floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, let me start with the words of gratitude to the organizers of this conference for opportunity to share of our experience of our country and colleagues the development of palliative help. Jamila Geratana, thank you very much. It's not our first touch to this topic. After these great successes in comprehensive technologies of children oncology and hematology, I will tell about children who cannot be cured, cannot be treated. And I think it is one of the psychotraumatic specialist situation when you have untreatable patient. And I would like to start with this map. Because International Atlas of Palliative Care 2020, it is the World Atlas. We are called, so we can understand it's not equal development, and it's not also equal with the children oncology. If you have dark colors, it is a higher development, and I am happy to say that Russia Federation, according to this atlas to the world, it is level 4A. The highest is level 4B. It's countries where hospice and palliative care are at the preliminary stage of integration into the health system. According to this atlas, out of 198 countries, we have 21 countries, and Russia Federation is one of the 21 countries. So here I would like to show what we already have in Russia, that the palliative help is going to the legislative base of Russia Federation. It's only in 2011, and it is diversity of the types of services, variety of suppliers. It's awareness of it's awareness about palliative technologies among health workers in society. Also, the current strategy with its regular assessment, availability of morphine and some other painkillers, and it's a very actually serious barrier for a lot of societies. And the last but not least, educational programs and the National Association of PP, and we have actually two associations, and I am representing one of it. I also would like to show you a very famous slide. It's a slide from 2007, and it's actually sharing what makes palliative care sustainable. Of course, it's state support, and we have it in Russia. We have federal governance. We have state program of health development, state support programs, and relevant legislative norms, even free programs. We also have roadmap, and we have subsidies, and we have up to 3 billion rubles to the development of palliative health. We also have here the umbrella image, and it is like reflecting that the government is giving this support. And we also, of course, have this availability of drugs and medicine, and of course it is education in the field of palliative care, and of course it's to develop regions. If you look at this picture, what is understandable under palliative, like it's like a code. We would like to close something, and it's like it's a psychological challenge not only for the family but also for the professionals. And palliative care today is like a triad. It's like a medicine itself, and it's also quality treatment, and it's not only like functions of nurse but also a function of people who are taking care for patients, because all of this implemented with the aim of improving the quality of life of terminally ill people. And in the whole world, the palliative care patients, children are united in very different kind of diseases, and a lot of diseases are neurological character. And if we look at this as a triad, we can see that it's like medical interventions, it's events of psychological nature, and care. And all of this is for improvement quality of life of incurable patients. Also, I would like to show you a slide with integration of palliative care with other types of medical care for children with cancer, and it is connecting with primary health care for children, and of course with the specialized use types of medical care for children, including children oncology and oncogematology. And it's also important for me to show you the this type, and it is called the bow tie model of the 21st century palliative care. You can see the reduction of this triangle if it's uncurable, but we can see the pink triangle is going to increase, and it's like the role of palliative care to incurable patient is becoming dominant. So it is unifying the treatment of it's like a modern approach to give this and that services. So the palliative care, it's not only at the end of the life. It's very important when we talk about integration, and I started with the World Atlas to show that the palliative care, it's not only a task for some special people in some special places for special patients, but it is the task of the health care system overall. And in our country we have the levels. It's the primary pre-hospital care and the the primary medical and the specialized. And the red triangle, this is hospices. It's ambulatory, and it's also colleagues, and it's like one-day hospital. If you look to the professional standard, we have this document which are confirmed by the Ministry of Labor. It's like professional standards, like what district pediatrician should do. So he should assess the clinical picture of diseases and conditions requiring first aid for children, provide primary health care to children in accordance with current clinical guidelines and taking into standards of medical care, and refer children with disabilities leading to disruption of their vital function and medical organization providing primary medical care to children. And we have a lot of courses on qualification for this polyclinical circle. And I would recommend to who are interested in development palliative care as much as possible to go with this information to the first circle. So you can also see how our services are organized. All of them are multidisciplinary. Like it's always about multidisciplinary. I don't comment on everything which you can read in the slide, but pediatrician should be like it's on a 0.25 rate, but he is in this palliative care services. This is also, you can see the multi-professionalism in the work of mobile like team providing priority care for children and work. It's 17 countries of Europe. So with the highest level of palliative care, in every team they have doctors, nurses, rarely psychology, rarely core social workers, rarely volunteers, sometimes like volunteer organization, but it's always about multidisciplinary. It's not only about medicine and medical help. Some statistics, some data. So we finished statistics of 2024. I am the leading specialist in the Ministry of Health in Russia, so I can give these numbers. Almost 30,000 children receive palliative care in the Russian Federation. Out of these 30,000, only 1,039 children, they are oncologists, like the number of children with cancer. So it's a lot of there are different kind of patients with palliative care, orphan genetic diseases and other. And what I want to say that we have a lot of successful therapies and other like things we already heard and we will hear. So we don't have a lot of children with cancer who receive palliative care. It's only 4%. You can see it from the statistics. If we calculate this number who get children who received opioid analgesics like strong opioids and weak opioids, we can see that half of the patients, cancer patients, they receive these painkillers. In 2011, for the first time, we had article of this palliative care in Russia, and we can see how many things were done during 13 years. In Russia, we have 12 hospices, and there are in almost every region. And also, I should show how what can be done in 11 years. We have outreach primary care departments for children, and we have mobile teams of primary care for children. It's 347 teams, so and it's less than 300 of them. Like almost all of them, they were covered by our professional attention, and we help them to plan and develop their work. We also have inpatient departments of primary medical care for children, 92, and also palliative care beds for children, 1,487, and usually it's not oncological patients among children. Also, very important thing I would like to note, it's about regime of ventilation of and usually children, they do not use this, but with some brain tumors it is usable when a person when a child cannot use his lungs. So it's I also should illustrate that the development of palliative care in a lot of countries of the world, it is including technologies of respiratory support at home. Also very important, we have the decree from the Ministry of Health. It's about approval of the list of medical products intended to support organs and systems of the human body provided for home use, and there are about 300 medical elements, and it's very highly appreciated by the government and families, and according to this decree, it's thousands and thousands families. By concluding, I would like to say that the big fragment which is requiring addressing in the society is psychosocial aspects of palliative care for children. Last year we had GHOST, and it's the system of management, it's human centricity, and this is a new thing. This term means that at the center of process of organization is a person with his or her own values, needs, priorities, and motivations. So it's person-centered care. So it's not about addressing the tumor, sarcoma or something, but to focus on the person as an individual, and the person is more than a patient. He or she is not a simple collection of body parts and medical conditions, and not about just things. I also would like to announce about this international standards of palliative care for children. The publication is available on the fund's website, Children's Palliative. We also have the book. You can download this book. You can just have a look to this like needs of the kids, and every girl and every boy he can have this need, and you can go home now. And for me it's very important when we just understanding how to work with incurable patients, and every doctors can really see these needs as a serious, take it serious, because we should be very serious to symptoms, diagnosis, provision by medical. But if we can see the real needs, can we see the reality of seriousness, that the child, he need a sense of identity and belonging, independence and autonomy. Is it really something important for us? Can we really cover these needs? And there are also some needs among parents, because it's not only about children, but it's also about parents, common needs of parents. And if parents say we would like to we stay together as a family, can we see it as a real need, or we can see it as something not necessary? And this is a challenge, and what we have while we develop this kind of health. I also invite you to use our open resources. We have a lot of resources. It's like a website of the Federal Center for Palliative Care. It's also 2 big internet portals on palliative care. It's about hospice and palliative. And from the Association of Hospice Health, we also have 7 or 8 big conferences every year. I also promise to invite you to our upcoming conferences. It's a big meeting of specialists of our professional lives, and you will see that it is very interesting people, because if you're burnout, you cannot be successful in palliative work. So by concluding, the components of success, I would say it's interdisciplinarity or multidisciplinarity, as I said. It's personal, it's people-oriented or person-oriented. It's communication, evidence-based medicine, clinical guidelines. I think a lot of this was already mentioned, and changes in the regulatory framework, legal initiative. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your speech. Thank you very much for everything you do in this field. We have the next topic, the role of SIOOP Asia in the development of pediatric oncology and hematology services. We will see online presentation, and Doctor and Director of SIOP Asia, Gevorg Tamamian from Armenia. Please.
Good day, dear colleagues. Thank you so much for allowing me to participate in the Pediatric Oncology Hematology Congress here in Uzbekistan. I'm really sorry not to be here myself. That's why I'm in an online format. I hope next time I will join you on site. My name is Georg Tamamian, and I'm the president of the Asian Continental Bureau of the International Society of Pediatric Oncology, as well as the Pediatric Oncologist Mediterranean Group, which includes 2080 members, as well as 110 centers of the cancer centers. And in addition to that, I'm the professor and head of the Department of Pediatric Oncology and Oncohematology in the State University, and I'm leading the Institute of Oncohematology. In addition to that, I'm the main editor of the Onco-training. I made my slides in Russian language, but due to the fact that our friends from different other countries here on this Congress, the presentation is prepared I will speak in English, but slides will be in Russian.
We are going to continue our short presentation about the role of SIOP Asia and what we are doing over there. Here on the screen, you see the numbers 6 and 158. What it means. So 6, it's the number of members from Uzbekistan in SIOP, International Society of Pediatric Oncology. And 158, it's the membership from Armenia. I mean, both our countries are quite small, population-wise as well, but I think we have to do some things to change these numbers. And this is our own society. I mean, this is our main society of pediatric oncology globally. And I think, first of all, it's our kind of duty to be part of this, what's going on around us, and to be part of the society. About the history of SIOP. International Society of Pediatric Oncology was established in 1969, and it's the only global multidisciplinary society which is dedicated solely to pediatric and adolescent and young adult oncology. The members of SIOP are from all disciplines in the pediatric oncology field. So those are pediatric hematologists, oncologists, of course. Those are our nurses, without whom certainly pediatric oncology would not work. Psychologists, nutritionists, epidemiologists, pathologists, rehabilitologists, and many more professions. Of course, I mean, here we should remember also all the other medical professionals, doctors, for example, pediatric surgeons, pediatric radiation oncologists, and all those people who are taking care of kids with cancer. Asia is the largest continent, not only globally, but also within SIOP. And here you see the distribution of the countries member-wise. The first one is the United States with 655 members. Then the second one is India, 162. Third one is Canada, 160. And the fourth one is Armenia, which I mentioned just before, 158. And I think this is the data from 2024, from the last year. I hope this year it's changed more positively. So I think, we have even more members from Armenia. And going forward, the structure of SIOP Asia, it's we have executive board at the SIOP Asia, which we are trying kind of bring more activities to through the executive board to the SIOP Asia activities. And the role of SIOP Asia Executive Board is to support the president in the development and implementation of strategy on how to involve more members from Asia within the whole activities of SIOP. So besides the president, we also have the president-elect, which right now we don't have. We are going to have an election for the president-elect, and the member of the SIOP Asia board also is the past president, in this case, Professor Hori from Japan, and we have 4 sub-regional leaders, and which were elected recently. So for the Euro region, where Uzbekistan is also part of, is Dr. Kirill Kirgizev from Russia, and we have other regions, EMRO, led by Rawat Rihani from Jordan, and YPRO is represented by our colleague Professor Huan Min Wan from China. The CRO region is represented by Dr. Nita Radhakrishnan from India. And just recently, we had also elections for the other 4 members, namely representing the nursing part. This is represented by Yan Yin from Singapore. She's very active and actively involved in different activities. And the young professionals are represented by Dr. Hiba Altara from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Dr. Nisrin Amairi from Jordan is representing women in oncology, and the LMIC group is represented by Dr. Shruti Kakar from India. So this is the current executive board of SIOP Asia. And all the time, I mean, the role of the executive board also, as I mentioned, to involve more members within the activities. But all the time we are having many announcements for different committees within the whole SIOP. And I mean, it's very important to have our members from Asian continent to nominate themselves, to move them forward, and to contribute for our society, because we are fighting for the same goal. We are fighting for the kids with cancer. As it is our motto, no child should die of cancer, cure for more, care for all. These are, here you see the functions of the SIOP Asia Executive Board. I mean, somehow I summarize some of them, but like if I go through the points, of course, to consult the SIOP Asia president, and then to discuss and establish working groups, to support different initiatives and activities in supporting GICC in Asia, Global Initiative for Childhood Cancer. Then evaluate and come up with the ideas on how to involve different members of SIOP Asia within the activities of the global SIOP. And so on. I mean, I'm not going to read all the points, but you have on your screen. Soon we will have also a new initiative, and it's going to be announced soon, very soon. We are going to have ambassadors of SIOP Asia. So from every country, well, we are going to elect ambassador who is going to represent that country. From the big countries, from the large countries, we might have several members, because our aim is to maximal inclusiveness, so maximally trying to involve all the members. Coming to the our annual meeting, you know, we have our annual meeting, both SIOP and the Asian continent, and this year the SIOP Asia 2025 is going to be in Riyadh, which is hosted by Dr. Hiba Altara in April from 12 to 15. We are going to have a very nice program, so I encourage you to participate in our main annual meeting of the SIOP Asia. And like it is mentioned on the poster, I would just echo, yes, we're stronger together. That's why we really need your involvement and we really need your participation. In 2026, there is a misspelling here. In 2026, the SIOP Asia is going to go to Ulaanbaatar, to Mongolia. Dr. Tsetsek Saikan Batmung is going to be the chair of the local organizing committee. So we are going to have a very nice program there as well, I'm sure. And we would, I would encourage you to, if you have any ideas or you want more participation, please just reach out to us and we'll be happy for more involvement from Uzbekistan as well, and from the whole region, of course. Tomorrow, on February 15, early in the morning, we are starting also the second Global Oncothon. This year is organized with the SIOP, International Society of Pediatric Oncology. This is the second time we are organizing it. This is the initiative of OncoDaily, and we are raising awareness and funds for the pediatric oncology. And this year, the funds are going to go to the SIOP to support research activities. Last year, we came together, and as a result of the first Global Oncothon, we were able to raise around $1.3 million, and which went to a biotech established by two parents to start their clinical trial in pediatric oncology field. So this year, the funding is going to go to the SIOP, and to support Young Investigator Awards, to support Career Development Awards, Park Grants, and we would love to have you to participate more actively there. You will see a lot of surprises. We have confirmations from the almost like all these big, large international societies presidents, and we have this year, like participation also from the celebrities. I'm sure on social media you already have seen the announcement that world-known celebrities like Richard Gere and his wife Alejandra are going to participate in the Oncothon. We will have some more surprises on the 15th. I'm not going to open it up now so that you can stay tuned and follow what we are doing there. The opening will be done by Her Royal Highness Princess Dina, our patron of SIOP, and the president of SIOP, Professor Guillermo Chantada. Again, we will start early in the morning, I think in Japan, Australia, at that time zone, and we'll end up in San Francisco when the day ends. And moving forward, this is the photo of the building I visited. I was fortunate and honored to visit in August. Professor Jamila Palatova and her team invited me and our group to visit the beautiful center you have and the nice group you have, and we're impressed by the dedication and the willingness to change the things. Many of the doctors also I know from the past, and I'm sure, with this attitude, with the willingness, with the involvement of all the stakeholders, as well as support from the government, and I know there is a support from the government there, as well as the international community, you will be able to achieve more and have higher results. So I congratulate you again with this initiative on organizing this Congress today, and I wish you all the best. And we are always happy to help. We are here for you, and just reach us out. These are my emails, and I'm always available if there is anything. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Palatova and the whole team behind for having me today. And I wish you good luck. Thanks a lot.
Спасибо еще раз.
We want to thank our specials from Armenia, but now we will have a short break. But I would like you to pay attention to that the next block will be presented by our specialists from the foreign countries, and it will be presented in English language, and you have the possibility to receive the special equipment to receive the interpretation. We have here simultaneous interpretation channel available, and you will have interpretation. Dear friends, it's a 20-minute break right now. If it's 11:17 right now, then we will meet with you at 11:34. Thank you.
Shu yerda zalda kutib qolamiz.
Let us continue our conference. And we have a lot of different topics, a lot of different speakers, and all of them are specialists. And if you have any questions, then please note them, and then we can give give replies in written form. So please, if you have any questions, keep them noted. We will have special time for giving space for it, and also you will have opportunity to respond. And let us continue our plenary session. As you notice, we have Елена Vladimirovna here, and she is a moderator. And of course, Mamedova Guzal Bakivna, the deputy director of the Center of Hematology, Oncology and Immunology of Republic of Uzbekistan. Thank you very much. And of course, we will continue. We will have the next speaker from Cleveland University. And the topic, the role of international clinical in Uzbekistan. Mr. Ilya Bukhtiarov, USA. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. And I have around 2 a.m. night time, but I am full of energy to share information with you. And we, with Dr. Polatov, we see opportunity and the future of oncological services in Uzbekistan. I will briefly talk who I am, and my name is Ilya. I am the graduate of Medical Academy from Kyrgyzstan, Bishkek. And lately, like for 20 years, I have been living and working in US. And since 2015, I am the director of Clinic on Leukemia and Lymphoma and Histiocytosis in Cleveland Clinic. And it is one of the largest system of healthcare system in US. So, by fortune accident, I met Dr. Polatova in October last year, and we just touched some topics which are very interesting to both of us, and we came up with the idea to develop a partnership with the goal of improving indicators of oncological services in Uzbekistan. In my presentation at the beginning, I will just share some parameters, global indicators in pediatric oncology and hematology. Then very briefly, I will share about the main indicators in pediatric oncology in the Republic of Uzbekistan. Dr. Polatova generously share with me. We also briefly talk about leading causes of deaths in pediatric oncology, and the main part will be regarding working together, how we can work together, how we can improve the indicators we already have today, and we will discuss it for sure. So, as it was already noted, and one of the speakers already noted, the children cancer, childhood cancer is rare. And according to this slide, you will see epidemiological different kind of diseases for adult and for child. So the ratio, it was around 50-1 from adult cancer and child cancer. And the main oncological cancer among children and specifically in infants, it's leukemia, CNS, lymphoma, other anocytes. at the same time with adult and adult cancer. There are very variety and from depending on age, depending on some environmental indicators, maybe lifestyle, and this statistics it shows a lot of cases and approaches for treatment of cancer. So in this slide, I would like to show that in the relevance of problem, how it looks and how it's standardized by age. And if it's like more deep blue, then it is more oncological diseases in the country. And if you see this is deep blue, it is mostly in the countries of North America, Europe, Australia, New Zealand. So it's like high technological countries with developed infrastructure and also other indicators which are unfortunately they impact the frequency of these diseases. If you look at Uzbekistan, we have Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Iran, Tajikistan, Hindi, and if you can see, they are not so many oncological diseases of like in children. It's like if we can just compare the numbers which we have in countries or with developed economy. Oncological diseases, they are the second most common cause of deaths in childhood. From the left graphic, you can see it's American data from 5 to 14 years old. And if you see the main cause is accidents. And the very high rate of accidents which leading child mortality, and also like historically it was very high. Now it's decreasing, and also if we see the the rate of mortality from oncological diseases, it's like almost on the same level. And also there are some other factors like congenital anomalies, heart diseases. And also like suicide. There are other factors, but the frequency, they are very, very low with the comparing of oncological diseases. It is worth saying that the frequency of cancer, it is slowly increasing, and it is connected to some factors. We can also discuss it in a different conversation, but it is worth noting that the mortality from oncological diseases, it is decreasing. So the frequency, the numbers of cancer diseases is increasing, though the mortality is decreasing. So if we look at this slide and we look at the mortality level, oncological diseases, as we said, are the second most cause of mortality childhood. The global mortality from childhood onset cancers that we can see. So this is a picture that this is a region, and like we are interested in the regions: Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Iran, comparing with other countries in the region like the Russian Federation, the Kazakhstan, India, Pakistan. Like due to different diseases, the mortality level from oncological diseases are higher, and it is one of the factors which like push us to find new ways of solving this problem. And as you know, different oncological diseases, new cases in children, it is depending on age of children. Like it's birth state, it's which is neuroblastoma, it's Wilms tumor, retinoblastoma, which are occurring during pregnancy stage. So it's later it can be a different kind of lymphoid leukemia, etc. And later on in the late childhood and also teenagers, it's usually it's sarcomas, Hodgkin diseases, different kind of soft tissue sarcoma, and other types of, let's say, adult cancer. And the data which Dr. Palatova shared, they are reflected on this screen. During last few years, recent few years, we took a period from 2022 to 2024. Annual growth noted oncological diseases in children in the Republic of Uzbekistan around 2.5% per year. Overall survival, the numbers are shocking. From leukemia and lymphomas, it's around 42%, and from other oncological diseases, around 42%. So this slide also shows the number of children with new diagnosis. It's like 2022, 2023, and 2024. And as you can see, in 2024, again, we see growth of new diagnoses, new cases of oncological diseases. With the same time, as minimum, as 10% of children, unfortunately, they passed away during 1 year from the. And this data obviously requires serious analysis, and it prompts us to find new ways how we can learn to really be better with treatment of oncological diseases. The reasons of mortality, causes of death during the first year, the main cause is infection, maybe difficulties which we face during the treatment, like treatment-related mortality. And also the first factor is age. Before 1 year, they are more vulnerable group. Then it's also children are
онкологических заболеваний.
And also leukemia and lymphoma, usually it's a high-risk group. And the least vulnerable is children from 1 to 12 years. And of course, the type of cancer. The patients with leukemia, it's a lot of difficulties related, and it's more difficult to cure than solid tumors or CNS tumors. And of course, the patients who needs transplantation of stem cell, they are unique group, and they are, of course, high-risk group. And unfortunately, it leads to the early mortality during first year of treatment. And of course, there is a cause of death within 5 years of diagnosis. It can be tumor progression, relapse. And you can see also these two graphics on the slide, like trends, which I already spoke of. And the difference that you should pay attention to the scale. And as you can see, the mortality, and this data, they from publication of European journal, the mortality during first 3 years of diagnosis, so it's around 10%. And with the hematology, solid and brain tumors. And if we go back, what we already mentioned before, the mortality rate in the Republic of Uzbekistan during the first year, it's almost 40%. So by other words, there is something which exists, and if we can change this something, we can be more successful with results of treatment. Going back to the cause of death within 5 years of diagnosis, so few first years, I would just want to share the results of acute leukemia treatment outcomes, how results look like according to the three main problems: standard risk of leukemia, high risk leukemia, and aggressive lymphomas. So on this slide you can see the results of protocol, which is already standard treatment, which is being used for the patients who are not on the clinical tests. So as you can see, the mortality rate, the overall mortality rate, and the before first recidiv, it's still around 95%. And in Cleveland Clinic, during last 10 years, we didn't lose not a one child. All of them are alive. They go to remission process and they continue to be in that condition. Very similar picture with the patients with high risk, and of course they requires more intensive care, and historically this treatment is taking more time than usual. But as you can see, the statistics, the trends, they are usually the same. Like it's almost we don't see children whom we lost during the treatment. And according to observations during the treatment, it was up to 6 years. So if you ask on what stage we can say that child was cured from leukemia, then according to the medical canons or laws, in any medical notes, of course it will sound like leukemia in remission. 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, it's still leukemia in remission. So according to the medical data which were published in St. Jude, and I know that in the conference you will have speakers from St. Jude Medical Center, which is in it was statement that if a child is in remission during 4 years after the treatment, the risk of relapse or less than 1%, then you can say to the parents, we think that your child is healthy. Of course, it will not be like 100% guarantee, but the risk of relapse is less than 1%. So the statistics we have today. And also, I want to show you the results of Burkitt's lymphoma treatment results. It is one of the aggressive type of lymphoma, and the children oncologists, they face it. And as you can see, if patient can be cured according to the standard protocols, standard of care, with the usage of chemotherapy, the survival rate is 80%. But if we can use the combination of chemotherapy and immunotherapy with the rituximab, the mortality, the survival rate reaches more than 90%. After Dr. Palatova and me and the other team members, they touched these aspects, we saw some big approaches or ways how we can improve the dynamics and overall and indicators and overall with treating cancer in children. Of course, it's financing. Of course, it's about personnel, medical personnel, it's infrastructure, and it's and I'm sure it is being done already in a very high level. The patient support, and we already touched this issue. It's very important. And the thing we would like to work together is international cooperation to adapt best international practices like in the protocols and forecasts. And Dr. Polatova already shared it can help us to implement recommendations will increase survival by 15% by 2030. Happen it or not, we will see it within the time. And our endless conversations with 9 hours time difference, it came up to this project. And of course, it is only in the future to be implemented. It's not even in the paper, but we are moving towards it. And it's about long-term clinical and academic cooperation between the Center of Pediatric Oncology, Hematology, and Clinical Immunology Tashkent, in the representative of Dr. Polatova, and Center for Pediatric Oncology, Hematology, and Bone Marrow Transplantation, Cleveland Clinic, USA, and also I am part of this clinic, and of course we still have a lot of issues and cases which we. So what Cleveland Clinic is, very brief. It's one of the biggest systems of healthcare in U.S. And there are there are 4 on the territory of North America. It's one in the Canada, in Toronto, Ohio. It's a main campus, and we also have 2 big centers in Nevada and Florida. And also there are international representative offices in Abu Dhabi and London. And Cleveland Clinic is going to be expanded and to giving access to expert opinions, and we have multiple representative offices in Latin America and Caribbean islands, and the Persian Gulf, and China, India, and who knows, maybe it will be also wrapped in Central Asia, maybe even in Tashkent. So as I already mentioned, the main campus or HQ is in Cleveland, Ohio State, and that's how it looks like. It's our HQ hospital. Of course, it's a big system, and you can see it's all of this as hospital corpuses, and there's our children's hospital, and it has access to emergency, and like everything is built with a calculation to provide patients comfort at the maximum level, and also to provide the whole range of medical services at one place. So in total, in our main campus, we have around 6,000 doctors and scientific workers or researchers, and we also have the personnel of, let us pay the nurses with education, with a higher education, so they are capable of interpretation of medical results and giving some protocols. But with the big cases and big issues, they of course will reach doctors, and we have nurses around 6,000. So one of the priorities in the American medicine is to provide medical service as much as possible to nurses. For example, in the reanimation, it's like 1 by 1. In the standard,
and so the rate will be 1 to 3. There's 16,000 nurses which are working there. They should provide the maximum effectivity of the treatment that we provide in our center. How do we think to implement this great idea to improve the indicator of the treatment of children with oncological disease in Uzbekistan. This is not an easy process. Of course, it looks like an idea, undoable idea, but without the preliminary preparation, of course, nothing can be done. And one of the first steps is we need to conduct the detailed analysis of the issues related to the early detection of the oncological diseases in regions of Uzbekistan, as well as we need to conduct the analysis of difficulty to put the proper diagnosis on time. It might be conducted, and the National Tumor Board, they need to discuss certain difficult cases, which, if those cases are brought from the regions by doctors, and they would discuss it at the National Cancer Board, so doctors can discuss all these points and provide their opinions about that. This is the one of the approach, and it should be the approach at the national level, so the generalized tactics will be developed after that. And this kind of approach can be involved in order to discuss certain diagnostic issues or regarding the imaging, or some kind of histological, some kind of uncertain scenarios where it is difficult to find what kind of neoplasia it is. In addition to that, we need to analyze the early and late complications which might affect the dynamics of the survival rate of the patient. Up to 1 year old, this might be infection complications and complications related to the toxicity of the medical medicines, as well as its combination, etc. In addition to that, we need to conduct the detailed analysis of the ambulatory, the outpatient surveillance of the patients. And Dr. Palatova, she shared that regional office of WHO, they provided certain priority ideas to improve the dynamic of the indicators of oncological service in the country. Those are the main 6 groups, which are shown on the slide, that we want to be focused at the beginning. Of course, this is the leukosis and lymphomas, Hodgkin's lymphoma, non-Hodgkin type of lymphomas. And here we showed 3 most common histological options of the non-Hodgkin's lymphomas, Wilms tumor, retinoblastoma, as well as low differentiated neoplasms of the brain. How should we do that and implement that? If our analysis, it will bring to the results that we are expecting, then we will see that we are going towards proper direction. Then we need to form the initiative group, which will participate in the discussions of the approaches from different sides. It's important to conduct some kind of workshops for the medical staff at every level, for the doctors, for the young doctors, for the residents, for the researchers, for the nurses, and clinical pharmacists. Those are the specialists that we will be based on when we will use the new protocols to be implemented. And again, we are coming back to the point that, to the details that I shared with you. Those are wonderful results of the treatment. Those are the protocols which are existing, and we will also discuss them, whether we can apply it within the conditions of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Everything is not that easy to be done, of course. Nothing can be implied based on uncertain sources. Of course, there are publications. Many publications are quite accessible. One of the resources is considered a National Comprehensive Cancer Network. This is the registry of the algorithms to treat different types of oncological diseases, including the treatment of children. Those algorithms, they look like that. As an example, they explain in a stepwise fashion how to treat the patient with the standard risk of the acute leukemia, and what to do if the patient is within the remission stage or not. All those algorithms, they exist, and the main task of our collaboration would be to implement it into the clinical practice in order to understand clearly how we should go forward in not in easy situations, and what kind of approaches to choose. Those algorithms, they exist in Russian language as well. Whatever I shown to you, this is in English language, which I just downloaded to my computer. But when we start working with you, all those beautiful algorithms, so they will be available again in Russian language, and it will be accessible for our discussions at the local level, starting from the center. Regarding the protocol of treatment, of course, I want to say that I would not say that our treatment options are the best, but I think we need to use the things, and it will be properly used, the things what are shown in the practice and gives the results of the status in cases. In the, there is some kind of institution which is called Children's Oncology, Children's Oncology Group, and it includes medical centers all over the USA, Canada, Australia. And this allows to treat patients with a certain diagnosis by standard protocols. This is what I wanted to share, how those protocols look like. In general, they show all the medicines, how do they implied, how they are implied, what is the period of treatment, and what is the period that this medicine should be injected or given, because there are certain side effects related to the non-proper use of this medicine, of course. And the doses are shown here based on the age, and also the daily doses are also shown. And those roadmaps, they are updated. They have certain annexes, such as those kind of tables, where you can show exactly the date and time when the medicine was used for a certain patient. Those roadmaps, they are existing for every cycle of the therapy, for every protocol that we are using. Why do we need that? Of course, we are using the electronic system of note-taking for every patient, but anyway, for recording of every patient, but anyway, we have this paperwork of the protocol, and we need to fill it with the pen. In case of audit happens, if the inspection comes and they request us to provide information how the patient was treated, we have all these paper files available to provide it for the inspection to discuss. Regarding the idea that we should have to discuss before we implement it, all the new protocols and the new treatment options should be, of course, approved by the Ministry of Health at the initial stage, and of course, its effectiveness and opportunities to use, capacities to be used within the head center, and after that we will discuss how soon those new protocols will reach the regional doctors. And of course, those changes should have to be implied in every certain administrative regions of the Republic of Uzbekistan. In addition to that, we plan to create an electronic library for conducting the constant continuous education of medical specialists. This is our present to the medical center. Those are medical books on pediatric oncology, bone marrow transplantation, radiational oncology, and etc. Whatever is helpful to be read at least once in order to understand all the details and aspects of treatment. In addition to this, electronic library will consist of all the protocols, all the digital materials, all the algorithms that we will discuss. Will try to adapt to the realities of the medical practice of Uzbekistan. In addition to that, the whole collection of the educational materials for the patients as well as for their parents will be included. As it was discussed, it's very important to understand that children, especially if it's a patient, teenager, they need to take active participation in the discussion of their disease. They need to be informed regarding the possible prognosis, about the methods of treatment. Information should be provided in a proper way. So maybe there is not only one treatment option available for them. And you can also try maybe one or out of two different treatments. All this information is planned to be developed in Russian and Uzbek languages to provide it for the patients if it's needed, if they are interested in getting this information about their disease. So this library theoretically will exist, and on the base of Google iCloud, whatever is needed here is just to enter the Google account and open this book in general. Everything will be available in electronic format in every center at the territory of the Republic of Uzbekistan. In addition to that, what's important to say about the experience exchange, as you know, Dr. Pulatova, she organized Onco School. This is a non-commercial center which is conducting the training for the specialists within the oncology sphere. And already there is infrastructure existing in order to conduct the webinars and lectures provided on certain hot topics. In addition to that, it is possible to organize the fellowships to the Cleveland clinics. It is important, of course, to the young specialists who will help to develop conceptual all those plans and protocols, because they will be the specialists that we will rely on in the future. And in continuation of today's topic, of course, the scientific conferences in the Republic of Uzbekistan by attending international experts will be important. This is one of the examples that we have today, actually, and witness. How do we see our success? Every success should be measured somehow, of course, and analysis, of course, will be conducted constantly on a constant base, and we will pay attention to the reduction of time from time of the first time coming to the consultation up to the putting the diagnosis, as well as those are the factors which might affect the effectivity of the treatment of patients with oncological diseases. In addition to that, reduction of the cases of acute infection complications such as sepsis, typhoid, and different permissive infections, fungal infection, which might be a cause of certain problems. In addition to that, delays of the active chemotherapy will be measured. Of course, long-term success will be also measured, including the amount of patients which will reach the full remission, improving the quality of survival rate in the first year. I will come back to the numbers which was spoken earlier, as well as improving the 5-year survival rate is also going to be measured. All those kind of indicators that are used all over the world. One of the success rate is considered to be the state as well as non-government organization support, private charity funds. We know that today we have the representatives of WHO, maybe UNICEF, maybe they can be also involved, but I don't want to speak anything about USAID. Unfortunately, USAID is a international donor. Will not be the big player on the international arena, but time will show, of course. What is important is to conduct on timely basis the information exchange, and I think the experience that our colleagues from the Russian Federation has, from Armenia, this is important. International connections are very important. Everything should be used in an everyday practice in order to make the results better on a daily basis at the clinical level. We also need to remember about the good provisioning of the medicines as well as the provisioning of the modern medical equipment, and of course the reporting accountability is important as well. I also should mention that every result should be measured and should be presented for discussion at the level of the clinical team, at the level of the Ministry of Health. And again, I think someday we will have possibility to discuss the result of the improved results of the treatment, of the updates and changes that might be implied. I want to thank Dr. Palatova for providing this opportunity to me. This is our first meeting with her, which led the beginning of our dialogue. And I think I have one more minute to respond to your questions, if you have any questions. Let's thank our honored lecturer, because in America it's night time right now, and without paying attention to this, he still presented to the colleagues. If you have any questions regarding the possible perspectives of the collaboration among the Cleveland Clinic and Republic of Uzbekistan in order to improve the indicators of the pediatric oncological service. If you have any questions, then we are ready to get those. Can you raise your hand, please? We will provide the microphone. If there is no question, then we want to thank once more Ilya for your presentation. We hope for the future collaboration with you. Thank you once more. You too. Dear guests, we will continue. And now the next speaker will be an online format with us, and you will have possibility to ask questions if you want. Similarly, in addition to that, our moderators, they can ask their questions straight directly to the lecturers. But here, what is important, we want you to get as much knowledge as possible. That's why we would ask you to ask questions if you have those.
Palliative care for children with cancer. Keep in touch with us. Julie Link, Technical Officer, Palliative Care Health Workforce and the Service Delivery Unit, Division of Country and Health Policy Systems, World Health Organization. Please meet.
Good morning, everybody. Let me just turn off the interpretation, because I'm hearing myself speak. Okay. Let me share. Greetings from Cyprus, where I'm presenting here at the Childhood Cancer Conference too. I'm the Technical Officer for Palliative Care in the WHO European region, and I have a keen interest in children's palliative care. I I've worked in children's palliative care in various countries, and I'm very keen that it be involved in all childhood cancer. So this is the bit where I tell you that the decision-making body of the World Health Organization is the World Health Assembly. And in 2014, they passed this landmark resolution, which was on palliative care and on strengthening palliative care throughout the world. And one of the really interesting parts of this is that they also included palliative care for children, and recognised the importance of making sure that although numbers of children dying are small, that they also have a huge impact on society and on families. So it's really important that they're included in any palliative care. This document also made lots of recommendations, which I'm going to discuss further in this presentation. But for example, access to opioids is really important as part of palliative care, and that's something I want to talk about more. So what is palliative care for children? So in fact, you could probably swap oncology for palliative care for children, in that it should be total care of the child, their holistic care, so not just their physical pain and symptoms and their disease, but also their psychological and social supports, and also providing support for families, which of course for all of us who are parents, we can't imagine how difficult it would be to be going through something like this. And so including the family in all parts of treatment and care, including palliative care, is really important. Palliative care should begin at the time of diagnosis. So for children with cancer, all of them will have a life-limiting or a life-threatening condition. So it's important that we think of palliative care at the very beginning and include it with diagnosis. And it can be given alongside care, regardless of the child getting tumor-directed treatment as well. So it should be given alongside. And if the child recovers and their cancer is cured, then obviously palliative care isn't needed and can drop off. But if their condition means that they have a terminal diagnosis, then palliative care becomes more important and should take over care and work alongside our colleagues in oncology. Health providers should look at all the child holistically and think about their social circumstances and where they wish to be cared for. No one person can meet all the needs of a family, a child and family, and so it's really important to have broad multidisciplinary care. So that should be included in the care of children, that we have psychologists, nurses, really important. Many nurses in other countries would have advanced practice roles and take a very big part in caring for families, but physiotherapists, occupational therapists, to make sure that the child and family receive the support they need. And care should be provided. Palliative care can be provided anywhere. It doesn't have to be in a hospice. It can be provided in a hospital, a hospice, a tertiary care centre, and in the child's home. And in fact, it should be a seamless service between those different locations as care is needed and tailored to the child's needs. So in 2018, the Lancet Oncology suggested that palliative care and oncology improves symptoms and survival. So by integrating it early, this is how you improve care. You reduce anxiety and depression, reduce futile treatments at end of life. So it's sometimes people are treated to the very end of their life with very expensive treatments and tests and investigations, when perhaps palliative care would prevent that from happening. So it can in some cases even save costs. Improves patient and family quality of life, and also improves use of health resources, which of course is very important. So palliative care in paediatric oncology, this update from 2022 raised the following issues. So 5.2% of the palliative care needs in children are from cancer, and 90% of those live in low and middle income countries. And as Ilya was saying just in the last presentation, we know survival rates are poor in many countries, and in Uzbekistan that is the case. So therefore palliative care becomes more important. Of course, our aim is always to treat the treatable and cure where possible, but when you have very low cure rates, then there's a really important need to develop palliative care services. Children with cancer experience pain and other physical symptoms just as anyone else does, and these really need impeccable assessment. You need to assess their symptoms and treat them. And I think one of the issues I know from my visits to Uzbekistan is there are issues with access to things such as narcotics or strong opioids, which are the cornerstone of pain management in cancer. And so having access to, example, for immediate release morphine, tablets, injections, I know there are some procurement and supply issues. And I think this is something that we need to see if we can address. But certainly having access to those medicines would make the life of children and their families much better if they can access pain and also for other symptoms as well. For example, morphine is very good for breathlessness, dyspnea, and so having a range of those drugs which are included on the WHO list of essential medicines for palliative care in children, and having those available would make a big difference. The burden on families is huge. So if an adult gets cancer, quite often their family are able to find people to look after them. But when you're a young parents and you have other children, obviously it's very hard to care for the child's siblings and to be in hospital and care for your sick child. So families' burden is really huge. And also they need help with being able to provide care themselves and being shown how to care for their child, how to manage their medications and so on. So that's a really important role of the multidisciplinary team in palliative care. So often, and in this paper, they found that referrals to palliative care are rare and late, and that oncologists and haematologists gatekeep. So that just means that they hold on to the children and don't refer to palliative care services. What I would say is in Uzbekistan, palliative care is in its infancy, and maybe you don't have the ability to be able to refer to palliative care at this time, only to Tashkent Children's Hospital and to my dear friend Rustam at Novые, and you know that really, other than that, palliative care is developing but hasn't got there yet. Increased knowledge about palliative care is really helpful. So if people understand the principles and practices, and ideally palliative care should be included in the education and training of all healthcare professionals. And so right from that early stage, that you understand the principles of caring, the holistic, multidisciplinary nature of caring in palliative care, but also giving you much better understanding of, the pain and symptom management, and having the knowledge and skills to be able to manage that if palliative care are included in education and training. So this is some data from the European Atlas of Palliative Care. So this was taken from 2019. I'm very pleased to tell you that the next edition of this atlas will be launched in May this year. So the data has already been collected, and I thank anyone in Uzbekistan who helped to provide that information. But you can see that 20 countries have specialist consultants in paediatric palliative care. Perinatal palliative care is huge and a growing area, and 7 countries were able to say they had that. But it's around where care is provided. You can see at the bottom here, in the Netherlands, a lot of care is provided in the community rather than in hospitals, and that children's palliative care has really well developed in many Western European countries. But in low and middle income countries, this paper was taken and using the data from the Atlas, in low and middle income countries, it was really clear that palliative care for children was less available, and that actually this is often where it's needed most. If you think back to the slide where 90% of children who require palliative care live in low and middle income countries, and yet that's the place where palliative care is least developed. So the advances and challenges. So this is a paper from 2020, and what this paper found was that there's no evidence about decision-making and communication and symptom management. Children's palliative care is a relatively new specialty in many countries. It's much less advanced than adult palliative care, and so we need the evidence from caring for children, and this is something that became very clear. We need high-quality data, and I know in Uzbekistan you're starting to collect. You have a National Cancer Registry just starting, and that information should become available, but certainly the higher the quality of that data, the better for the development of services. It's still not clear what the best way to care is or the place of care. Many children despite wanting to die at home, many still die in hospices and hospitals. And I know in Uzbekistan, it's if a child is thought to be dying, then often they would go home to die. But then we need to have the services in place to help support families to provide that care at home. And advanced care planning has really been something that's been studied extensively in Western Europe and other Western countries, looking at asking where do people want to be and making a plan and making sure that people can be where they want to be and spend their last days, weeks, months in the way they best would like to. So advanced care planning for children obviously is quite a contentious issue, because having to have that conversation with parents can be very challenging. And I think this is where palliative care plays a really important role. So there are standards for paediatric palliative care in Europe. This is the original version, which were formed in 2005, and there is now in that there was a definition of children's palliative care, defining which children need palliative care, needs assessments, and looking at a range of needs assessments that have been conducted in children's palliative care, which usually come up with very similar results. And that's around looking after children at home and making sure you have the services available. And that's where most parents, if asked, would like to care for their child. Education and training is key, and obviously making sure that people understand what palliative care is really important, but also for people, clinicians' confidence. And so, for example, I'm going to talk about that later when we look at some of the results from the St. Jude study. And also having standards of care, and that there are similarities in the development of children's palliative care. So whilst Uzbekistan is in the very early stages of development, it's a well-trodden path. Other countries have been there, and there is so much you can learn from what's happened in other countries. So there's some new standards which you can find very easily, and they really look again and give even more detail about what paediatric palliative care is and who it is for. And I should say, although this is a childhood cancer conference, in many countries, the majority of children cared for in palliative care are not those with cancer. They're more children with other conditions, genetic conditions, and global developmental delay and other conditions. But certainly these are applicable to childhood cancer too. The European Association for Palliative Care developed a charter on what families should expect and the standards, and that's very easily available. It's also available in Russian if you want to look it up, and it's on the European Association website. In addition, the World Health Organization has several documents that are key to children's palliative care and looking at how we should integrate palliative care into pediatrics for oncology and for other conditions. There's also the list of essential medicines that I spoke about earlier, which talks about which medicines should be available for children's palliative care. And then there's also these very, very helpful guidelines on managing pain in children. So just some data from Uzbekistan from the 2019 ADAPT study from St. Jude, and they looked at 11 countries in Eurasia, and I just thought some of these would be very interesting for you to see, that when they had a 55% or 50% response rate from Uzbekistan, and that doctors were saying that they have no access to palliative care, that they can't have consultations, and that often if palliative care was involved, it was often too late in the treatment of the child. In addition, you can see here that the barriers to palliative care were that there was a lack of home care services. And certainly when I was in Uzbekistan 2 weeks ago, I was talking to the chief nurse in Uzbekistan, and we were talking about how perhaps we could look at supporting families more in terms of nursing support at home. So there's limited access to palliative care, families' resistance. Again, culturally, if people don't talk about palliative care or talk openly about death and dying, and this can be very challenging, and culturally everyone's different, each culture is very different, and obviously that's something that has to be taken into consideration. So physicians felt they had limited knowledge, and and also they felt uncomfortable talking about palliative care. So I think we've got some good starting data. So in delivering palliative care, and I think these are some of the key issues. So 60% of doctors felt that they felt uncomfortable. They didn't feel comfortable about treating children's physical symptoms and their emotional needs. Emotional bereavement support wasn't provided, and they felt, I think this is quite sad, that doctors felt burdened by their inability to control the suffering of children at end of life. And there is so much that can be done, and in fact we all have this saying in palliative care that there's nothing more that can be done. We always find something that we can help manage pain, symptoms, and again, looking at the child holistically and the family holistically, there's always something that can be done. So how do we improve palliative care? And this is my last but one slide. So how do we improve palliative care? So this is the WHO public health model for palliative care. So you can see the foundations of the house is that we need to get communities and people talking about palliative care and death and dying. And this has happened quite successfully in some countries. And this is in countries where perhaps culturally, again, it wouldn't be appropriate to talk about death and dying, that we're starting to move that dial so that people start to talk about, well, what would I want if I was dying? And this is something that we need to get more comfortable with. We need to make sure that palliative care is included in all health policies. So not just in cancer policies and in a policy on its own, but in policies for other conditions and other healthcare professionals, so for nurses, for doctors, any policy, we should have palliative care, education and training. We need to know that palliative care is included in policies at a national level. We also need research. We need good data. We need to know where people are dying and know their age. We need to have good national data, but we also need good data when we set up services. And in cancer, we need to have that too, so that we know where people are, and we have this so that we can plan services for the future. Access to essential medicines, my third time mentioning it, but it is a really important issue. And also, I think that goes hand in hand with the other pillar of the house, where you have to see that education and training is so important. So they go hand in hand. People are worried about prescribing strong opioids and other drugs for pain and symptom management. It's much easier to prescribe drugs that aren't as good. So for example, tramadol has a ceiling dose, but people prescribe it because there's not as many restrictions on prescribing. In Russia, they have moved a long way with legislation and decriminalizing the medical prescribing of morphine and other narcotics. And so I think it can be done, and we're working very closely with Russia, and certainly it's something that I think we can look at how that happened there, so that we can learn the lessons from that. Education and training for all your healthcare professionals is really important. And if we truly want to have integrated palliative care that meets the needs of patients and their families, then we really need to look at this model and think about how we can develop palliative care services. So just in summary, palliative care needs to be integrated into the care of children with cancer from the time of diagnosis. It can be given alongside treatment aimed at cure. Palliative care can often add something, even if the aim of treatment is cure. Palliative care can still add with pain, symptom management, some of the psychosocial support and so on. We need to increase awareness about paediatric palliative care because it makes such a difference. And there is really strong evidence that palliative care improves pain and symptom management and improves quality of life for children and for their families. And so I'd like to thank you for listening, and wishing you a very good conference. I wish I was there with you. So thank you.
Thanks for the great performance, Dr. Ling. And we hope to see you at the conference next.
It would be great.
Albatta, kattakon rahmat deb xayrlashga majbur.
Unfortunately, we didn't have time to ask questions because we are going out of the time frames, and that's why we will give the floor to the next speaker now, and we will ask the next speaker to follow the time frames. And that's why we don't have time for asking questions to Dr. Ling, due to the fact that we are a bit late now from the time frames. That's why I want to remind that every speaker has only 15 minutes to speak. And now the next topic is organization of oncohematological and hematological service in pediatric oncohematology in Azerbaijan Republic. The floor is given to Zuhra Ali Mirzaeva. She is the Deputy Director of the National Center of Hematology and Transfusiology. The floor is yours. Dear colleagues, dear friends, I want to thank organizers, Ms. Jamila Hanum, for the invitation and for providing us possibility to give a presentation today in front of you. I want to send our greetings to your respected minister, and I want you to tell you about the organization of oncohematology and hematology service pediatric population in Azerbaijan. Our children who are having the oncohematological and hematological diseases, they receive the treatment within the National Center of Hematology and Transfusiology, which is located, which consists of two departments. One is hematology department. It includes outpatient, inpatient, as well as ICU unit, and pediatric departments as well, and it includes laboratory, outpatient, and radiological departments. And there is another thalassemia big facility, which includes outpatient clinic, inpatient clinic, laboratory with the modern equipment for the diagnosis of thalassemia to be done, and the bone marrow transplantation department, as well as prophylactic of thalassemia department. And in addition to that, we have hematological divisions within the Republican Center as well. The Department of and Scientific Practical Center of Hemophilia is located under the facility of continuous education of the doctors, and they all children, they receive plasma factors, and based on that, the registry of children with hemophilia is created. Within the central hospital, we have hematological offices available. There are certain laws which are approved, as the state programs are approved on pediatric oncohematology. Those are the next laws of Azerbaijan Republic, of the state support of children with the inherited diseases, as well as the those who have hemophilia and thalassemia, etc. There are also state programs which are adopted to develop the donorship, as well as the blood service, the state program on combating thalassemia, as well as a state program to combat the malignant blood diseases. And based on that, all children, they receive free of charge medical services by this program, based on this program. The pediatric hematology department has 23 beds, each of which is equipped with modern equipment, such as oxygen panel to support respiratory function, HEPA filtration to improve air quality and prevent infections, a separate bathroom to ensure sanitary standards and patient control. I also want to show you the statistics of acute leukemia incidence among children in Azerbaijan. Here you can see the amount of patients sick, and currently we have 316 patients with acute lymphoblastic leukosis, as well as 52 with acute myeloblastic leukosis. All patients, they receive, they conducting the genetic testing, and all the genetic abnormalities are revealed if they have leukosis. Diagnosis and monitoring is conducted for the patients with the so what kind of We have flow cytometry and flow MRD for detailed analysis of the cellular composition of the blood, ALL and AML FISH panels for detection of genetic abnormalities, molecular genetic analysis to clarify the individual prognosis and select therapy. Each diagnostic panel analyzes 12 routine mutations. After induction and consolidation of treatment, flow MRD and genetic testing are performed to monitor and assess the effectiveness of the therapy. This is our laboratory, cytogenetic laboratory, molecular cytogenetic laboratory, as well as molecular genetics laboratory. Here we conduct all the necessary analysis to diagnose and monitor the treatment. We are using the modern protocols in order to treat our patients with acute leukosis. For the acute lymphoblastic leukosis within our clinic, we use a protocol which is called AALL BFM 2022. AIEOP BFM 2017 as well as MB 2015. The protocols for the AML is AML 2019 and APL 2019. For the relapsed AML patients, we apply the BFM as well as recently we start to use venetoclax and azacitidine. From 2024, ALL relapse has been implemented, which was improved the effectiveness of relapse therapy. Joining the working group of ALL BFM 2024 facilitates the exchange of experience and the improvement of clinical outcomes. Here I want to show the general survival rate of our patients, overall survival rate in LL 87%, event-free survival is 72%. In TALL, overall survival rate is 82%, and event-free survival 69%. And in myeloblastic leukosis, overall survival rate is 71%, event-free survival is 53%. Taking into account that the thalassemia is a inherited hematological disease, which is spread in our republic, 9 to 12% of the population is considered to be the carrier of this disease. I want to shortly explain about the project to combat against the thalassemia. 20 years ago, we had a round table with the project of the Haidar Aliyev Foundation in the name of the Life Without Thalassemia. The initiator of this project is our First Lady as well as the President. And she's the president of this fund, Haidar Aliyev, Mihriban Aliyeva. She discussed all the problems related to the thalassemia and the treatment options. After that, the state laws were adopted in 2009, 9th of May. The first Republican Center of Thalassemia was opened, and all the patients of our republic who had thalassemia, they received within the center high effective treatment. And we conduct radical methods of treatment, such as bone marrow transplantation. If many years ago, those patients were not surviving up to the teenage age, and now they can survive up to adult age, and they study within the university, they work among us, they create families, and they have even healthy children nowadays. And the program of control of thalassemia, it includes the treatment, educational assistant, healing assistant, such as blood transfusion, removal of excess iron, splenectomy, bone marrow transplantation, and etc. We also provide the psychosocial support, and the main point is that in our republic we have the preventing standards for thalassemia. All the young people who are marrying, they have to conduct in obligatory way the medical check. In order to prevent thalassemia, we should conduct the awareness raising among the population, and that we are doing. We also try to conduct the medical genetic consulting as well as prenatal diagnosis. In addition to that, the training of the staff is also within this program. Involving this population who has thalassemia, etc. I also want to provide you information about the results. We are using the modern research methods to conduct the diagnosis of thalassemia. We are using high-performance liquid chromatography, capillary electrophoresis, PCR diagnostics, next-generation sequencing. Patients with thalassemia are fully provided with high-quality and safe red blood cell mass, freed from leukocytes, filtration in the blood bank. To ensure compatibility of donor blood with the blood of thalassemic patients, the following is carried out: cross-match, typing by minor erythrocyte antigens. Chelation therapy is carried out using all currently existing iron-removing drugs in the form of mono combination therapy. Since 2014, patients with a comparable donor have been undergoing bone marrow transplantation. I want to say that we are taking the donors from the relatives to conduct the bone marrow transplantation. Since 2015, a state program to prevent the birth of children with thalassemia has been implemented, including carrier screening, medical genetic consultation, and prenatal diagnostics. We created the registry of all the patients who are having thalassemia, including 3,062 patients. It includes beta thalassemia major, intermediate thalassemia minor, CB thalassemia, as well as other hemoglobinopathies. All patients, based on the age categories, they have transfusion of the donor blood, and the donor blood is taken from the blood bank, and we are doing the cross match as well as erythrocyte antigens are checked. All the chelation medications are accessible for the patients with thalassemia, and we are conducting the monotherapy as well as combined therapy. The transplantation of the bone marrow, allogeneic bone marrow transplantation for thalassemia patients began in May 2014. Up till now, 189 transplantation is done. 153 patients are survived after the transplantation. To date, and world averages are showing that 90% of patients, they survive. 80% of patients get rid of the disease fully. I want to show the transplantation of the bone marrow of our oncohematological patients. It includes 33 patients, and all the results are quite makes us happy. This is the program of the prevention of thalassemia. As I mentioned, we are conducting the screening test by hematological analyzer, CISMAX, and we conduct the confirmatory test, capillary electrophoresis, as well as medical genetic counseling and prenatal diagnostics is done. Out of 800,000 persons entering into marriage were screened for thalassemia carriage, and 31,000 were identified as carriers of the beta-thalassemia gene. In 456 couples, both members of the couples were found to be carriers of the thalassemia gene. 445 prenatal diagnoses were made. 102 fetuses were homozygous, 92 without the pathological thalassemia gene, and 250 were heterozygotes. The results of the prophylactic prevention of thalassemia is making us happy. For the whole period, the amount of patients who are born from thalassemia parents reduced up to 40 from 170. So our main goal is to reach the minimum of these non-healthy children. Thank you for your attention. We want to thank you You mentioned very important things within your presentation related to the hereditary factors. It is important not only for the medical staff as well as for us, for mass media representatives. You mentioned properly that through the inheritance, they could reveal the blood issues, and this is a great thing because every analysis and every test is very expensive, and based on the big budgets, those tests are conducted, and that shows that the state is very paying attention to reveal those diseases through their testing system, as well as in our country. We are also paying attention to that. And now we will continue. Now we have the next topic. Childhood cancer in India, current practice and future direction. The floor is given to Dr. Abhishek Shankar. He is the docent, professor assistant of the radiation oncology department of certain institute.
Just come here. You have put the wrong slide. I need your help. It's a wrong slide. It's a wrong slide.
Navbatdagi doklad egasiga savollaringiz bo'lsa, albatta keyin bemalol berishingiz.
If you have questions to the future speakers, so you can ask questions if you are interested in. I should have to mention about the time frame that every speaker has only 15 minutes available.
This is not. Just open this.
Хотели бы передать слово нашим волонтерам.
We would like to tell to our volunteers, don't turn on. We have here online connection.
This is not, come here, this is not my slide. I have the another slides, okay? So this is not my
Yana bir bor eslatib o'tamiz. Savollaringizni tayyorlab qo'yishingiz mumkin.
We want to repeat again, saying that you can prepare your questions, and every speaker has only 15 minutes.
Where is, just open it, USB. Just let me open it. Oh yeah, this is my slide.
Okay, let's start.
Yeah, done. Okay. Thank you so much, organizer, for this opportunity. And I'm sorry for this disturbance for a while. First of all, happy Valentine's Day to everyone. And I think what a greater day it will be that all the people on Valentine's Day is just talking about the children's health, because I personally think this is the best way to celebrate Valentine's Day, because children are the most adorable and the most lovely creature in this world. So thank you for this opportunity to allow me to celebrate Valentine's Day by talking about the children. So I will be very brief, and I think I will be on time. So I don't have any financial relevant disclosure, and probably in the era of AI, where people are leveled to use, ChatGPT or another AI tools for making the presentation, I just want to disclose that I have not used ChatGPT or any other AI tools for making this presentation. So global burden of childhood cancer, you have already learned so much about this. So childhood cancer ranks 9th in the leading cause. And when we talk about the disease-adjusted life years, it affects too much. 80% of the children at risk of childhood cancer resides in low and middle income country, and that's too bad for us, because in view of the facilities we have, the survival rates are not so good. So, in high-income country, the 5-year survival is more than 80%. In India, where I work, survival is close to the Western world, but I should not celebrate this because there is so much of disparity and inequality in access to care and the outcome. So low survival rate in all the LMICs is attributed to weak infrastructure, lack of supportive care, and poorly defined care pathway. You don't know what is the first step to the last step, and many children present with advanced stages, and when you see the patient of cancer in advanced stages, the survival is very, very bad. So childhood cancer in India, it is 0 to 14 years we level at, and 4% of all cancers. Highest age attributed incidence rate is in Delhi, where I live, in terms of female and male, both as per the population-based cancer registry. So disease-adjusted life years are mainly more with the cancers of eye and the lymphoid leukemia. So Government of India has, started implementing program for NCD, but there is no specific program in relation to the childhood cancer. And in my personal opinion, I don't see childhood cancer much, but in my personal opinion, there should be a spotlight why children with the diverse background should die of childhood cancer, because you are not giving them proper, facility to survive them from cancer. So most studies in India or as part of the world has been done in the selected geographical setting. So we need to have data which represents the whole country, not too specific. So childhood cancer in India, this was one paper which showed that national number of children 0 to 14 years and adolescent 0 to 19 years, they have said that there is an increase in number every year, and they have just stipulated over the period of time what will be the number, which is very alarming. And you see the death part, which is again increasing in number every year. So we have, how do we treat cancer in India? There are tertiary care hospitals where in the medical college, super specialty, multi-speciality, and the secondary level hospital where we have, hospital which has some pediatrician who is treating childhood cancer. So this is from our center, childhood cancer in India. And I think as far as childhood cancer is concerned, India has made a significant improvement in outcomes, but still we have a large barrier because I said there is a diversity and there is a disparity in inequality. Until and unless you just cover up with that, it is very, very difficult to make patients survive. I will just come to the number of oncologists, number of hospitals in different parts. So tertiary hospital that I define, a dedicated pediatric department is available in only 41.6% of the public hospital, 48.6% of the private hospital. And as this is related to the childhood cancer, many of the NGOs has come forward to start a hospital to give services to the children with pediatric cancer. So pediatric oncology, which is one, very, very highly focused oncology specialty, it's growing in number, but still it is 48% of the public hospital has a pediatric oncologist, 44.3% of the private and NGO managed hospital, the maximum 64% has a pediatric oncologist. So treatment through general pediatric medicine, you can see 77%, pediatric surgery 62%. So these are the specialty. Apart from pediatric oncologists, they manage the cancer, children with cancer. So nurses trained in pediatric oncology, you can see this is very sparse, and ultimately you can see the hospital which is managed by NGO for the treatment of pediatric cancer. They have a better equipped with a pediatric oncologist, nurses who has been trained in pediatric. So tertiary hospital cancer treatment, have blood bank and all this thing, tertiary hospital, you have it. But if you talk about the other alternative thing like play therapy, hospice care, less than 1/3 of the hospital have it. Over 2/3 of the government tertiary hospital have a referral linkages. It is very, very important to have a referral linkages because most of the hospital is not giving the full proof services. So you should have a referral linkages and you should have a to see the compliance of the patient, because most of the patient come from the rural background. Once surgery is done, they don't understand after this the treatment is not over. They have to go for the adjuvant therapy, and they leave the treatment in between. So that compliance is very important. So secondary hospitals provided in 36 of the 90 hospitals in the country. This is mostly NGO managed hospital, pediatric medicine department managed childhood cancer in 70% of the secondary hospital. So pediatrician is the first point of contact, and over the period of time, this is very, very necessary to teach them about the more basic things about the pediatric oncology practice. Otherwise, because of lack of awareness on the part of the doctor, can lead to the devastating effect on the outcome of the pediatric patient. So this is another WHO says that WHO Global Initiative on Childhood Cancer aims to reach at least 60% survival rate for children with cancer by 2030, and it is a long way to go in most of the LMICs. Maybe few centers are able to achieve this, maybe more than this, but we need the country representation in more comprehensive way. So diagnostic facility, 90% of the tertiary care center have a histopathology diagnosis, but if you see the secondary hospital, they have a very limited, basic laboratory and the radiological investigation, and they have to have a refer to the higher center for the diagnosis and the further treatment. So cancer treatment drugs, although I know that most of the drugs are cheaper, so tertiary hospitals, 50% of the public tertiary hospitals have the stocks. When it comes to the secondary hospitals, they have sufficient stock for the routine chemotherapy drugs when they have to manage the side effects, because pediatric cancer is a resource-intense process, and when you have to manage the side effects, not only to the cancers, and side effects related to the drugs are very, sometimes very difficult to manage the side effects of the drug. This is the chart. I'm showing the availability of childhood cancer treating drugs in tertiary hospital and divided into the NGO, private and the public. This is another chart which is showing the cost of this. Either it's a free, subsidized, or the market rate. You can see the distribution, and you can find most of the public hospital in India just give free treatment or a few of the advanced drugs as the subsidized rates. So this is for the primary, secondary level public hospital and the private hospital, and you can see that private hospital has a better stock of the drug, and they are not struggling with the stock issue, which is always a problem in the public hospital. So physical infrastructure, less than 50% of the public tertiary hospital had a separate room for managing children, but it's like a dream come true that you see a dedicated pediatric cancer hospital, which you now see a dedicated cancer hospital, but we should have a different wing of this. So this is infrastructure comparison, capacity building. It's a big task for most of the LMICs. The good people, if they learn so good, they go to abroad and just settle there. So it's a very difficult to manage with the human resources angle. So this is the distribution of pediatric oncology training courses in tertiary hospitals in India. And I think COVID-19 has impacted the progress in terms of pediatric oncology progress to a larger extent, and probably it really halted the progress, and we will take much more time to compensate the loss of time during those periods. So this is impact in different forms. So situational analysis of the childhood cancer services, this is a policy brief, and you can see that what we have devised, there is a gap in the availability of the pediatric oncologist. Department is, advanced diagnostic, dedicated beds, and most of the time in our hospital, children are just struggling to get a bed to just continue with the treatment. So this is an ideal pediatric oncology unit, but nothing is ideal in this world. So we'll have to wait for the next life to see the ideal situation in everything, including the pediatric cancer care. So way forward is, universal health coverage is an important agenda. Whole government is trying to just figure out how to just give maximum services to this. And I personally advocate this should be done in the pediatric cancer care. Integration of childhood cancer program in different scheme. There should be a national childhood cancer policy. SEA care model is the best thing. And you should have, whenever you have a national cancer control program or national cancer control scheme in your country, pediatric cancer care should be given a different mention and should be highlighted it should be a spotlight in any of the program, which is not happening right now. So dream ideas, what we can do, dream is always a dream. We can just live it here. So role of government policies and intervention, role of technology and innovation, mobilizing community involvement, addressing health inequalities is a big thing. Disparity and inequality, we just read it, we just forget it, we just don't try to level the field for each and everyone. We should have a collaboration. Strengthening health system, economic and social benefits is too much, because you don't want young children to die because of cancer. It have a bigger impact on your workforce in the country. These are the challenges that we have in India. Most is the rapidly expanding population. Many of the people talk about we should do something like Australia, we should do something like New Zealand. So as a countryman, I'm very proud that India add one Australia to his population every year. So we should not talk about those countries. So this is a strategic roadmap, need assessment and planning, stakeholder engagement, infrastructure development and implementation, which is a very, very difficult phase, and we are working on few projects on the implementation science, which is a newer science, and every LMICs must focus on the implementation phase, which until and unless you will never get the implementation efficacy. And operation management is an important scheme when you have the resources, how to utilize those available resources to set your goals and to achieve those. This is the implementation framework, government and monitoring. This is an inspiring vision we have just created for the Asia Pacific Oncology Alliance. Although this is a very futuristic, I don't know how much we are going to get out of it, but this is the future where we see this. So I think action points, communication is very important. It is not only from the doctors to the patient, but at the national level, patient and their parents should be well aware about the treatment, their side effects, signs and symptoms, childhood cancer care institution, how it reached to the community. This is very important, training and educational, standard treatment guideline, which is very important. Every time when you see NCCN and you see your resources, this is not matching at all, so you need to work in between. And now NCCN has come up with the harmonized guideline they have created for Africa. We are working on some similar kind of things in India, leveraging the insurance scheme that we have in India, and probably for every children, whether they're with cancer or not cancer, probably they must go for vaccination, which is I would like to. So we need to act against all odds to improve odds, because as a social being, as a human being, we have become very, very personalized, and we are trying to manage cancer with our self-centric approach, which is not possible. We need to work on all the socio-cultural determinants, and probably we need to come up with the community and the population-based participation if we want to improve odds against all odds. So this is my take-home message that is already clear. So this is my last slide. I always say that if you want to be ill, you should not talk in terms of I, me, and myself, because the critical letter of illness is I. If you want to promote wellness and want to be well throughout your life, you should talk about we. So this is the best approach. Somebody can adopt it. And I think I would like to just, one video, which is not here. Okay. Yes. So this is a video. I was just trying to play it. You can see this is all about childhood cancer. I'm so impressed with the video because that teaches you so many things. You just see this, you will learn a lot, more than my lecture. It's not working. Can somebody help me in playing Animal Tutorials? Thank you so much for watching this. I think this is so much of learning from this video. I have learned that we just make so much hue and cry that I don't have this, I don't have that. But just see if you have a right intention and you are willing to do something, even a height of few hundred meters with limited resources, you can make someone happy like this. So thank you so much. If you have any question, I will be happy to answer.
Biz ham o'z navbatida katta minnat.
At the same time, we want to thank, because it was a very, even though there is a very difficult topic, but at the end we can see the smiles of children, and this is a beautiful thing, and that's why we want to thank you for that presentation. And now we will proceed, and now the next topic is the relevance of the early diagnosis as well as the therapy of the early immunodeficiencies in pediatric oncology. The head of the laboratory of the fundamental immunology department of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Ismailova Dalat Abdurahimovna, the floor is yours. I think we could connect you to our platform. Thank you. I want to give the presentation. About the orphan diseases in children. Actual problems and the possibilities to solve that. Orphan disease, they are considered to be the indicator of the effectiveness of the healthcare system within the country. And that's why those are considered to be the progressive diseases, and early diagnosis and treatment can preserve a person's relatively healthy status, full life, and ensure quality of life. Untimely alertness and delay in treatment leads to irreversible disability of the patient, with an additional burden on the patient's budget as well as the budget system of the country. That's why late diagnosis is catastrophic in rare diseases. Today, as of today, there are a lot of publications within the world related to the research done for the orphan diseases regarding the epidemiological conditions. And what is interesting is that more than 7,000 different rare orphan diseases are revealed, and it is considered that within the world statistics, 1 out of 10 people within the planet, they have some kind of one type of rare disease. Here you can see the numbers. The numbers are very interesting, and of course it lets us to think about what is happening within the world and what we expect in the future. One of the biggest group of the orphan diseases is considered to be the innate immune errors, or IADs, are heterogeneous group of genetically determined disease of the immune system caused by insufficient efficiency, absence of hyperstimulation of immune factors, clinically manifested by chronic or recurrent infections, autoimmune neoplastic diseases, as well as allergic diseases. That's why the late diagnosis leads to irreversible disability, even to an unfavorable outcome. Timely diagnosis and treatment can save life and ensure quality of life of the patient. That's why I should mention that late diagnosis is catastrophic. And of course, what do we need to pay attention to when we talk about the pediatric oncology? When we mean the immunity disorders, immune deficiencies, they predispose to oncological diseases in childhood. Increasing life expectancy in immunodeficiencies patients increases the overall risk of developing cancer. The incidence of cancer, leukemia or lymphoma, solid tumors in patients with primary immunodeficiency is 1,000 times higher than in the population of healthy children. The type of malignant neoplasm depends on the type of immunodeficiency, the patient's age, and possible viral infections. And different pathogenic mechanisms are involved. Non-Hodgkin lymphomas predominate, accounting for almost 20% of cases. We also need to pay attention that what kind of immunodeficiencies are bringing to the neoplasms in pediatric population. Those are the immunoglobulin A deficiency and other DNA repair disorders are associated with an increased incidence of malignant neoplasms. What do we know for today about the primary immunodeficiency? We just saw that people, we know about it a lot, but it is still a global problem, not only in Asia, in the Eastern country, but also in the whole world, in Europe, in the US, in the Northern Europe, Russia, and among all the continents there. Also try to know about it. The problem is still existing, and it's a global problem. The incidence of PID worldwide averages depending on the form and region, and it occurs more often than is commonly believed. That's why healthcare systems all over the world, they are missing these patients. That's why early diagnosis is problematic nowadays. Within the ICD, there are more than 100 nosologies. More than 1,000 gene defects have been identified. If detected early, some forms of PID are treatable and curable. And so this is important thing to pay attention to. Those are considered to be the main groups of orphan diseases. There are certain publications there where immunologists, where pediatricians, they say that immune deficiencies, they will come out from the orphanic diseases in near future. What are the prognoses for immune deficiencies? Based on the type of immune deficiency, of course, rise greatly depending on the type of immune deficits. Infants with combined immunodeficiency die in the first year of life without therapy of BMT. Thanks to improvement in treatment methods and the expansion of radical treatment options, patient outcomes and long-term survival rate have improved dramatically in children. As of today, what do we need to pay attention? The clinicians should have to pay attention to the severe conditions, whether it's infectious, hematological, oncological disease. If it's a severe, persistent, some kind of disease, then we need to pay attention to. When we talk about the immune deficiencies, so there are certain immune deficiencies that are existing within the literature which can be connected to neoplasms, such as Bloom's syndrome, ataxia-telangiectasia, as well as Nijmegen syndrome. And as I already mentioned, those immune deficiencies will bring to the neoplasms, Wiskott-Aldrich syndrome, Lewy-Body, etc. Again, the international society, they ask to pay attention the pediatric service of the country, especially the hemato-oncological service for the diagnosis, which can be a clinical mask of the congenital immune deficiencies, such as ataxia-telangiectasia, Wiskott-Aldrich syndrome, HPV-connected neoplasms, lymphomas, leukoplakia, liver cancer, Kaposi sarcoma, and etc. In pediatric population, they can be seen quite often. All those patients should be sent to be tested in order to check whether they have any immune deficiencies or not. When we talk about the hematological disease. We need to pay attention to every child with aplastic anemia, autoimmune cytopenia, inherited asplenia, thrombocytopenia, hemolytic anemia, lymphohistiocytosis, erythroid aplasia. Those are all children who are not treated by standard therapy protocols, and they give the their disease is not treated properly. And here we need to think maybe there is some kind of a primary immune deficiency within it. Of course, there are certain type of splenomegaly, idiopathic, all the lymphoma types, and etc. All of this nosologists are added nowadays. Here you can see all the genetic mutations which are shown within this disease, such as neutropenia and etc. Uzbekistan is located in Central Asia, and this is the country which has high birth rate, and we have close to 1 million children per year. Even though there is a social improvement, we still have increased pediatric death lethality cases, and we need to think about that it's not only infectious disease but also oncohematological diseases, and that's why we need to start doing the research regarding the immune deficiency within these children, such as primary as well as the congenital immune deficiency. Those are the main laboratory tests that we need to pay attention to, and those are not the expensive ones. And within the center in our country, we are actively conducting the work in pediatric service to implement the research of conducting the qualitative and determination of the detailed blood formula. The qualitative and percentage indicators of lymphocytes are especially important. Determination of levels of immunoglobulins, molecular tests as well that are widely done in Uzbekistan nowadays, and that's why we have certain instruments in order to put the diagnosis on time and treat on time. The immune deficiencies, they might be, of course, treated, or there might be effect of the treatment if you diagnose this on time and treat it on time. This is the program which is actively involved within our clinical base in our country. And what is, of course, needed? Physical checks, examination, general clinical examination data, preliminary diagnosis, immunological examination, diagnosis verification, molecular genetic testing should be done in order to put the final diagnosis. But due to the fact that we are presenting Asia, we want to say that in Uzbekistan and in general in Central Asia, there is a polymorphism of genes, and we have a lot of marriages related to relatives, and that's why we might have different new genetic mutations, new types of congenital immunodeficiencies that we are facing first time in the world, and those mutations should be comply with the clinical symptoms. Regarding the therapy, as of today, we have the possibility to conduct the supportive therapy with immunoglobulin, such as IV or subcutaneously. We can do the antibiotic prophylaxis, all the treatment which are shown within international protocols to treat immunodeficiencies. And of course, there are certain problems and challenges related to the low detection of these patients, and I should say that this is not only our problem, this is the problem related to the whole world. Thank you so much for your attention. I finished my presentation. I want to say that the symbol of children who has primary immune deficiency is considered to be the zebra. Why zebra? Because this animal was chosen as a symbol of orphatic disease because not everyone can no, everyone can be on guard or put the alertness in order to reveal the diagnosis of the congenital immune deficiency. Everything is, of course, the development. We are working actively on that. I hope based on the laws and the legislation based on our which are adopted in our country, the methods and diagnostic tools that we are using in order to reveal it, it gives certain results. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, Adalat Rahimovna, for the very good presentation given to us, and we wish you all the best in your career. Thank you so much. Thank you. And we will proceed. We have the next topic. Achievement and perspectives of the development of the pediatric hematology within the federal budgetary facility of the National Medical Research Center of Hematology, Oncology and Immunology, named after Dmitry Rychakov from the Russian Federation. And we ask the Deputy of the General Director of the Treatment Service, the head physician, Dmitry Vitalyevich Litvinov. We would ask him to come to the floor. Good day, dear colleagues. First of all, I want to thank organizers for the invitation. This is a very interesting conference, and I think this is very helpful for each of us. I understand the timing is violated, of course, and that's why I want to speed up. I will not tell about our clinic. I will just tell that we have 500 beds available, our inpatient clinics as well as a rehabilitation one, and a big facility which has many educational as well as scientific clinical divisions in it. For 12 certain years we have more than 1,800 hospitalizations. We have unique patients, and we conducted we have primary patients that we review. I would like to go back a bit. 35 years ago, in 1990s, February, there was a congress, and within this congress, pediatric oncologists, hematologists from Soviet Union as well as foreign countries, they came and they made a very unique opening based on the president Alexander Grigorьevich Rumentsev. They found that in acute lymphoblastic leukosis, lymphomas, survival rate is 77%, but our foreign 17% only, but our foreign colleagues, they prevailed 70% at that time. We will not stop on the causes, but now we understand that everything was related to the fact that we had loss of the diagnostic base as well as the understanding of the standardized protocol treatment, not conducting the multi-central trials, and etc. There was a very high lethality rate. And in front of us, there were tasks to do something. And in 1991, the Scientific Research Institute was created. At the same time, our colleagues, they went through the big route. And I should have to say, none of the new chemo medicine is created for the period of for about 35 years. Everything is conducted based on the multi-central trials made. The group was created in our country as well, in our Institute of Pediatric Hematology that I am presenting today. The multi-center group Moscow-Berlin was created, and we made the first protocol, and now we are living on the protocol of Moscow Berlin 2024. The big work was conducted to coordinate all the activities, and now currently more than 60 clinics, they have representative from the whole Russia, Uzbekistan, and Belarus, etc. In addition to creation of the protocols, we could reach a very good result. We reduced threefold the lethality cases among pediatric population who are having cancer. This is the slide that was shown within the presentation of Alexander Grigorievich, which shows the dramatic reduction of the results. Intermediary results are like that. I'm saying that at the end of February there would be the meeting of the multi-central group where all the Moscow Berlin representatives will be there. There would be an update done. We will give all our recommendations to develop this protocol. We try to intensify the chemotherapy for the last few years. And now we can see that there cannot be further intensification done. But thanks God, now it's a new immunotherapy, certain transplantation technologies are in place based on the other mechanism of activity, based on the point targeted effect only causes tumor, neoplastic tumor. Currently, we can conduct this therapy, and one of the first options is to use the non-specific monoclonal antibody blinatumomab, which were used in patients with relapses, and we received twice twofold survival rate of the patients. And after this, we developed a pilot protocol based on which we tried to implement the blinatumomab therapy in the acute stage and implement it, and we wanted to reduce chemotherapeutic burden as well as the continuation of the treatment among these patients. So we created the design of protocol, and we saw this slide. From our point of view, we received revolutionary results. There is no lethality, zero lethality at any stage of our trial done. Non-toxic, non-infection complications. And relapse level was twofold less. It goes to the patients of the standard group. And now few slides about the acute myeloblastic leukosis lymphomas. Many colleagues, they know that this is a difficult disease. And they are sensitive to infectious diseases at the period of side effects. And 10 years ago, we lost the multi-center group, and the whole group should have to be gathered again. Currently, there are more 450 patients with the primary acute myeloid lymphomas. And within 52 clinics, we are conducting the trials on transplantation of the of stem cells. This slide shows the certification of the protocol. I will not stop on this. Intermediary results, they are quite impressive. It brings certain optimism, and we can see that within the group of the high risk, it could reach more than 60% of the survival rate. Taking into account that this is a non-monocentric data of certain facility, this is a multicentric in research, and in perspective, we will implement the cell therapy to CD33 antigen as well as target antigen approach. Now a few slides about transplantation. When we start, in 2001, you can see in Russia, within a year, the transplantation rate was very low in comparison to other developed countries. We went through the big journey, and you can see the amount of transplantation done annually. 2,600 transplantation were done in our center. When we start, there was different figures. There were not enough beds. Every patient had been waiting a queue. Certain patients were not reaching the transplantation, but currently the queue is going fast, and within 2 or 3 months, all the patients they received the treatment needed. The strategy is to improve the situation, and that's why currently many patients they should be transplanted from the donors of the high risk group. That's why we need to develop certain transplantations. It was always difficult transplantation to do, which is connected to the high lethality case. Currently, result of the haploidentical transplantations is like that. Even though there are certain difficulties to find the donors, there are still no severe reactions with the transplant donor. Those are the final as well as intermediate results of haploidentical transplantation. Here you can see the overall survival rate in malignant leukosis, lymphomas, is reached 65%. And if it's not malignant, then it reached 80%. The last thing that I want to talk about is the new technology of the CAR cell therapy, and it was also used in our center. We were using the vectors of our foreign friends. But in 2022, we had to start the technologies from scratch again. I cannot turn on the video, unfortunately. We created this technology at the level of our facility with the viral vector and cultivating this CAR cell lymphocytes. This is a general scheme. And of course, the first results were quite significant for us. You could see that we reached up to 60% of average survival. Those patients, they didn't have any therapy options before. We understood quite fast that in mono regime of this therapy is not working for everyone, and many patients, they are still under the relapse, and maybe it is better to use it together with the transplantation of the bone marrow. That's why, as you can see on this slide, the patients who had transplantation of the hematopoietic stem cells, they have advantage in comparison to the others without transplantation. That's why currently we modify this strategy and we are conducting the transplantation simultaneously with the CAR cell therapy. And preliminary results are quite significant. Results are good. Out of 20 patients who received this therapy, 55% is the average survival rate. This is wonderful. I think the still development all over the world, as well as in our center, there are certain works on with T cell acute lymphoblastic leukosis, myeloid leukosis with different other leukosis. And CAR cell therapy is considered as a platform of immune therapy. It will go out from the framework of oncohematology, and it's oncology, it's a solid gliomas, and etc. This is a universal platform. I said that our directions are not limited. We are working on different protocols. We are always inviting for collaboration. We know that Uzbekistan is collaborating with our center. That's why we want to thank you. We are always ready to jointly participate in every project, and that's why I should say that our friendly team is doing a great job. And our smart authority, we want to thank them, as well as the support of the Ministry of Health of Russian Federation. And you know, the President of Russian Federation as well, they are supporting us. Our mission is in that, so every child is happy from our work and healthy from our work. Thank you so much for your attention. I'm ready to respond to questions. Unfortunately, I know there is no time left. Are there any questions in reality? We want to thank you once more, because this presentation gave us a lot of information. There was information from Cleveland saying that there are more people who are sick, but their lethality is reducing, and your graphs are making us happy because this is a great work and results are following. Thanks you once more, and applauses for you. I want to thank moderators, and now it's a small lunchtime, up to 15:00. Thank you.
Места. Мы продолжим ровно через минуту. Hurmatli konferensiya ishtirokchilari, marhamat.
Dear participants of conference, please be seated. We are going to continue our scientific and practical conference.
Sessiyalar endi boshlanadi.
We are going to start a new session, and please also, if you have any questions, if you have any concern, please, you will have time for this, and you can also raise your hand and we can give you a microphone so you can also ask it. And of course we have moderators. It will be me and other moderators, and we will have another interesting presentations. Our moderators: Gerova Olga Alexandrovna, Mahmudova Dilarom Salahidinovna. Please take your seats. It's good to see you, and of course you know your mission. If there are questions from medical point of view or others, please ask questions. And of course, and our participants also have the opportunity to ask questions. So we have a topic: the modern approaches to oncological and oncohematological diseases in children, transplantation, and other onco-orthopedical issues. I would like to introduce a speaker from Republic of Uzbekistan, representative of Scientific Practical Center of Oncological and Oncohematological Diseases, Abdusattarov Aybek Kamalovich. Please, the floor is yours. Dear participants of the conference, I'm very glad to see you. Let us inform you with the main achievements in the solving problems of children on orthopedic Republic of Uzbekistan. The relevance of the problem, it is a very important part of the medicine, and since tumors of bones and soft tissues in children require timely diagnosis and complex treatment, malignant neoplasms of bones and soft tissues are characterized by an aggressive course and a high risk of metastasis. So we have the main problems in the onco-orthopedics for children: increasing incidence and diagnostic complexity, late detection of tumors, the worsens forecasts, limited possibilities of organ-preserving operations, the need for complex surgical interventions, high cost and availability of treatment, and lack of rehabilitation programs. There is also statistics on malignant tumors of bones and soft tissues. We will see the light green, it's a rate of new cases, and we can see that this rate is increasing since 1992 to 2022. And we also have dark green triangles, and it is a mortality rate. So if we can see, it's also increasing recently. This graph is about childhood cancer 2014 to 2018. Incidence rates from the ICCC group, including myelodysplastic syndromes and benign brain tumors group 3 in individuals under 20 years of age, both sexes and all races. We can see brain CNS 54% and also leukemia grade 1, it's around 50%. There is also statistics, it's incidence rates, case distribution, and 5-year relative survival by age in international classification of childhood cancer, ICCC tribe, births to 19 years, it's USA. We can see that the sarcoma is mostly, the distribution is mostly in teenager age, and we can also see that the survival rate is not that high. So in this slide we can also see the new cases of bone cancer detected among children from 0 to 21 in the Republic of Uzbekistan 2023 to 2024. In 2023 we can see 29 cases and 42 cases in 2024, and we can see that there is a growth in this area. And also there are new cases of sarcoma detected in Uzbekistan in 2023-2024, and we can see in 2023 it's 39 cases and 2024 it's 93 cases. So the goal of research, the purpose of the study, improving the efficiency of diagnostic and treatment methods for bone and soft tissue sarcomas in children in the Republic of Uzbekistan. Here is an international protocol for diagnosis and treatment. We can in our center under the guidance of the Ministry of Health of Republic of Uzbekistan, we have national clinical guidelines according this protocol, and it's like now successfully are being implemented in the our children department. From July 28, we have different high technology operations by having the, so here we have a case, a patient born in 2008, chondrodysplasia of the proximal left femur condition after tumor exhalation and cementoplasty. Complication: pathological fracture, operation, segmental resection of the proximal left femur with hip replacement. So we can see the hip replacement, also you can see the stages and the functions, like it's functioning. And on the third day after the surgical intervention, the next patient, it's diagnosis Ewing's sarcoma of the proximal right femur condition after 6 courses of NFCT surgery, segmental resection of the proximal right femur with hip replacement. You can see it's the growing femur. So we can see the before and after. So this is the moment from operation. How it is being integrated, and how we also check it after we install this into the hip. And it's also a very interesting case. The patient from 2009, and there was a fibrosarcoma of soft tissues, and during the operation we removed the tumor, but the post-surgery is the effect is more than 5 centimeters, and then we decided to take some tissue from another part of the body. So the patient is very satisfied with the results. Another case is patient 2008, born in 2008, diagnosis osteosarcoma of the proximal right tibia condition after 6 courses, surgery, segmental resection of the proximal right tibia with knee arthroplasty. So this is after the surgery. So according to the decree of the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan to develop oncological and hematology services, they are being progressively done. Since 2004, in the Center of Children Oncology and Hematology, there is electroinfinity equipment, allows physicians to precisely deliver radiation to the target while sparing surrounding healthy tissue and critical structures. Future directions in treatment and diagnosis, possibilities for the introduction of new technologies and methods. One of the innovational methods with the futuristic object, it's CAR-T therapy, and the CAR-T therapy is a innovational method of therapy, and it's a therapy to receive FDA approval for treatment of solid tumors, and the it is a very progressive therapy, and the advantage is it's very high effective, and it can treat lymphoma and leukemia, and they can be in the body of a person. It's like also individual approach and based on the immune system of the patient. So in conclusion, by using the advanced imaging techniques in diagnostics and the application of modern treatment strategies have demonstrated improved functional and clinical outcomes in children with bone and soft tissue sarcoma, and the use of immunochemical and molecular genetic analysis has significantly increased the possibilities of accurate diagnostics. In addition, organ-preserving surgical interventions, high-dose chemotherapy and targeted therapy have contributed to the improvement of clinical and functional results in patients. This in turn has improved the quality of life of patients and optimized treatment results. The implementation of practical and methodological interaction of specialists dealing with oncological diseases in children in the regions of the Republic of Uzbekistan, the introduction of national clinical protocols has increased the possibilities of early diagnosis of bone and soft tissue tumors in children. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm sorry, we would like to ask a question. Thank you very much, first of all. It was very interesting. I would like to ask about rehabilitation. You mentioned that rehabilitation is still problematic. Can you elaborate more? So where the rehabilitation takes place? After the surgery in our department, every day we have rehabilitational measures. We doctors, we deal with it. And of course, it is being planned to create rehabilitational centers. So it's not rehabilitations. We don't have special other doctors. We just have treatment doctors. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. There was a question and there was a reply. If you have a question, please make a note. Then you will have opportunity to ask a question. And now we have the topic GICC and the participation of Central Asia in Uzbekistan. And we would like to introduce Vitaly Smelov, WHO presenters. It's online presentation. Please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Vitaly Smelov. I am a technical expert at the European Regional Office of the World Health Organization. On this day, I would like to congratulate you on International Childhood Cancer Day. I wish you good health, great optimism, boundless creativity, and all the best in your noble work. I would like to dedicate my lecture to Uzbekistan's contribution to global efforts in fight against childhood cancer. In this presentation, I will focus on WHO's efforts in combating childhood cancer worldwide in Uzbekistan. taking into account the Global Initiative for Childhood Cancer and the Global Platform for Access to Childhood Cancer Medicines. I will highlight Uzbekistan leadership in these initiatives, the existing challenges and solutions, as well as the future support and collaboration and ongoing and upcoming efforts in this critically important field. WHO is fighting childhood cancer worldwide and in Uzbekistan. The World Health Organization is the leading and coordinating authority on health matters within the UN system, and our official mandate is to strengthen health, ensure global security, and serve vulnerable populations. Key functions include setting norms and standards, providing leadership in global health issues, and monitoring trends. Uzbekistan is a member of World Health Organization, one of 194 member states. The highest governing body of WHO is the General Assembly, which holds meeting every May in Geneva. And in the European region, WHO is divided into 6 regions. Regional meetings are held in October. WHO's European region is a vast and diverse region with population of over 900 million people, consisting of 53 countries with its own unique culture and healthcare system. It is worth noting that we follow the one WHO principle, which implies close coordination between regional offices and country offices, such as the country office in Afghanistan, as well as with headquarters in Geneva. Thus, the general initiative and the global platform. In general, we talk about childhood cancer because this is a serious issue. Every year, 400,000 children and adolescents under the age of 19 develop cancer. However, in high-income countries where comprehensive services are generally available, more than 80% of affected children are cured, whereas in the low and middle-income countries, the cure rate is less than 30%. And the reason for this is the lack of incorrect or late diagnosis, barriers to accessing medical care, and treatment interruptions, death due to intoxication as well as relapses. It is important to note that only 29% of low-income countries report the availability of cancer medications compared to 96% of high-income countries. The slide shows that 60% of cases that are preventable in high-income countries on the left side of the slide lead to death in countries with middle incomes. And this is a real example from one of the Central Asian countries. In 2017, the UN General Assembly issued a resolution on the importance of combating infectious diseases, including cancer, and improving access to diagnosis, treatment, and care for children with oncological diseases. As a result, in 2018, a global initiative to fight childhood cancer was launched in collaboration with St. Jude, with the goal of increasing survival rates to 60% by 2030. In response to the shortage of medicines in low and middle income countries, a global platform for access to childhood cancer treatment drugs was launched in 2021. Its goal to ensure an uninterrupted supply of equality assured cancer medications to these countries, with the primary objective of treating at least 120,000 children. The initiative is being launched in collaboration with St. Jude, UNICEF, and PAHO. WHO is launching a website called the Knowledge and Action Portal, KAP, where you can find detailed information. The initiative is outlined in the overview and framework documents, including the Cure-All Action Program. Most of all are already familiar with the abbreviation Cure-All, where each letter represents a package of actions aimed at strengthening the fight against cancer. This is framework document of the global initiative, and we are working on it with colleagues in Uzbekistan and other countries. Another important document I would like to highlight, and which was developed as part of the Global Childhood Cancer Initiative, is the first WHO report on social inequalities in relation to pediatric oncology. Uzbekistan participated in both the development and presentation of this report. The report identified significant differences in childhood cancer incidence and mortality between countries and within countries. It also highlighted social inequalities throughout the lives of children and their families after a cancer diagnosis. And this report showed that in countries with high and middle income levels, which include the countries of the WHO European region, children with cancer may face inequalities in access to treatment, as well as in the quality of care and support. On the right side of the slide, there is a list of countries ranked by the mortality to incidence ratio, with Uzbekistan leading the list, and the focus countries are marked with yellow arrows in the WHO European region. The WHO reports can serve as the recommendations for developing an action plan, as the report showed that the key to a positive outcome is early diagnosis and quick access to quality treatment. It was also found that socioeconomic status, gender, geography, and age contribute to disparities in diagnosis and survival. Moreover, a childhood cancer diagnosis is a significant factor in both short-term and even long-term inequality in a child's life, as well as in the life of their family. So how does Uzbekistan demonstrate leadership in these global initiatives and in addressing issues related to improving care for childhood cancer? It is important to note here that by 2040, the incidence and mortality rates in the European region among children and adolescents aged 0 to 11 years will decrease. However, the forecast for Uzbekistan is the opposite. Incidence and mortality rates are expected to increase by approximately 12%. This is due to the increase in the number of children in Uzbekistan, as well as improvements in cancer diagnostics. I partially presented the slide during the first International Congress on Pediatric Oncology, which was held in Tashkent in June 2024. It includes a timeline of events and activities that were conducted with the support of WHO in Uzbekistan within the framework document of the Global Cure All Initiative. They include an assessment of the country's needs, including palliative care in collaboration with St. Jude, an evaluation of how decisions are made by policymakers, extensive work related to qualitative, like the development of high-quality recommendations for the Islamic Development Bank's loan funds, which included a major impact mission with the development of a short-term, medium-term, and long-term recommendations. The DIDICO project aimed at identifying barriers, rapid diagnosis, and initiating treatment, which has been completed, and the results are currently being analyzed. Several VHO missions. Additionally, adaptation of clinical protocols, essentially clinical guidelines for 6 types of cancer, and 2 additional cancers. And also, perhaps most importantly, furthermore, the work on integrating Uzbekistan into the global platform for access to medicines. I would like to give a couple of examples here. Examples that I'm proud of, just as I'm proud of my Uzbek colleagues for their work on the global level, where I was fortunate to take part. One of these, of course, and perhaps the most important, is participation in the global platform. It's a complex process. Many of you have been involved in it, and even more have heard about it. But the fact remains, this year the medication will start arriving in Uzbekistan, 1 of 2 countries out of 6 selected on a global scale. And we expect that 14 medical institutions will begin receiving the medications. This will help improve access to essential high-quality cancer drugs from a list of 35 for thousands of children annually. It may not be grand, but an equally significant example is the information campaign about hospice care in Uzbekistan, which went viral. In fact, Why is this important? Because it's a great example of cooperation and communication with international partners between the Ministry of Health and the state organizations. Moreover, this has led to the realization at the national level of the need to further develop pediatric palliative care services. Any child with an oncological disease should have access to high-quality treatment, regardless of the country. We know that despite progress in high-income countries within the WHO European region, there is a significant inequality in access to early diagnosis and treatment, which is dangerous for society and may worsen during a crisis. Children are not just small adults. They require a specialized approach to cancer treatment. And in every country, there should be schemes of assistance adapted to resources and the possibilities of the assistance scheme. Since the full spectrum of services is not always available, cooperation with partners and integration into oncology networks are essential. We see, including the example of Uzbekistan, that global efforts in pediatric cancer provide an excellent foundation and clear pathways to improve the management of pediatric oncology cases worldwide. They have created unique platform for dialogue, allowing countries to exchange experience and best practices. We are proud that Uzbekistan is actively participating in these initiatives and congratulate them on this achievement. With joint efforts, we can achieve significant improvements in the treatment of childhood cancer and ensure the well-being of children and their families. So, what will we do after today? First, we will continue supporting the implementation of the global platform for access to medical drugs for childhood cancer. There is still a lot to be done. Secondly, we will support the development of national childhood cancer strategy, which may be a standalone initiative or can become part of a larger national cancer control strategy known as NCCS. And we indeed support the updating or adaptation of national clinical protocols and guidelines, as well as strengthening capabilities in palliative care, infection control, nursing, intensive care, and epidemiology. Colleagues, thank you very much for your attention. Once again, I congratulate everyone on International Childhood Cancer Day. See you soon. Dear friends, it was Vitaly Smelov from World Health Organization. And our session is going on, and we are going to talk about developing donors and stem cells in Russia. And we want to introduce Gerova Olga Alexandrovna, the medical director, the center named after Vasily Perevochik, and she is also the society.
Good day. Thank you so much for the possibility to give me to give a floor, to have a floor in this very important conference, and as well as for the open dialogue on the challenge. What can be changed, whatever is existing right now. I think doctors, we need to pay attention to what is exactly currently existing. When we talk about achievements, it's a good, of course, but from the other point, we need to think about like what should we do in order to have a better result for the children as well as for adults. I'm a medical director of the blood bank, and named after Rosinov. And I want to share certain points. When you hear it first time, you think the doctors they did a lot of work in order to create the registry of the donors of the bone marrow. But everything started from this woman. She's Shirley Nolan, and she had a child who had a syndrome which is called Aldrich, and doctors couldn't help this person. She's from UK. At that time, they had the transplantation, but there was no understanding about the non-relative transplantation. And she proposed with the doctor saying, if we in our family we don't have the donor compliant, maybe there might be another donor from the other people, because the amount of genes are, of course, restricted. And then she started working with the laboratory, and she formed the first donor base, which became a donor center, and she developed a registry of England, which includes the donor center. Unfortunately, she couldn't help her own child. That's why this registry is named after Anthony Nolan. And it helps all over the world, and it's operating for more than 45 years. And for this period, the structure of the registry is developed and structured properly, because at the beginning it starts by having the patient societies and merging and working with the doctors, and now it's a structured form, which includes certain participants. This is a donor center, this is the umbilical blood bank, it's a transplantation center, as well as the center of cell preparation. The transplantation center, it can assist of certain search center, as well as or it might be within the registry, because if transplantation center it does not have transplantation activity, maybe 50 non-relative transplantation, then they do not need this center. But the search is conducted by people who understand immunogenetics. They need to understand what does it mean non-relative donor, and what is the possibility to receive it. When we talk about non-relative donor, it's not about 100% of result. You start doing the search, you start working with donor, but at any point donor can say no. And the main aim of this donor center, they want donor to not to cancel the operation at the last stage. And that's why all the structure, that the donor center as well as transplantation center as well as the umbilical cord bank, they are regulating the cell transportation to transfer within the country. The main aim of the registry is to save the data and different data of the donors, as well as the genes and its standardization, because every donor center should have to work in certain time frames, legislative frames. There are every donor center, they need to provide the insurance to every donor, of course. This is some kind of continuation that is existing within the country, and they need to follow certain principles. This is financial warranties given, because the registry allocating financing by working with insurance companies in order to provide them all the costs related to non-relative donor. It's coordination of the search of the within the registry. This is a coordination of donor for the patient. All the inquiries coming from the foreign registers, they come to this registry, and they also do the statistical data collection. And the registries all over the world, they are united by the World Association of the Bone Marrow the organization, and there are 57 countries. There are close to 41 million information registries within it, and registries can basically check those applicants. They can check within this registry whether they can receive the donor of bone marrow donor from certain point or from certain country or not. And within the Russian Federation, we started our way quite long ago. In 1988, the work was conducted on the base of the Scientific Center of Transphysiology and Hematology, and they created laboratories on typing the donors. But unfortunately, when we talk about when you start the registry, you think that the laboratory is important, but it's not only about the laboratory. Other elements are very important. Up to 2013, within our country, by existing the registry, which is operated from 1988, we have all foreign transplants available. In 2009, we formed Another registry based on the plasma, Rosplasma Federal Medical Biological Agency in Kirovsk Scientific Center. This is the only center which receives the state financing in order to create the laboratory, because the zonal laboratories are financed by non-governmental budgetary funds. And this is initiative of Bubner, Professor Bubner, and in their university, and there are immunogeneticians who knows the immunogenetical problems. But when you work with laboratory, you do not see the person behind those data, but you still need to work with this person because it's not only related to the database, but then you need to work with the physical person in order to bring him up to the donation level. In 2010, in Korea Republic, we have the first non-commercial registry available. It is organized by Yuri Gachov. He's a hematologist doctor. He's still existing in our country now. He's successful, but the only point is that mainly their transplants, they went abroad, and due to the lacking of a unified base at the territory of Russian Federation, at that time, in 2012, another non-commercial structure is formed, and in 2017, the National Register of the bone marrow donor registry is created, and in 2022, we are merging the data based on the Federation System bone marrow registry. We created and developed our system. And of course, our laws were formed in 2021, because in 2021, the first decree of the Russian Federation is adopted related to donor, bone marrow transplant donor. And now I will talk about national legislation. We are based on, if we talk about our fund, we have the Rust Fund. It consists of 1.5 billion ruble per year, and they partially provide the money, allocate the money for the registry activity. Why you see here the name of Vasy Perevoshchikov? Because this is a child in 2013. He was taken as based on as an example to do the fundraising. And they reached up to 100 million. But unfortunately, at that time, he couldn't find the donor in Russia. This person was within the world, but the time of activation was late. That's why this child died, unfortunately. That's why it's important to have our own donors within the country, because currently we are unified 2,000 potential donors, and we are working with our donors from A to Z, and we are conducting all the works with the non-relative donors. We are doing all this communication. And what is important here to understand, when you conduct a non-relative transplantation, because there are a few stages of the how to conduct this transplantation, you need to go through certain steps. You need to find the donor, and after we need to understand whether this person is really non-relative, and their genes should have to be added to the system in order to understand whether there are potential donors or not. If there are no potential donors, then we cannot see this type of transplantation for this patient, and that's why the primary research should be quite accessible for the patients and the doctors as well. So there should not be a lot of inputs placed like in the medical history, in order to retrieve certain information from the system. After you find a potential donor, you should have to select the donor properly, because then you might think it's quite easy thing. You compare the data, and after this you will ask the probe to be taken, but you need to conduct a proper communication dialogue with the donor in order to allow in order for him to agree for the conduction of this transplantation, because now that he has the feeling that he had to support someone and help someone with his own bone marrow. And if there is some kind of organization which is conducting this recruiting and communication, then after this you will receive yes response. We have 10% of negative responses. In Europe it might reach up to 50%. But probably it's connected to the fact that how do you recruit people? There is a big registry in Germany which is called the Chimers. The response rate is very low. Also, no response rate very low. They ask a lot of donors to be actively involved in it. And after this, you need to understand how you organize the bio sample to be sent to the laboratory, to the transplantation center. And what kind of financing will be there in order to conduct the controlled typing, because it is done it's not only done for the patient, but this is a sample with unique identification code without the name and surname there, because transplantation center, they don't have any information about the donor. And when we talk about the selection, it is important to make this process comfortable for donors. When we talk about our country is quite big, starting from Kaliningrad to Kamchatka. There are so many time zones, and donor needs to be selected properly. He needs to conduct a medical check, everything in one place, without going to the clinic where he will have to pay the fee and where the stem cells will be taken from him. For example, our center of stem cell cell preparation is not that much. They are located in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Yekaterinburg cities, and few cases has happened in Novosibirsk as well. And donors are allocated from, recruited from every country, from every place of the country. And our center, RDKMM, is working with everyone, but we try to make it that way so donor is doing all the checks within his region. Activation of the donor. After we recruit the donor, we select him. The transplantation clinic, they approve this decision to transplant bone marrow, and after this they start the protocol and we start preparation of the patient, and then we decide the day when we will collect the cell, and from that point we start to do the proper check. Because before that you just reveal the infection, and after that you need to discuss with the patient, saying, donor saying, these cells should be collected of certain date, certain time, and there might be certain doctors' commissions done in order to choose certain date and discuss it with patient. And after that, he will come second time, and their cells are prepared. And this person is not located in the facility. They prepare the cells for about 9 days, and we had we wanted to place him in inpatient clinic, and hematologists, they opened the medical history of the donor. But those donors within the medical facility, they start having some kind of sicknesses. They have some kind of additional symptoms. This person, they can see patients, and after that they become patients themselves. This is a bad practice which couldn't be practiced long. After the donor is passing their cells, we will check him after 1 month, after 6 months. We have anonymous collaboration with donor and recipients. After 2 years, they can meet each other. Those meetings are very emotional, quite good. I saw today 2 videos, very emotional ones regarding the children. Those kind of meetings, they are bringing so much emotions, and usually the whole audience is crying when they see these videos. And of course, we are following our patients in order to understand what is their condition after the transplantation. And also in order to understand what should we do with this donor after, because donors, they are also going through certain emotions, and when they do not help patients, they also need psychological support. And this is what we work on. I had few cases when there is a real psychological support needed for the donor in order to go through this fact that donor couldn't help patient. But we start this work in advance because we say this is just a chance. There might be a negative case, like a negative case, and donor should be ready on this. And at the last stage is the providing the transplant to the patient. And it is very important for patients that they will have the transplant available within the clinic. And this transportation is conducted by the couriers within our clinic with certain experience, with certain, they can do it through certain thermocubes, with temperature regime within it, and coordinators, they are managing it all over the route. And because we are working not only within the country, we are working outside of the country as well. This is what I wanted to mention. Thank you so much for the attention. And this is our contact if you need my help. Olga Alexandrovna, I think there are questions. Yes. Now the floor is for you. The question from the audience.
Good afternoon. First of all, Olga Alexandrovna, thank you very much for interesting speech. What steps the National Register of Russian Federation is taking for increasing awareness among population about importance of donor of bone marrow? As you know, if you know, we also plan to launch national register, so it will be very relevant for us. We had actually 2013 when the Russian fund they took, and this fund was made by journalists, and they made a huge role in media space to really create awareness to in this issue. And due to their efforts, to journalist efforts in general, they find it out from mass media. And then they go into details. They can find on the website of register of federal system, or maybe on the website of with the donor points. In 2013, we were really like just standing, and now the awareness is really quite high. But the main thing is mass media. Maybe any other questions in our room? Thank you very much for your speech, Olga Alexandrovna. Please, if you can, a little bit tell more. According to the decree, starting from January 1st, current year, there should be open the National Register of Donors and Recipients, and we introduced our colleague. I would like you to make it more open. Yes, we will make it more open. I know it will be in the next speech by the representative of our center, but if you can yes, if we can go to the next speaker. I also would like to listen from you. The stage you are involved in, it's a new stage, new history in the life of our country, because we opened national register and potentially have donors, and we are currently doing some documentation, and of course we already signed actually some documents, and there are some legislative acts are already in implementation phase. And according to these legislative acts, there are some transplantation in the auto, and it's a big proud for our country. And the other transplantation happened in the National Children's Center, and it is a pride for us, but we don't have national bank of donors and recipients, so that's why we would like you to open it a little bit, and I would like our colleagues and as representatives of the country, we started to be proud of us. Thank you. Yes, you are at the beginning of the journey, and frankly speaking, it's good when you start and you go to the pathway which you already see, because you can avoid mistakes. And I made an emphasis that we started to work on it long ago, but the legislative acts, they started to appear only in 2022. It's just a few years ago, you see, and I hope it will help you to move really faster, it become more effective, because it's not just about creating it. You really need to make it effective, and people needs to start being involved in it, and everybody then will be satisfied. Thank you very much. One more question. I am always thankful to colleagues who are participating in the live, forming this history. Of course, until the stage we already had a lot of work is being done, and scientists, colleagues, doctors, of course, they invested and they made big contribution in what we have now. And after we receive, in my representative now, I'm saying that because I'm heading this, and the big stage of work is being done, and we came not to the new thing, but to what was already formed. And I'm always saying that holidays are not just being for nothing, but it is about achievements, people who did it before us. And our task is to build on it and to prioritize things. And I said that you are representative of all the work you do, and you have big experience, a really huge experience, 15, 20 years of experience, and there's stages of transformation and growth. And our colleagues went through it, and now they came to the point when they can help. But I want to say children cannot wait so long. We don't have time for evolution. We need revolution. And that's why we need to move fast in parallel to raise specialists and by big steps going to the future. And from our side, I would like to say thank you very much for support that support these ideas. And of course, they are kind of a innovator ideas. And maybe some people will not support me in revolution because it's lives of people. But I want to say thank you for people who support us. And it is having chance for life, and I am sure we will go fast and effective. Yes, we will surely support you fully. Thank you very much. Thank you for wonderful presentation. Thank you that you actually remind me that I am a journalist, and actually today I will make a publication in my account, because donor thing is for some people it's just life. That's why thank you that you remind me. It's a really, really big thing. Thank you very much, friends. Maybe you have already people, not only journalists, but maybe medical bloggers, because today bloggers are very operative, and maybe in your blog you can share more to your followers about today's event, about speakers, and of course about the relevance of this topic. And now we are going to have next topic, and it's about experience of creating a national registry of HLA type donors of hematopoietic stem cells in Uzbekistan. And the floor is to Mahmudova Dilarom Salahiddinova, Deputy Chief Physician, Scientific and Practical Center for Children's Oncology, Hematology and Clinical Immunology. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to be with you. And thank you very much, Olga Alexandrovna. You made a very good review of history, and you as an international expert, you help us to overcome difficult. And as Jamil Gairatova said, not evolution but revolution. Of course, we are at the beginning of our journey, and today, I will not say the same thing, but the transplantation of bone marrow and also the stem cells very relevant in the medical practice. Of course, we understand that in particular, in addition to malignant and other neoplasms of lymphoid and hematopoietic tissues, malignant neoplasms in organ systems such as soft tissues, bones, articular cartilage, as well as other systematic diseases, including demyelinating diseases of the central nervous system, diseases of the skin, and subcutaneous issues, systematic connective tissue lesions. And one of the main conditions for successful transplant is the timely selection of optimal donor, related or unrelated. So today, currently, the transplantation activity on the territory of the Republic of Uzbekistan regulated by the law. So we are actually preparing this by the law on transplantation, and we have this decree number 768 of April 28, 2022, and the resolution on measures to regulate the transplantation of organs and or tissues of June 13, 2024. And all these documents, they are about transplantation of organs and tissue, and nothing is about bone marrow transplantation. That's why the first thing we started, and I think due to the efforts of Jamila Garatamna, the big work was done on legislative framework, because it should be the foundation of the work and creating our register, national register. So now in the current situation at the local level, there is no single platform and a clear algorithm associated with it, as well as specific patient routing schemes for consultation. And the Republic doesn't have its own registry. Patients are forced to go abroad, which significantly increases the time it takes to provide medical care using bone marrow transplantation. At the same time, medical institutions do not have access to the international search for unrelated donors in the WMDA system, which doesn't allow them to search for an unrelated donor abroad. And also the histocompatibility system has a pronounced polymorphism and is closely related to ethnicity, which complicates the process of finding an unrelated donor for our patients. Often, even abroad, it's impossible to select an unrelated donor. Considering all of the above, there is an obvious need to form a national register of donors and recipients of bone marrow and stem cells. And that's why, according to the decree and the resolution of the government of the Republic of Uzbekistan, number 3183 from May 21, 2024, measures to further improve the provision of medical care to children suffering from oncological, hematological, and immunological diseases. One of the priority areas activity of the Scientific and Practical Center of Children's Oncology, Hematology, and Immunology has become the development of HSC transplantation and the creation of the National Registry of Bone Marrow and Stem Cell Donors. So today, 30% of the patients, they can allogen transplantation, and they have optimal identical systems, human leukocyte antigens from relative donors. And the possibility of transplantation for 70% of patients is associated with the availability of alternative sources of HSC, compatible unrelated donor, haploidentical related donor, or umbilical cord blood samples. Among alternative sources, common like HSC from HLA compatible unrelated donor is the most commonly used worldwide. And to perform allogenic HSC transplantation, a prerequisite is the compatibility of the donor. Not all patients manage to find a related donor, and then it's necessary to search for an unrelated donor. And information on related donors in the register. The compatibility rate of unrelated donor and patient is 1 to 10,000 due to the high polymorphism of genes. So the national register we already talked through, it's about we already base our experience on the best practices and the international experience, so they help us to create this structure which will connect attracting potential donors and GC laboratory transplant center. So there are 3 stages. So the first part, we need to attract potential donors, then we need to organize a methodological department to type it, and then when we have a foundation, when we have more than 10,000 HLA type donors of HSC, then we can say about first transplantation from our bank. Next, we will have transplant centers, and of course transfusion service, which will provide these procedures and components. So the organizational methodological department, we already work on the development of the informational system of national registry, some concepts, also the stage-by-stage route, and in this stage we also have some organizational moments and documents. We also plan to create NGS laboratory for typing potential donors, like DNA extraction. If DNA is not obtained, the department informs the organizational and methodological department, which is in turn actively contacts the potential donor. And we also have the department on coordinating and conducting for unrelated donor. So when the donor is found, then it should be the retest. We also have the transfusiology service or transfusion service procurement center. It will be in the base of our center. And the tasks are collection of hematopoietic stem cells, processing of bone marrow and hematopoietic stem cells in accordance with recommendation on issues on providing medical care, storage of bone marrow and the fractions of donor lymphocytes, and preservation of bone marrow or hematopoietic stem cells. Cryocon. And also I already mentioned that we are only at the beginning of a journey, but if we go, then everything will be provided. We need to formulate standards of work with potential donors. We need to inform citizens or create awareness around this issue. And also we need to inform citizens about the type of donors, and we need help of journalists and public organizations and others. We also need to ensure the entry of citizens into the register, maintaining and storing personal data of potential donors and other tasks. So our HLA compatibility, it's a very important factor, but it's not the only one factor. And of course, to improve the results of HLA-AST, it's necessary to select an optimal donor, and also it should be it's not only that, it should be also a planned time, and the performed transplantation is a stage of therapy. So this is our plan for the 5 years. If today in the world we have more than 40 million potential HLA donors in the world, the National Register of State Cooperative Insurance Companies in the Republic of Uzbekistan for the next 5 years would like to have 3,000 potential donors, then 7,000, then 15,000, then 30,000, and in 2028, 60,000 potential donors. So the chance to meet your twin, like genetical twin, it's very rare. So please, you also should be in the system. And I think that the recruiting organizations united into a single system of a functional basis, created on the basis of medical, educational, scientific, and other organization of various forms of ownership, for the purpose of conducting events to inform, motivate, and recruit donors of bone marrow and hematopoietic stem cells in the Republic of Uzbekistan. We know that our people love children very much, and I think with the development of high technologies and the new method, or for example colony stimulating factors, and the development of cell separation technology since the 1970s, the peripheral blood stem cells began to be used to obtain hematopoietic blood cells instead of bone marrow. The use of cell separators has significantly simplified the procedure of obtaining blood stem cells and reduced the number of complications associated with the anesthesia and traumatic damage to bone tissue. And in conclusion, I would like to say that the realization of these methods and to create the single register in the Republic of Uzbekistan, and to have this information about potential donors of BM and HLA, as well as unified approach to organization of HLA typing, will allow not only to provide medical assistance to children suffering from oncological, hematological, and other diseases in our Republic due to quality for which BMT, but also to ensure preservation of the donor's health and the performance of his donor function. I wish you luck in this journey, and let us have passion for this, and let us be united in the strengths. I have experience to work with donors of blood usually, and it's not easy. It's not easy to persuade person to give blood, but to be a donor of HLA, it's much more serious. So Dear colleagues, your efforts, specifically youth, we really need your support and your attention. Thank you very much.
Rahmat deymiz.
We want to thank you as well. I think we have certain questions, right? So the floor is yours. Good day. Dear friends, dear colleagues, dear guests. I don't have exactly a question. This is just a small remark. I'm listening and I'm listening to every of this presentation. I want to thank every presenter because we are very happy to hear that we have wonderful staff, specialists. But as your presentation shows, we have the new stage of development of the pediatric oncology, hematology within our country. And I'm working like in 200 meters from you. I'm working in the adult center, and this is something new for me, saying that at the level of the state, there is some kind of support. There is a document, a legislation document, which allows to develop our activity. I want to say that there are many things is, of course, depends on the massive awareness. We have certain bloggers, we have certain journalists, and this is a big problem, actually, if we would not raise the awareness. I am trying to advocate for the blood donorship. Unfortunately, it stops just with some kind of information. We do information to the to local people. And Dr. Sokhudin mentioned today that it's very difficult to organize just a general donorship of the blood and its component. And now we are thinking about doing the hematopoietic cell transplantation. If we will together, if we will not unite together and conduct this work with propaganda work with the mass media, then we might have certain big problems. That's why I'm asking the young people. I should have to say that I'm the first one who will support among the doctor. I'm really old, but whatever. I will try to support you, to agitate, to advocate for this. For this work, I should have to say that you are making a great work. Jamil Shagaratovna, I'm bending towards you. I was the first director, and you are continuously doing the work that we are doing, and you are wonderfully having achievements within it. I wish you all the best. I hope that every further step will be revolutionary. Even though we are located in the 200-meter distance among each other, we are still together working. Of course, yeah, sure, I absolutely agree with you. Thank you. That's why I want to thank you. Thank you so much. I want to thank you too, and I also want to mention that with one factor, I'm not agree with certain factors, saying that that recently we had a project which is called Ozamazda on Zortava channel. This is a talk show, and we discussed deeply within this topic, and we also gave the blood in during the for the broadcast, and I think this is not enough. We still need to create certain project which will popularize it, and it will allow our population to know better this topic. But I think this is just a beginning. I think we still have to do a lot of work. I agree, of course. Sometimes whatever doctors they do, unfortunately, is not seen. That's why we are, as the authorities of this management, which leads the specialists, and one of our tasks is to show what are our doctors doing, such a great things that they are doing. That's why I want to band everyone who are the first line and work with children, because this is a very difficult profession to work on, and I think our doctors, they are heroes, and whoever is working with pediatric service, they are all doing a great job, because pediatric service cannot be separated. This is just a multidisciplinary approach, and that's why all the specialists should have to be involved. All the support coming from every specialist is needed here. Thank you so much. And in reality, we should have to mention these important issues, because we do not need to miss it. And we mentioned again about that. Thank you for hearing us. And now we will continue. Now we will discuss the next topic, the development and the usage of RT therapy in children with oncohematological diseases in Belarus Republic. Now the floor is given to PhD, pediatrician, oncologist, hematologist, Olga Karas. She's in online format with us, and if you have any questions, so then she will reply after the video presentation. So. We will talk about the development and experience of usage CAR T therapy in children and as well as young adults with oncohematological disease in Belarus. The relevance. As of today, if we talk about the 5-year survival rate with the patient with the ALL, the survival rate, it is improved, and we know that it reaches more than 85% thanks to use of risk-adapted treatment protocols. Overall 5-year survival of young adults with ALL treated with pediatric protocols is 75%. Overall survival after treatment of the first relapse doesn't exceed 50 to 60%. With each subsequent relapse, the chances of a cure are reduced by almost half, and with the development of a refractory course of the disease, the treatment options are exhausted, increasing the intensity of chemotherapy with the aim of achieving the MRD negative remission for subsequent allo HSCT doesn't allow achieving better results, but leads to toxic mortality and makes it impossible to continue adequate therapy. CRT therapy technology allows for expanded treatment options for relapses and refractory forms of ALL. And the design of clinical trial was done that way. So we have in 2020, two-center open-label prospective clinical trial of anti-CD9 CRT cell therapy for refractory relapsed acute B lymphoblastic leukemia, B lymphoma in children and young adults has been launched. Study endpoints, primary endpoint, there was a safety, most important thing, secondary endpoint, overall response rate, or R, complete response, duration of response, progression of free survival, and overall survival, expansion and persistence of CRT cells were done. And we developed the new generation antibodies, FMS63, anti-CD19, as well as immunoglobulin G4 hinge region, CD28 transmembrane domain, costimulatory domain 41BB, CD3 activation domain. It is conducted by the certain system, second generation lentiviral system, VCVG, pseudotyped viral particles are used in this therapy. And first of all, what do? We choose the donors, and it might be the patient themselves, or it might be the donor. If they can be also selected, we conduct the patient examination, conclusion of the consultation, informed consent is taken. After this, we will conduct the leukapheresis, collection of the required number of T cells is conducted. After this, they will be freezed, and after that, the obtaining of the CAR T cells is conducted. So we can collect and select CD4 and CD8 cells. Genetic modification is done, expansion is done, and it's freezed as well, and if it's needed, the quality control is done. And we also provide the lymphodepletion CRT administration. Lymphodepletion CY flu is conducted, CRT cell infusion is done, and after the infusion is done, the patient will be staying in the inpatient clinic. We will just monitor the adverse events, CRT expansion, response. So we will check the CRT expansion, and we will see the response to therapy, MRD, PET, CT, and after that, we will continue measuring the CRT persistence. And here you can see the characteristics of the patient. We had number of 17 of patients within our study. They had acute lymphoblastic lymphoma. Some of them they had Burkitt's lymphoma. There were some certain nodes. The age was 11-year-old. Mainly 13 of them were males and females were 4. Bone marrow transplantation was conducted for 6 people. KM status before CRT were checked, so there were no pathological remission. Blasts reduced up to 5% in 6 patients. Blasts reduced up to 5% in 4 patients as well. Presence of extramedullary lesions before were 4. Characteristics of the cell product. It has cell viability 75-96%. Transaction proportion of the CRT lymphocytes for CD4 cells was 18-55%, and for CD8 cells 10-35%. And the CD4 to CD8 ratio tended to 1. The average number of the CRT cells infused was 80 million cells, median 24 million cells. Dose for most is 1 million per kg. And after that, we conducted the peak CRT cell count in blood. It was the absolute CRT cell count was done, and it was reached the results that you see on the screen. Peak absolute CRT cell count was also done. Following CRT cell infusion, absolute peak counts ranged from 0.06 up to 1,858 cells per milligram, median 51. Peak levels of CRT cells in the blood were reached between days 3 and 16 with the median of day 10. And here you can see on this, this is the result of CRT therapy. All the time, at the time of response to therapy assessment, 2 patients had died from grade 5 infection. 1 patient died from CRC grade 5. Response to therapy assessed only 14 patients. Overall response rate were 12 out of 14 patients, including complete responses 11 from 14 patients. And partial response 1 from 14 patients, and no responders were 2 from 14% patients. Of the 14 patients after CRT, deaths of 3 patients happened, non-responder 2, therapy toxicity 1, 11 patients were alive. Currently, we have 53% patients which are alive, and they are following 15 months after. What are the consequent complications of this CRT therapy? This is a very important question because there are different complications. This slide shows all the complications. Severe, some of them they are expected, some of them they are not. We can see that severe CRS was reported in 4 patients, of whom 1 patient died as a result of HLH. CRS occurred 4 to 7 days after CRT administration. Severe complications was reported in 3 patients, of whom 1 patient died as a result of cerebral edema. ICANS occurred 5-10 days after CRT administration. Grade 2 and grade 4 neurotoxicity events occurred in patients with high absolute peak levels, CRT cells more than 100 cells. Infections, COVID-19, SLAPS, SARS, bloodstream infection, soft tissue infection, sepsis, and septic shock. We have 1 patient who died as well. And we talk about if there is a high level of this CRT and its reduction, toxicity level is very high. The third is the hematological toxicity. It's also expected one, and most patients they had third, fourth degree of this complication in 82%. there was thrombocytopenia, anemia in 35%, and neutropenia in 100% of patients. Regarding the infectious, those are related to certain pharmacotherapy expected result. And if we do a proper correction on time, then we conduct the proper therapy, then we could help them to be alive at the end of the day. What are the conclusions of our trial? CRT therapy is quite effective in patients with R and RBL lymphomas. The ORR was 86%, and it is shown also here that MRD negative remission was achieved in 71% of patients. Overall survival is 53% at 50 months of follow-up. Toxicity of CRT therapy was acceptable and manageable, and CRT therapy remains an option to achieve MRD negative remission before allo HSCT is done. Thank you for your attention. As we already mentioned, if you have any questions. Unfortunately, we cannot reply because there is no time. Thank you so much for the interesting presentation. The next presentation is done by the Center of Oncology, named after Princess Maxima, Representative Professor Georgian Kaspers. The floor is yours.
Название темы я сказала. Слушаем доклад онлайн. Пожалуйста. Не за что.
Moved. That is always a challenge. So good afternoon. I'm happy to present something on behalf of the Princess Maxima Center. There was also the possibility to talk on pediatric AML, one of my diseases I'm interested in, but I know there's another on that during your meeting. I'm sorry I cannot be present live, but I will come to your country, Uzbekistan, next month. So then I can also visit the town and the country and the hospitals. So I want to talk a little bit about our center in the Netherlands, also the Dutch situation, our international twinning partnerships, and finally on adapted management guidelines, ARIA and the WHO Global Initiative on Childhood Cancer. So our mission is to cure each child with cancer with an optimal quality of life. And to be honest, that in the beginning was really focused on the Dutch children. But we realized we can also play a role to help improve the chances of cure of children in other parts of the world. And that is what we aim for. And that fits our values. We are passionate and we cross borders. In the Netherlands, we have a relatively small population, about 18 million people. That translates into 600 new cases per year. And of course, as most of you know, there's many types of childhood cancer. So this means at the end that most types of cancer in children occur less than 25 times a year. That's really low numbers. It's a rare disease. Although we have improved outcomes, still it's the main cause of death in children in the Netherlands and in the Western world. And those that are working in the care itself know that the quality of life of these children is impaired during treatment, but also often after treatment we are faced, or they are faced, with late effects of treatment. So some 10 years ago in the Netherlands we had 7 centers for this population. And, I guess we realized that too many. First outcome in my country of childhood cancer, all diagnosis and this is for different time periods that they were diagnosed in. And this particular slide shows you children that were diagnosed up to 2003 until 2007. And you can see the curve drops below 80%, but at our most recent analysis of children diagnosed between 2010 and 2015, the 5-year overall survival is above 80%. But we want to go to 100%. That's why we decided to go from 7 centers into 1. And I'll talk a little bit about why and what it resulted in. We were stimulated by reports from our Dutch authorities. And of course, in a way, it makes a lot of sense. If you do something more frequent, the risks go down, or complications. I sometimes also compare it with sports at the highest level. You have to practice to become number 1. So a higher volume means a better outcome if you look at this figure. And very arbitrarily we said, well, you need at least 20 cases of a particular disease requiring a particular treatment per year to improve outcome. We also looked in literature at that time, and this was published in 2013, on papers analyzing outcome in relation to volume. And we found 11 studies with 32 comparisons between volume and mortality. And always the trend was a higher volume is a better outcome. In 13 studies it was statistically significant, in 19 it was not, but it was always the same trend. And we never found a study with a negative relation. So we now have 1 center in the Netherlands for these 600 cases. And it means that initial diagnostics and the complex care are centralized in the printed marketing center for palliative oncology. Otherwise, we do have shared care, and we even have home care for children with cancer. A childhood cancer center with 600 patients is still a small center. So we realized we should be on a location neighboring Children's Hospital and neighboring University Medical Center. And at the end, that became Utrecht, which is in the middle of the Netherlands. Here, Amsterdam is here above. But we are in Utrecht. We have care, research, training and education integrated. And of course, the shared care is sort of a selection, a carefully selected number of centers, including 3 university medical centers, in total 14 shared care hospitals. And I always emphasize this model because I think in many countries it's applicable. So our referrals come from all directions, of course, mainly from the Netherlands, although we are seeing more children coming from abroad. These shared care hospitals, we have contract with them, and they are well spread over the country. Clearly, that means that the children don't have to travel longer than 1 hour in order to reach an hospital that is in our network. Each shared care hospital must have at least 2 pediatricians dedicated to palliative oncology. It doesn't mean they have to be formally trained as a palliative oncologist, but they must have an attention to this type of diseases. And there must be at least 3 nurses who are pediatric oncology nurses. We have regular meetings with them about collaboration in general. It's like this meeting, we also have educational meetings, and there are very frequent contacts on individual patients, of course. What do we do in shared care hospitals? We have the regular, but also the urgent outpatient clinic context. The urgent is mainly fever, potentially febrile neutropenia. We do, of course, blood investigations, other simple diagnostics. Supportive care, such as blood transfusion, an insertion of a nasogastral tube, IV medication, such as for infections, feeding it. We also administer non-complex chemotherapy in cancer hospitals, like the lower dose methotrexate and single agent vincristine and other drugs. They are involved in the follow-up after completion of treatment, and if there is late effects, they also can take care of that. This is the Prinses Maximus Center. If you have not been there yet, to come to make a visit. This is real pictures, it's not drawings. It's a beautiful center. Of course, it's relatively new. It opened in 2018. We have 3 clinical departments. The 4th department is quality of life for patient care. We have 85 hospital beds and 35 daycare beds, and more than 60 consultants are involved in the care for these children. And of course, because some children have a treatment longer than 1 year, and because some children unfortunately relapse, we have about 1,000 patients in active treatment. We have a big scientific institute that's here on the back, the Research Institute, more than 500 scientists working only on childhood cancer. And in total, we have 1,600 employees for these 1,000 children, so 1.6 to 1. What are the advantages of this type of comprehensive childhood cancer center? Well, we already have shown, mainly the surgery outcomes, that the higher volume translates into better outcome. It's more effective, less toxic. We have much better access to new therapies and clinical trials. We are building our own facilities for cellular therapy, CAR T cells and other cells. Many companies approach us to do clinical trials with their compounds. We have more critical mass for education and training, the very extensive research program, and we also now have the possibility for an international twinning partnership program. As you know, the chance of cure depends mostly on where you are diagnosed and are treated. And you don't want to be in the red area. I'm not sure if all these data are still up to date. In your part of the world, also it seems that the survival rates are lower, but you don't want to be in sub-Saharan Africa because that's really a difficult part in the world. And that's actually the part where most children will be in the next decades. But we have a new department since January the 1st, which I chair. It's called the Maxima International. We have sort of 3 teams, an international patient office that is colleagues taking care of all the children that come to us from abroad. So you can imagine that you need a medical handover, you need to settle the financial aspects, lodging, even trying to get a job for a family member. We have twinning partnerships, I'll come back to that, and we are also active in our international network, such as SCI EU, and we also have a memorandum of understanding with St. Jude's. Our twinning partnerships, well, the partnership is between our hospital and another hospital, so it's sort of like a one-to-one hospital-based partnership. There must be commitment by the hospital board, so we want to have an MOU signed by the board of directors. It is long-term because improvements take time. There must be local leadership, and the scope is broad. It's not limited to one type of childhood cancer, and even some improvements can also become relevant for children with other diseases. We mainly transfer our knowledge and skills and our experience, not so much money or drugs or equipment. Sometimes that happens, but that's not the focus. And we learned that by twinning programs, they raise awareness in the population, in healthcare workers, and it also facilitates research with a global impact. We work based on 5 pillars. Very important is data. In some of the hospitals that I came in the first time, even only a couple of years ago in Kenya, in Nairobi, the capital of Kenya, I said, how many new patients per year do you have? And the local chair said, honestly, I have no idea. We don't have any data registration. So we are helping them to set up a data registry. Of course, ultimately, it's about better care. So we can jointly look at the protocols that are applicable locally. How do you organize care? We can advise on individual patients. Capacity building is very important, training and education. Multidisciplinary, not limited to pediatricians. We also try to have programs on nurses and child life specialists. Like I said, research, including PhD programs, Dutch PhD programs, but to generate new knowledge. And this also can be very important for us here in the Netherlands. And finally, advocacy. So, of course, heading to the Childhood Cancer Day tomorrow, that's also part in a way of advocacy. Our research in terms of diseases, we focus on the 6 common and curable types of cancer. I'll come back to that in a minute. ALL, lymphomas, the Wilms tumors, retinoblastomas, and low-grade gliomas. And in terms of themes or topics, we look at the outcome, of course, in relation to treatment, innovations in treatment, malnutrition. We look at the biology of tumors. We look at pharmacology, pharmacodynamics, pharmacogenomics, also in relation to ethnicity. And there's, of course, also public and global health issues that are being investigated. Our partnerships, we now work with 4 regions, and we have quite a number of partners in Europe and in Eurasia. It's one of the reasons why I'm traveling in March to Uzbekistan. We also will go to Kyrgyzstan. We have partnerships already for a long time in Indonesia. Of course, that's partly because of our historical relationship with that country. And we have quite a number of partnerships in Sub-Saharan Africa. I wanted to mention the adaptive management guidelines and why is that relevant? Well, if you work in a setting with less resources for supportive care, or where perhaps not all the anti-cancer drugs are available, or treatment modalities such as radiotherapy, CAR T cells, transplant, you have to adapt sort of certain treatment protocols. So there's a SIAP working group on this. They distinguished 5 levels of care, and they made a lot of recommendations for adapted treatment regimen depending on the level of care. And now we have ARIA, if you've heard of that, but I'll come back to that in 1 second. So the adapted treatment regimen all have been published in Pediatric Blood and Cancer. It was based on a framework written by Scott Howard, at that time working at St. Jude's. And there's many papers out there. I was involved in the paper on acute myeloid leukemia, but there's many papers out there. So if you are interested, look for them. And there's also papers on other topics such as supportive care and nutritional support. The ARIA is an initiative mainly from the WHO, SIAP, and St. Jude's. And it's an acronym for Adapted Resource Implementation Application. The aim is to help developing these adapted management guidelines, and then to implement the protocols, and also to develop an app which is called ARIA Guide. And this is now available for Morbus Hodgkin. So it's quite ambitious. It will take quite some years, but then hopefully many sites and countries will use it, ARIA. Finally, this WHO Global Initiative on Childhood Cancer, in 2018, they said we should work on these 6 common and curable types of cancer, and we should aim to achieve a cure of 60% or higher by 2030, which is only 5 years from now. To be honest, I don't think we are going to make it if you include all the children that will never be diagnosed, because there's many countries where the majority of children with cancer are not getting a diagnosis, let alone a treatment, let alone a chance of cure. But for the children that we do diagnose, 60% or higher cure rates for these 6 common and curable types of cancer is something we are working on together with WHO, St. Jude, and many parties. It requires universal health coverage, which is comprehensive. That is not always the case. Frankly, I'm not sure about how that is in your countries, but this is all over the world not always the situation, not even for children. We need awareness and early referral. In many situations, children come in late, and then, of course, it's more challenging to cure them. And ultimately, of course, the care must be optimized, which I think means centralized, complex care. And then, for instance, with the shared care model, that closer to home, you do the lesser complex parts of the treatment. So a few take-home messages. There's a huge survival gap if you look worldwide. There's this WHO Global Initiative on Childhood Cancer, which helps. I'm strongly in favor of the WHO. Yes, perhaps they can work a little bit more efficient, but I think it's a very important organization. All the countries that adhere to WHO must have a cancer control program now, including, because of this initiative, wording on what to do with children with cancer. We have a new department, Maxima International, meaning we have international twinning partnerships and an international patient office. All in all, I think there's still a lot to do, but if you look back, we are always making progress. So I'm very optimistic. I think the future is bright. We are going to get close, very close to curing all children with cancer with an optimal quality of life. I'll stop there. I think you had many talks already before the break, but thanks for your attention. Not sure if there's time for questions.
Dr. Kaspers, it was a great performance. Thank for the work done. Спасибо огромное, доктору.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kaspers, and of course, thank you very much for this information. Let us continue. The next topic, the statistic indicators, germ cell ovarian tumors in children and adolescents in the Republic of Uzbekistan. We would like to introduce the representative of the Practical Center for Pediatric Oncology, Hematology and Clinical Immunology, Shikulaev Anvar Turmulatovich. Please, the floor is yours.
Good day, dear colleagues, dear participants of the conference. Today's our presentation is about the statistical indicators of germinogenic tumors of in children in Uzbekistan. And malignant tumors, they are different type of diseases. Based on the information of the WHO, annually the structure of the malignant tumors in children is very high, up to 12-year-old. And this is the statistics. The first level is the lymphoma of the central nervous system, and the rest one is neuroblastoma, neuroblastoma, as well as germinogenic tumors. They consist of from 1 to 3%. This is quite rare diseases of older women of reproductive age, but it can also be within the girls at the teenage age, and the statistics shows that it is consists of the big amount of the ovary tumors in teenage age children. And it is up to 20-year-old that they have this kind of tumor. This is usually diagnosed when there is a hormonal changes happening, which is affecting the growth of this child. And by our observation, the main part of the germinogenic tumors, they consist of the stromal as well as the epithelial cancer, up to 7%. Germinogenic tumors, malignancies, consist of 50% of patients which are located under the constant observation within our center, and 10 to 15 new cases are revealed every year. Our main purpose of the study is to conduct the analysis of the main statistical indicators of germ cell tumors in children and adolescents, taking into account the assessment of the effectiveness of diagnosis and treatment, such as based on our observation, 120 patients were checked within our center. They were reaching 65 patients up to 14-year-old and 55 patients up to 18-year-old. We define those patients per groups. The first group were 30 patients after surgical treatment. Through the immunohistochemical test, we tried to check P53. This slide shows that under our observation, the main patient flow comes at the third and fourth stage. It talks about the fact that this disease is revealed quite late. That's why it will affect the prognosis of treatment. We checked the post-operational material up to immunohistochemical and sample analysis and etc. And 35% of patients, they have dysgranuloma, as well as embryonal type carcinomas. The rest are seen quite rare. In order to conduct the analysis of the volume of operational of the surgical intervention done, we are dividing them to the study groups, and the scope of operation were done those ones, such as unilateral tubal ovarectomy with resection of the large so with the resection of certain point of the body is done in 46%, unilateral tubal ovarectomy with resection of the patient with omentum, biopsy of the other ovary was done 54%, extirpation of the uterus with appendages with resection of the large omentum is done. Here I'm trying to show you the patient with the removing of the omentum. There was a tumor up to 20 centimeter, and during the surgery, this is the tumor. We couldn't keep the fertility. We made an amputation with the appendages. To the next patient, 10-year-old, this is teratoma. We conducted 4 courses of chemotherapy in the first, second line of chemotherapy medications, and we reduced the tumor up to 4-5%. Here you can see this is the postoperative material sample. This is the next patient, 16-year-old, with a diagnosis of embryonal carcinoma of the ovary. Here you can see the tumor was up to 20 centimeters. We conducted 6 chemotherapy, and the size of the tumor is decreasing up to 8 centimeters. This is the operational sample during the surgery was taken. Next patient, tumor of the right ovary, the cystic option, cystic type. We conducted the right-sided tuberectomy first. It's the first step. This is postoperative sample, and the histological type is teratoma. This is the next patient, before and after some chemotherapy. This is postoperative material. We conducted immunohistochemical study in 30 patients. We used the gene suppressor in order to reveal the malignant mutations, and it will affect the genome of this aggressive malignant tumor. Oncoprotein is affecting the cell death, and its expression is very important, which might affect the survival rate of the other cells. There was a high expression in moderately expressed were in 12, moderately expressed were in 9, and with BCL2, with P53 was 12. This is the picture of the study of morphological picture with a strong gene expressor, P53 suppressor. The chemotherapy regime, it depends on the expression level of P53 and BCL20. If it's high expression, we conducted the chemotherapy, the first and second line therapy with chemotherapy medications. We conducted chemotherapy from 5 to 6 courses. If it's a moderately expressed, and if it's low expression, we conducted from 4 to 6 courses chemotherapy and an analysis of the results of treatment based depending on the degree of the P53 and BCL2 expression. And stabilization reached in 2, 3, local relapse in 2, metastasis was in 1, moderately expressed expression was the 6 patients had process stabilization, 2 local relapse, and 1 had metastasis. Within low expression level, 15 patients, they had the stabilization of the process, local relapse was not existing, metastasis was not existing. Certain indicators of expression level of these indicators, it might affect determination of the oncoprotein BCL2 and gen suppressor P53 suppressor gene has not only diagnostic value in choosing a chemotherapy regimen, but also allows determining the prognostic value in germ cell ovarian tumors in children and adolescents. Thanks to comprehensive state support and high level of treatment, the 5-year survival rate of patients in Uzbekistan reached 70%, and with early detection up to 9%. We are proud of these results, which confirm the high level of care for the health of the younger generation and of the country's commitment towards standards. It's important to note that modern treatment methods, BK, 16 chemotherapy and surgical interventions significantly improve the prognosis. Thank you. We want to thank you for a wonderful presentation. Because we do not have enough time, we will skip the question and answer session. Thank you so much, and we will proceed. And I want to thank our moderators. Thank you for your participation, dear friends. And now we are starting our second section. Integration approach in pediatric oncology, surgery, neuro-oncology, and rehabilitation. And of course, we want to invite our next moderators, Lapatin, Andrei Vячеславович, and Rustamova, Hilol Mirzkarimovna. You can take your seats, please. And our next topic related to this section is the children from the Department of Care from Sangwon Khan Medical University, as well as the member of the Pediatric Association, Professor Dr. Jae-Woon Lee. He will be with us in online format to have a meeting with us.
Professor Jae-Woon Lee.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Can you hear me? Okay. I am Jae-Woon Lee, and I am a pediatric oncologist at Samsung Medical Center in South Korea. Thank you, the organizing committee, for giving me the chance to introduce our society at this conference. I wish I could attend the conference and meet you in person, but I'm sorry I couldn't. Today, I'm going to talk about the pediatric oncologic service in South Korea. In this presentation, I will show you the statistics of pediatric cancer in South Korea and the Pediatric Cancer Society and Network in Korea. And I will also briefly introduce of our institution. As some of you already might know, Korea is a country located here, far eastern part of Asia, and takes about 7 hours by plane from Uzbekistan. Its land area is smaller than a quarter of Uzbekistan, but due to its high population density, the actual population is larger. Every year, 12 to 1,300 children and adolescents are diagnosed with cancer every year, with an incidence rate of 13 to 14 per 100,000 people, accounting for about 1% of all cancer cases in Korea. One of the major social problems in Korea today is the declining birth rate, and the number of newborns has decreased significantly by nearly half compared to 10 years ago. As a result, the number of newly diagnosed childhood cancer patients is also gradually decreasing. This is the distribution of diagnosis. Similar to the global prevalence of childhood cancer, leukemia, brain tumors, and lymphomas account for a significant proportion of all cancers. And notably, the germ cell tumor, the incidence of germ cell tumor is much higher than that of the Western countries. And also the sarcoma, neuroblastoma, liver cancer, and retinoblastoma are also account for a proportion of cases. This is the statistical data of hematopoietic stem cell transplantation. Hematopoietic stem cell transplantation began around 2000 in Korea, and in 2017, around 400 pediatric transplants, including both autologous and allogeneic transplantation, were performed. This is the treatment outcome data for pediatric and adolescent cancer in Korea. It is published in 2016. The analysis compared the different time periods starting from early 1990s, showing a continuous improvement in treatment outcomes across all age groups. This is a more recently analyzed data set with each line color representing a different disease. In all cases, mortality rates have decreased, while survival rates have improved. Overall, the 5-year survival rate for pediatric cancer is observed to be about 80 to 90%. This is the current big problem of pediatric oncology in Korea. The number of board-certified pediatric hematology and oncology specialists at hospital level is only 67 people. And also many of them are concentrated in Seoul and around the metropolitan area. So you can see here that only 1 or 2 specialists are present in each province outside Seoul. And many of the pediatric cancer patients have to travel to Seoul to get the treatment. And the more significant problem is the number of specialists, the total number of specialists. The application for pediatric residency program has been decreasing significantly these days, and the number of new doctors who want to be a specialist in pediatric oncology field is even lower. So currently, the number of new pediatric oncology specialists nationwide is less than like 3 or 5 people every year. From now on, I will introduce our societies. The first one is KSPHO, is the Korean Society of Pediatric Hematology Oncology. It is mainly composed of pediatric hematologists and oncologists, and founded in 1991 for the treatment and research of pediatric hematology disease and cancers. Regular academic conferences are held every spring and fall, twice a year. And there is a study group, KFOG, Korean Pediatric Hematology Oncology Group, and it is established in 2014 for multi-center, multidisciplinary research. And you can see here there are many disease subcommittees and many nationwide prospective multi-center clinical trials are being conducted in this system. There is another pediatric cancer society for pediatric brain tumor, KSPNO, Korean Society of Pediatric Neuro-Oncology. And unlike the previous KSPHO, This is multidisciplinary society, including pediatric neurosurgeon, pediatric oncologists, radiation oncologists, and pathologists. Now I'd like to introduce our precision medicine program, STREAM program, which is the nationwide platform for precision medicine implementing whole genome sequencing and RNA methylation study. In this program, we have aimed exact pathologic and molecular diagnosis and to find actionable targets and connect them to clinical trials. This is the structure of our program. We utilize not only frozen tissue, but also FAP tissue. Tissue delivery and storage system was established, and we also do the germline sequencing, and high throughput drug screening is also performed in parallel. We are operating online central review system for pathology board, and molecular tumor board is operated every other week. This is the photo of our molecular tumor board. The oncologist, surgeon, pathologist, and geneticist and bioinformatician meet every other week through Zoom meeting. And we review the genomic results and clinical information and decide the tier of the treatment recommendation and confirm the diagnosis. And if there is a germline pathogenic variant, we recommend genetic counseling and cancer surveillance. Lastly, I'd like to briefly introduce my institution, Samsung Medical Center. Our institution is located at the capital city, Seoul, and one of the biggest hospitals in South Korea. In our childhood cancer center, we have 5 professors, 2 hospitalists, and 1 pediatric pharmacist, and 1 social worker. There are also multidisciplinary PICU team care, and also there is a pediatric palliative care team. In our wards, there are 40 beds, and there are 10 stem cell units, and in our outpatient clinic, we have ambulatory care center. Every year, around 150 to 200 patients are diagnosed with pediatric cancer in our hospital. And we conduct around 70 stem cell transplantations every year, 30 of which is allogeneic transplantation. In our hospital, we have proton therapy center, and pediatric cancer patients, especially brain tumor patients, are usually treated with proton for their radiation treatment. We also have conducted CAR T-cell therapy for ALL patients since 2021. This is the end of my presentation, and this was a brief introduction of Pediatric Oncology Service in Korea, and I really look forward to close cooperation between 2 countries in the near future. Thank you for your attention.
Спасибо представителю.
Thank you very much to the representative of South Korea, and we are going to continue our presentation. Let us thank you, our colleague, please.
Professor Julin, I'm Hilola from Uzbekistan, and for nice lecture. Thank you so much. Маленькое резюме.
In small. It's a very big medical center, Samsung Medical Center, and it is working with oncology, and it is a leading on the world level. And I hope they have very big opportunities to have fellowship and other trainings, even for free. And I think the biggest thing, they are ready to share experience, and they have a huge experience, and they work with international doctors. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Hilola Mirzakarimovna, because here we need to note it's very important. And let us continue, and we will talk about pathology.
Итак, у нас следующая тема – костная патология.
Now we have the next topic, the bone pathology of pediatric age, the actual problem of radiotherapy, radiodiagnostics. Sholokhova Natalia Alexandrovna, she's PhD. She will talk about that.
Так слышно? Хочу начать.
Can you hear me? I want to start with saying the words of thanks on behalf of Russian post-diplomatic education institution for invitation, and we want to give the vision of two departments who are working within this topic in pediatrics in general. It's not only about the bone pathology, but it's also about the pediatric disease, because it goes towards every clinical specialty in pediatric field. It starts not only from the oncological point. Patients, they would not come to the oncologist from the street. He will come after the specialist referred them. And to the bone pathology, bone marrow pathology, this is a very difficult topic, and that's why more than 10 years we have the work group working on the bone pathologies with orthopedicians, pediatricians, endocrinologists, different specialists who are working on the medical genetics and etc. Pediatric oncologists, they provide this investigations, and today we are ready to share it with you. Pay attention. The primary sector, they will take all the problem, all the issues, etc. The primary healthcare sector, because today the director of the Center of Pediatric Oncology in the Republic of Uzbekistan discussed that the green line, this is the early diagnostics. Early diagnostics will be at the pediatrician or the pediatrician consultation. It depends also how do they follow the certain pictures. Please pay attention that hospitalized patients with a certain diagnosis, such as benign tumors of the bones, they are transformed certain way, and 77% of the benign neoplasms, they will reach up to 57% later, and we under this mask we are losing aneurysmal bone cyst, as well as the pathological fractures, and the other ones. It's a 90% of patients, they come to the oncologist with certain severe with certain different issues, and within this Moscow center we are conducting the early and late diagnosis. Of course, the late diagnosis will affect negatively the life of every patient, and the whole bone pathology registry, of course, should be discussed. Sometimes the benign tumors can become malignant. Sometimes it might be lymphoproliferative, it might be histiocytosis, it might be inflammation, it might be the whole class and spectrum of the diseases which can be affected by the bone pathology, and that's why we all together we should have to work with this kind of patients in a circle. And pay attention, this is the pathological fracture within the X-ray. Here we can see the information about the anamnesis, but still you cannot imagine that from this period it takes time At the beginning, they were not oncologists, but this time the traumatologists, they checked that they didn't go through diagnostic algorithms, which includes the radio diagnostics. It brought to the fact that we were late with the diagnosis, and we received very difficult, unfortunately, severe complication. It is related to the late diagnosis. Pay attention that at the first place is this is our issues. It's not related to the morphology problems. It's the clinical as well as the radiological diagnosis issue. Clinical thought should follow the algorithms of the radiological investigations, and then they need to have certain conclusions. And the first thing is that non-full observation done, the long-term observation done, and of course it will lead to certain pathologies at the end. And at the stage of the clinical diagnosis, the situation which should have to warn the patient, those are the 5 points that is shown here. If there is a pain more than 2 weeks in a patient, then you need to think about that it might be a neoplastic process, and there is no any traumatic fractures that will not be painful that long, but there is no degenerative processes now happening. But the long-term pain syndrome is the red flag that you need to pay attention in order to check for whether there is no plastic process or not. And by this multidisciplinary approach to bone pathology, this is the base, this is the team which will work only for the successful solution of the problem. Everything starts from the primary healthcare sector doctor. If there is the pathological issue, but there is no pathological issue, then you do the radio diagnosis, and after this, you follow the algorithms of the radio diagnostics. I will tell you the secret. There is no one approach only. And it depends again on the physiology, anatomy of the child, the methods of visualization. They have certain issues. If there is a big massive of the of certain tissue, then is it enough for us to do the X-ray only? No, we need to add some additional radio diagnosis, and after this, the oncologists, they will work on the specialized stage. And but here in our presentation, we are paying attention to the many other things. We need to be attentive. We would not, by not losing these moments, because whatever trauma is showing under the mask of osteochondropathy, neuralgia, inflammation, post-traumatic different conditions in 60% will lead to the late revealed oncological diseases of the bones, including the malignant ones. Those are the errors related to data of oncological department based on the data provided to by our department, and it will lead to certain mistakes of certain sarcomas revealed quite late. Those are massive pathologies which will comprise of many diseases, and that's why certain masks are still existing and significant. And only clinical awareness is important, as well as radio diagnostic support is helpful for us in order to have certain evidence to provide the proof or not. There is another moment, genetic syndromes that we usually assess as a benign tumors, such as fibrosis, dysplasia, multiple exhaustive diseases, bones, and the other type of tissue, bone cartilage, exostosis, and etc. will be not properly concluded, and sometimes if we do not pay attention to these patients, then we will lose them in the first diagnostic stage. We will lose the component of malignancy, and in this case it might lead to the malignancy starting from the benign neoplasm. When we talk about the data of the radio methods, the benign process, it's not a good thing because there is the border is very thin. That's why they should be morphologically checked, and the radio method should be used as a diagnostics, as a treatment as well, which will allow us to stop the malignancy from to start. But the element of malignization should always be in our wish and spheres, and such moments such as chondrosarcomas, metastasis of osteogenic sarcomas into the lungs will be revealed at the last level. That's why we need to be very attentive. And one more thing, in any point, if we reveal the benign tumor, would not allow us to leave the patients without following certain algorithms in certain stages. If there is a pain syndrome, if there is a morphological form of the disease, this is a second red flag which will not allow us to lose the patient from our vision for long term, and the usage of the radio diagnostic methods such as MRI will be the lead within the algorithm of these patients in pediatric population. We always think about the radio burden. That's why we need to add them to the protocol of these patients. Please pay attention that if the child is 6 months, we have only 6 months, and what is the transformation rate from non-osteogenic fibroma based on the radio methods? We stopped, and in 6 months it was transformed into its growth, and this is the verification of the morphological sample. This is severe disease which will lead to certain complications at the end. There is a non-proper assessed element existing, which was a computer tomography, which did not reveal at the first stage some kind of a sign of a malignancy of this patient. Patient was sent under the long-term supervision, which brought patient back again. And after this, we can see the MRI. What do we have? We did not evaluate, we didn't pay attention, we didn't visualize this. We mixed up this algorithm and balanced it. This is osteosarcoma now, right now. This is CT, and within the MRI image, there is another picture of it, which looks like acute hematogenic osteomyelitis, histiocytosis, Langerhans disease, which also looks like that, within the aspect of MRI, which allowed us to suspect this disease. I also should mention that the radio diagnostics is not a verificational diagnosis. We will give certain instruments of the visualization to the oncology specialist, and in addition, knowledge and skills and methods should be added to their skills, based on which they will find the evidence and proof to their thoughts. And but of course, diagnostic methods are of importance in order to find the proof to have the verified diagnosis as soon as possible. And again, when we talk about the radio diagnosis, not stop on this, and because the planning will help to conduct the proper treatment if we will do the proper radio diagnostic methods, and those should be done. And in addition to that, there is another red flag that we need to pay attention to. This is pathological fractures of the bones, which are always should be watched by specialists within the primary healthcare sector who are meeting those patients with as a necessity to exclude the pathological fracture on the background of the severe oncological processes. This is the percutaneous osteosynthesis conducted, and it was not fully conducted with the other methods of investigation, and it had certain complications such as malignancy. And this is another example of we did not fully build the algorithms, and this is how we see this is what the picture we see right now. And planning of any invasive methods such as orthopedic and traumatological one should be conducted only after we receive the visualization, not only the bone structures of the skeleton, but interchannel, intramedullary components, as well as the soft tissues. And only after this we can think that what should we do. That's why the diagnostic aims is to prove or not prove certain thoughts about the neoplasms existing underneath. And this is related to the bone pathology of the pediatric population, but because their organism is developing very fast, their processes are developing very fast, and we cannot see the child which is today. He would not look the same like yesterday, and that's why there is a very big amount of atypical manifestations of different diseases based on the genetics and based on its anatomy and age, and we should have to conduct the complex investigations in order to prove certain things. The algorithm of the radio diagnostics is based on the anamnesis, X-ray plus ultrasound is considered to be the base. After this, we will add, if it's needed, based on what we saw with the MRI or CT, but this is the algorithm which is constructed by us and clinician doctor and radiotherapy doctor, as well as they need to work together. And after this, we will do the morphological verification, whether it's a benign or non-benign. And after this, they need to follow the algorithm again about the treatment of this patient. And the algorithm of the diagnosis is conducted based on certain algorithm developed by the group. That's why we need to pay attention to all the instruments of the that is given to us by the radiotherapy, the methods of which will. And this is the base algorithm that we should have to follow, and X-ray is not enough. We need to include ultrasound as well as MRI for excluding. This is the gold standard that should have to be followed. This is the minimum that should be done in these patients. That's why the early detection, this is only done by the group teamwork when we make a collaboration and we build a logistical chains related to these patients. And without this, we cannot achieve what we want to achieve. From first thought to the diagnosis journey. That means, and at the end, if we receive this X-ray, we do not try to think what is this about. We should ask. We usually put the question: how to build algorithm, what to do next, whether it's a CT or MRI, do we need to contrast or not? This is the teamwork again, and discussion on this point should be done. From the first meeting with the patient until the moment where we are very quiet, knowing that everything is okay, we made a proper thing, so we can receive a positive result in these patients. I want to thank you for your attention. Thank you so much. Are there any questions to Natalia Alexandrovna? Are there any questions? Can you please tell us whether there were, how do you manage the severe case, whether you will do the discussion at the level of the outpatient clinic, so the ambulatory patient, doctor would not miss this kind of patient after this, whether you reach the ambulatory specialist. Yes, very important issue. Yes, of course, all the complicated case or severe case, even if it's late with the diagnosis, we conduct the interdisciplinary counseling where we discuss, we have certain school on the bone pathology, and we call it that way. This is the border among the bad thinking, good thinking. That's why we have certain specialists within the school of the pediatric faculty. We discuss it all together, and those data that is shown here, this is the result of our discussions and the processing of the material that we already had. Okay, thank you so much. And I want to clarify one more thing, saying that, of course, the last question has a very deep meaning underneath. It's very bad to put a late diagnosis. It will lead to certain complications. We heard about it a lot, and also based on my life case last year, I went to India. Our relatives, they went to India with the same type of disease. They underwent a very severe surgical operation, and they said they were told that it is a late form. Unfortunately, the child couldn't walk for about 2 years after this, because we lost 2 year time, and that's why our relatives, after the surgery, they were rehabilitated at least for about 2 years, so they can recover the gait again. This is a very relevant topic, and once more I want to thank you.
And we continue, and the next topic is fundamental aspects of pediatric craniomaxillofacial surgery. Lopatin Andrei Vyacheslavovic, the deputy and the doctor of science, as a professor of National Medical Research Center. It's named after the Dmitry Rogachev, Russia Federation, please. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for your invitation, and I would like to give a short report to say that this topic is mostly connected to surgeon and mostly with the face surgery, but it started this surgery. We started with children with patients with congenital anomaly of the facial skeleton. These technologies became universal, and they are now also are very relevant in oncology surgery as well. And one of the first surgery and the pioneer of this science became Sir Harold Gillis. It's an English plastic surgeon, performed osteotomy with forward displacement of the maxilla in a patient with congenital anomaly of the facial skeleton. It was Lee-Ford 3, and it was heavily bleeding, and back that time the anesthesiologist, hematologist, it was not very developed, so he really made experience. He said that never do it again. But less than 20 years were, and two surgeons, from the left side is Paul Tissier, he's French with the German roots, and also the surgeon from Austria. They made two operations to reconstruct the face and skull in patients with Cruzon and Apert syndromes, and this was a classical truth with a congenital disease, and he made 61 principles on surgical interventions on this part of the body. And these two people actually made the fundamentation and of the development of our specialty. And we can formulate it in three positions. First, it's a wide opening the zone of interest. The second one is the right transition or to close a defect, and the third one is fixation. And one of the people who continued this is our colleague. He unfortunately passed away. It's an American surgeon, Kenneth Sellier, and he was making research in this part. In this article, he made this picture, and now it's becoming a cult because it is saying that it is forming the new direction in the skull surgeon, and what it can be done in the surgeon room. It is now shown in the picture. So there are methods of surgical treatment. It's through natural routes, transoral, transnasal, and external approaches, transfacial and combined. So it's Grunwald, it's just narrow, and also bracing, more wide, Kilian, and also, and the most popular and cosmetic, and it's Zotter and modification of polytessier, and he actually it's so if you can show this video, can you click please to show us the video? No? Okay, how we can so you can see how we can remove the school, so it is it can help us assess the everything and to evaluate. So to close the defect, and it's about the history of approaches to skull reconstruction, and we can also make rehabilitation for children after the wide resection and the tumor. And we can see here like it's a really history. It started from the attempts from transplant bone from a horse to human, then it was after materials, synthetic materials, and now allo materials, and now they are being done in operational surgeon room. It's like one of the we use the autocostal transplant, and it was fibrous dysplasia from the with the it's and it actually happened after during the workout. He just put to the like he breaks something, and then you can see the difference with the eye disposition. Now we made it like this, and you can see on the picture we made also we remove, and we also put the some skin we closed and fixed with a special methodics I will share later on. For a very long time the construction from titanium alloy structures and it was like gold standard, particularly after resection of some tumors or some bones of facial skulls, but for children it was quite limited, and we can say it like because considering the bioinerty of this metal, the genetron of the children opportunities are quite big, so it is becoming like pulling forward like layers by the skin, so it is becoming it can become like inside of the skull, and then to remove it out of there it's quite difficult. That's why it's like usually being done like the second surgery, so to remove it children up to 8 years. So the combination of implants and grafts and also again with the fibrous dysplasia of front bone, so it's like marking and resection and reconstruction, and we made it this way. And the big role the new technology played, and we received it from Italian colleagues. It's a hydroxyapatite, and they started to put ion magnesium, and it was like quite useful from the point of integration of this material into bones. It's like complete biocompatibility, and it's its advantage, and it's like and that's why even if it's like not it's artificial, but it's a good integration. But there are some disadvantages or problems. It's expensive and time-consuming production, and susceptibility of rigid fixation. So it's like it's very fragile. And small kids, of course, even with a good integration, but if we take into consideration mobility and non-control movements, we can receive even worse trauma, resection, and that's why it is like for children, maybe for 8-10 years, it's quite risky that we will have like the same problem. And actually here we have like how we use a hydroxyapatite. It's a girl with a very rare disease, a syndrome of protea, and it's not tumor and it's not hyperplasia, it's something in between. And macroscopically you can see like atopy in the bone, and also you can see morphological problems like hypertrophy of and it's a problem. And she also has damaged skull, but also it's bones of other bones. That's why it's like protea. It's because the protea is Greek god, and he could become like every form, and he could sneak everywhere he wants to. So it's the fragmentation of bone, and it's we could put this defect, but you can see there is still some like planes and their bone, but so we can like while we were preparing this material, and it is very long time to produce and logistics and etc. That's why maybe we had this some not that efficient. So also the method of distraction osteogenesis, and here we have a portrait Gavril Avramovich Ilizarov. He made this method in distraction of bones, and Joseph McCarthy, the American surgeon, he actually expanded this methodology not only to this this bone, but also to the skull. So he also made a monography about it. And here we also have the directions of destruction, and the modern technologies, they help us to create things, and like it's a very great technology to change the form of bone and to have good reconstruction, and factors that influence the spread of the destruction method. So it's a possibility of healing fractures and wounds of the maxillofacial region in less susceptible conditions, manufacturing of destruction device from titanium, and invention of intra-tissue devices with rigid bone fixation. Also, it's a effect, the brain mark effect. He started to see of the blood stream of the rat, and he put also the titanium tubes, and then he said that it was integrated to the bone, so it started to be he started to work on implantology. Here we can make rehabilitation of defect of the lower jaw after removal osteoblast. And here we have a big size. We can see it was a resection, and now it's now we have like the further rehabilitation were quite difficult. And the next stage we made a vertical destruction in this area, and later on for some plant we put the artificial implants. And then after the vertical destruction, we started to do 4 implants, and then we can put the superstructure, and it remains functions and aesthetics. And now let us talk about fixation. It started from the this, and now here we have a rare case. And it was Natum, it was quite dramatical, because we can see sagittal stenostosis, and child was 2 years old, and he has heavy pains in head, and it was like he was also like everything worse, and it was about pressure, blood pressure, and the power of the growth of brain. So it started So it started to go out. So we can see here on the right slide, and the bone was so weak. It was so weak. It became so weak. So here, not pin or something, it didn't work. So we fixed just with wires. This is also, so it was a car accident, and it just destroyed the left part of his skull, and so to really hurt the eyes and skin, and by fragments. It was a very bad case, and in these conditions only wire we could use, and that's why we made this operation surgery like this. So still we have wire surgeries. The next stage, it was the breakthrough, and was by Dr. Lur. It's Vitalium, and he started to use mini plastines to fix the bones, but Vitalium is not the material which can be used for children. It's very tight, it's very and in 90% it was ending not in a good way. That's why Titan mini plastine, it was a breakthrough when there was a good set, and we started to use in every situation where we need to have fixation in oncology and other, when we were treating the stenostosis and school. But again, I would like to say that the biggest disadvantages is in the children. It's like it should be like a repeating surgery to remove this construction. And here we have one more case. This is a girl with the arteriovenous leaf formation, and for a long time she was being treated from angiosarcoma, but then she was being diagnosed with in the right way, and she came like that. She had some bleeding from her mouth, and fortunately at the stage of preparation we managed to use the SCAT-CAM technology and the modeling of the pathological process, and to prepare individual process from Titan, so to replace this to replace this. So how it looks like on practice, it's individual prothese implant, and then to after resection. And disadvantages. The elasticity is lower than of bone tissue. It's a risk of teething in complex anatomical areas, and difficulty in manufacturing complex prostheses, and limitation of MSKT and MRI control, and relatively high cost. And also one more material which can be used, it's like we started to use bioresorbable plates, and this technology is difficult and very high cost, and you should be like you need time to work with this material, and we use two types of things like pins. And here we have a boy, and it's not oncological disease. He is healthy and he is growing, not but you can see the deformation which will lead to the problems like mental disorders when he will be growing. So you can also see here the cranioplastic and the fixation with bio like materials like pins and etc. So we can go from the operation, and we have good conditions for CIS, and he's healthy. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your interesting information, for interesting topic. It was not easy. It was not easy. Thank you very much. We received very interesting insights, and of course, for some people, it's a very scaring picture, as your colleague mentioned. How can you look at these pictures? I said no, because I had a dream to become a surgeon, but I couldn't. I became a journalist, and thank you for that. But looking at the pictures, I understood that it's like a jewelry work, and I'm just really honoring what you do. Thank you very much. And also we have Dr. Masasaki, the director of neurosurgery at Aichi Cancer Center, Japan. And the topic is treatment of metastatic brain tumors.
Please, Dr. Masasaki.
Hi, hello. Okay. So, can you see my slide? Okay. Now I'm sharing the. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I first met Dr. Muhammad Mino during his visit to our hospital in Nagoya, Japan. Later, I visited Uzbekistan at his invitation and was deeply impressed by its beautiful culture and magnificent landscape. Today, I will discuss the treatment of brain metastasis at Aichi Cancer Center. Treatment approach vary between countries due to different healthcare systems. I'd like to share our experience and discuss these differences. Our countries share little cultural connection today. The Silk Road once connected us, but contact ended 1,200 years ago. Uzbekistan was a crucial hub of the Silk Road, while Japan was its eastern terminus. Interestingly, despite our different histories, Japan and Uzbekistan have similar total land areas. Aichi Cancer Center is located in the center of Japan. Japan's population is 4 times larger than Uzbekistan's. Japan faces unique challenges as the world's most rapidly aging society. This aging population increases our cancer and stroke cases. Our medical service area covers 3 prefectures, serving about 10 million people. Japan's healthcare system heavily invests in medical equipment and drugs. We have numerous facilities capable of stereotactic radiosurgery. In our medical service area alone, 23 JASTRO-certified facilities offers high-quality radiation therapy. This makes stereotactic radiotherapy our standard treatment for brain metastasis. Aichi Cancer Center specializes in cancer treatment. We have registered over 3,000 new cancer cases annually over the past decade. This volume allows us to gain significant experience in treating various cancers. Let me show you the distribution of primary cancers in our surgery cases of the brain metastasis. The right graph shows the national statistics, while lung cancer leads in brain metastasis frequency nationally, followed by breast and gastrointestinal cancers. Our surgical cases showed a different pattern. we see relatively more gastrointestinal cancer cases and fewer lung cancer cases. Most brain metastases can now be controlled with stereotactic radiosurgery. Surgery is indicated for specific cases. For example, tumor larger than 3 centimeters, symptomatic posterior fossa tumors, radio-resistant recurrent tumors, and symptomatic radiation necrosis. Molecular targeted therapy has also become an option for select cases. The 2022 ASCO SNOW Astro guideline now conditionally recommended molecular targeted therapy as a first-line treatment for lung and breast cancer brain metastasis. This shift explains our decreased surgical case for lung cancer metastasis. Let me introduce the GPA prognostic scoring system for brain metastasis. GPA is used for major cancers, including lung, breast, and gastrointestinal cancers. The scoring system considers age, KPS, external metastasis, and the number of brain metastases. For example, in lung cancer, age over 70 scores 0 point. KPS below 70 scores 0 point. And the presence of extracranial metastasis scores 0 point. A total score of 1.5 predicts a median survival of 15 months after brain metastasis diagnosis. Looking at the GPS scoring weight, genetic mutation carries significant weight. The molecular targeted therapy have dramatically improved outcomes for lung cancer brain metastasis. EGFR and LK targeted therapy shows particularly high response rate in normal cell and non-small cell lung cancer brain metastasis. So we analyzed whether molecular targeted therapy adoption has influenced surgical outcome at our facility. We include GP evaluate cancers, gastrointestinal and lung and breast cancers. We compared two groups, one 2016 to 2020, and another is from 2021 to 2023. While our cancer center has over 50 years of history, but the neurosurgery department was established in 2016. Our data shows improved survival in recent brain metastasis surgery cases. The survival period after brain metastasis diagnosis have extended significantly. This improvement likely reflects combined effect of surgery, radiation therapy, and chemotherapy. Recent years shows better outcome than previous period. We compared actual survival with GP predicted median survival. For 2016 to 2020 case, actual survival matched GPA predictions. However, recent cases show significantly longer survival than GPA predictions. This suggests new prognostic factor not included in the GPS scoring system. We examined whether increased salvage surgeries contribute to improved outcome. Let me clarify our surgical categories. Initial surgery means the procedures within 4 months of diagnosis without prior radiation. And salvage surgery includes cases beyond 4 months and those with prior treatment. Initial surgery cases show the survival times consist with GPA predictions across all periods. This validates GPA actually for first-line surgical cases. Let's look at the salvage surgery cases separately. When comparing actual survival with GPA prediction, recent case from 2021 to 2023 shows significantly longer survival than predicted. This trend differs from 2016 to 2020 cases, where actual survival matches GPA predictions. The difference is highly statistically significant in recent cases. This suggests that salvage surgery may be more effective in the area of molecular targeted therapy. So if suspected, the salvage surgery might contribute to survival beyond traditional prognostic scores. Statistical validation requires more cases and longer follow-up, of course. But we question whether longer survival in salvage cases simply reflect other therapies rather than surgery itself. Recent research shows improved post-surgical survival in both groups, but salvage surgery cases shows statistically significant improvement. This suggests molecular targeted therapy era patients may benefit from aggressive salvage surgery approaches. So we are actually pursuing salvage surgery cases. Modern neurosurgery faces increased pressure as the survival time extends. Our mission is to prevent bed-bound state and avoid treatment delays from surgical complications. We employ a comprehensive tools, including neuronavigation, neuromonitoring, and other technologies to ensure safe, minimally invasive procedures. Let me share two illustrative cases. First, an NSCLC, in other words, a lung cancer patient, developed radiation necrosis during osimertinib treatment. We performed necrotomy using white matter stimulation to resolve complete hemiplegia. A second case, an ovarian cancer case required repeat surgery after recurrence. Using preoperative SRT, stereotactic radiotherapy, and white matter stimulation, we achieved the complete resection. Both cases maintain good functional status. So molecular target therapies have transformed brain metastasis treatment. We face new challenges in managing gradual disease progression. Salvage surgery demand will likely increase. This requires continued development of safer, minimally invasive techniques. Thank you.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
Demak, biz davom ettirsak bo'ladi va bizda
And we can proceed. We have also the last speaker, but this is also not the end because tomorrow there would be very interesting topics waiting for us. And now we have the next topic, the relevant issues of the diagnosis and treatment of the Langerhans cell histiocytosis in children in Uzbekistan. The PhD, Rustamova Hilol Mirzakarevna, she is given the floor. She is the head of the department of the pediatric oncology, hematology, and immunology center. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Dear colleagues, dear guests, welcome to our scientific and practical conference. Thank you very much that you gave me opportunity to share about my topic. It's relevant issues in diagnosis and treatment lung diseases for children in Uzbekistan. Everyone knows that this topic started to be relevant not very long time ago, like 50 years ago. Like no one actually knew about this treatment. So historically, we know that the first diagnosis of this disease was only in 70 years last, and it's actually the Langerhans histiocytosis. LCH is a rare clonal disease of the monocyte macrophage system characterized by uncontrolled proliferation and accumulation of CD1A plus CD217 plus dendritic cells as a result of constant immune stimulation. So it's a disease that primarily affects children, and with a peak incidence between ages from 1 to 4 years. And sometimes it appears in adults, but like the diagnostics is quite good. So the lower socioeconomic conditions are also associated with increased incidence of multi-system LCH in children. And the incidence of LCH in children is from 2 to 9 per 1 million a year, and it's slightly more prevalent in men. The wide symptomatics are associated with formations in various tissues and organ infiltrates consisting of pathological dendritic cells morphologically similar to epidermal Langerhans cells. That's why it is in the name of the disease. Making a correct diagnosis of LCH in a short time is a serious problem not only in the world but also currently in Uzbekistan. And late diagnosis of the disease is accompanied by almost 80% mortality in some developing countries. The clinical picture of LCH is very variable and can vary from single self-healing skin and bone lesions to a life-threatening multi-system disease. Currently, it is worth saying that there is a classification developed by the Society of histiocytosis, which is based on the localization of the lesions and the number of systems involved. We need to understand that it is single or local multifocal or multi-system with or without involvement of risk organs. And organ risk, it's a hematopoietic system, liver or spleen. And also there are clinical classification of LCH patients according to, and we need to have criteria of identifying risk organs, and according to this table it's very easy to understand the definition of risk organ involvement. For example, it's anemia, it's leukopenia, so now we can really see that there is a problem with this hematopoietic involvement. Also, we need to see the dysfunction of liver, or so if it's becoming bigger than normal, like abnormality, then we can see that it's it's active disease. So also the support with the protocol of LCH4, it is like accurate numbers when we can define that there are dysfunctions, when we can see in the blood hypoproteinemia when the less than 50 hemoglobin per liter. And also the important moment is the histopathologic diagnostics, when we can see these cells and CD1 positive cells on the marrow slides. And in the dynamics, if you can see that the patient is not transfusion addicted or albumin addicted, then we can also say that if it's effective or not effective, treatment. Also, according to the protocol of LCH4, depending on the degree and localization of the disease, the following clinical categories are determined. It's a single system and multi-system, and depending on how many organs are involved in this disease, we can choose a tactic of the treatment. Here we can see the most new protocol, LCH4. It is going to the end. It is saying that not depending on the diagnosis, not depending, we need to start combination therapy, number one, and by only two, I think, prednisolone and viniplastin in 6 weeks course. Then we need to make stratification, and based on that, either strengthen the treatment or go to initial therapy, course 2, or to continue the therapy. It's like maintaining therapy. And it was decided that in the association of that the long therapy around 12 months, it should be done for all patients. So it is better in preventing relapses. Also today, it's very relevant that the patients, we need to see if they have CNS problems or difficulties, because the patients with have some problems maybe with the degeneration on encephalopathy, or it will go not good with the quality of life after the treatment. The biggest advantage, like the newest advantage, is it became a really breakthrough that some patients, according to this newest research, around 68% of patients with this disease, they have BRAF V600E mutation. It's like they are positive to it, and we have few potions which are inhibit this mutation, and we also have few scientific researches when it is including into treatment the like BRAF inhibitors. And for the recent few years, we made analysis of epidemiological and clinical data, the incidence and treatment of LCH based in Uzbekistan for 2020-2024, and we could diagnose 72 patients have been diagnosed, observed, and treated with various forms and stages of LCH in the main centers of Uzbekistan using the histology and other analysis. And with the BRAF mutation, more than 50% they had that mutation. And the heavy form of this treatment, only 63 patients, and the man prevailed, and the average age of patients 6.4 years. Unfortunately, the survival rate is quite low. It's 12 patients lost out of 72, and the refractory and recurrence is 11 patients. And also we can also say that the treatment was according to the few protocols. We use LCH3, LCHIV, and the refractors we also made clad and chlorafabine, and we also had research clafarabine treatment. So we also had, very recently we started to use BRAF inhibitors, vemurafenib and tramitinib, with the patients with reflector form. If we go to the age characteristics of patients, and usually it's patients before 2 years old, and then it's reducing. And also there's the very interesting picture we have with the disease spread by region in region. In Tashkent we have more, and also in Surkhandarya. It's also because it needs deeper analysis. Maybe it is dependent with the diagnostics, like maybe not everywhere is good diagnosis, or maybe with others, but it's still ongoing research. So we need to have some time of doctors in regions. We need to have this awareness, and here I wanted to give some pictures. It was very rare localization of LCH. It's usually just like skin. It's like two first pictures, and also we had 2 cases with like this, and usually it's very, very bad condition. And we also looked at literature. We had 1 case with localization. It was anal localization, and usually it's like a very bad, like it's difficulties and alastoma. And today the patient is still under the treatment and on our center, and of course the quality of life is not good, but now he's relapsed. He couldn't have early treatment. And also I wanted to check that a lot of patients who have these problems with the bones, like school, the regional oncologists, and they have this very wide resection of bone, and according to the latest data, you shouldn't do it. We should give a biopsy and just for diagnostics, and then with the systematical therapy, like it will go away, like it will be treated. So I wanted just to ask our regional surgeon just to keep it keep noted, like not just to make it clean, but to just for histology, like that. And then after the diagnosis in the system therapy, it will be. We had 3 cases with histiocytosis, and it was sclerosis halongate, and it's a big problem in the world because it takes a systematical approach and multidisciplinary treatment. And this disease is very difficult to cure, and usually these patients, they need transplantation of liver, and there is not other option to really cure the disease. The problems to be solved today in Uzbekistan, it's there are no large-scale epidemiological data for Uzbekistan, and I hope with this digitalization we can have this data, like real data. Multiple clinical masks, rare occurrence makes early diagnosis difficult, which requires training of pediatricians on places, and of course to be very like for the hematologists and other doctors who work in local polyclinics and special centers. Also, it's because the patient came late. We have high rate of recurrence refractory of multi-organ LCH with damage to risk organs. And when we started to go to the high toxicity of rescue therapy, very often we lose patients. That's why it's very relevant, I think, today. It's to report shows the usefulness of an international oncology consultation for LCH where local experience is limited, the involvement of international interdisciplinary experts and educational sessions, and also to study the features of tumor BRAF, MK markers in patients with LCH. And to searching for finding for BRAF inhibitors to treat patients in Uzbekistan. It's a very relevant problem. And we see that the latest result, they show that it's like a light at the end of the tunnel, and it's really a chance to increase survival rate. I tried to be really brief. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, I would love to reply. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you will have, and we will have opportunity for this. I see that you don't have any questions. Thank you very much. It was a very interesting topic. And now we would like to close our first day. And this is the last speech. And I would like to introduce the head of the, like I said, Dr. and Professor Lopatin Andrei Vyacheslaevich. The floor is yours.
Да, спасибо всем присутствующим, кто...
I want to thank everyone who are here with us to stay tuned with us within the whole first day. It's a very long day until everyone is getting used to each other. So it's a lot of very interesting different presentation that we heard today. This is the very big picture in front of us in all the aspects. I think the continuation will be also very interesting and informative. That's why I think we need to take a rest, and that's why I wish you all the best, and I hope that we will meet tomorrow. Thank you. We want to thank you as well. Tomorrow we will have more interesting topics as well. See you tomorrow.